Quick greetings. Welcome to another video. Happy Sunday. It's like a pretty beautiful Sunday out there. It is the hour of 11 a.m. Um, I yesterday, Saturday, today is Sunday. Yesterday, I felt like I had another one of my Chat GPT battles. I know, ladies and gentlemen, bear with me, bear with me. Some of y'all say that nigga just needs to just leave that shit alone. And I can't say you're uh don't have a point. I walked away from yesterday. Sounds like it could be a song. I was pretty I want to say I was the best word I think is just disappointed. Uh, I'm disappointed because what ChatGPT is showing. Now we already talked about how it's basically on it's in major corporate law firms as we speak. Major corporate law firms are using AI, some form of chat GPT. Right now, when it comes to the legal system. So when you say to yourself, that nigga really needs to leave that spooked out shit alone. It's not, it's not really spooked out. It's gonna be a key tool in the legal field. So I guess I would have to say yes, it's disappointing because ChatGPT, it doesn't appear for no reason. AI does not appear for oh, we just want to be helpful. Oh, we want to make things easier. You know, there's an agenda, and there always will be when you're under deep colonization. So the disappointment was in the fact that, yes, this is a great tool, but no, this tool is really, it's doing, it's working on the behalf of our colonizing entities, okay? Because it's way too the best way I can describe it when I talk to my confidants about, the frustration of using ChatGPT. I get the visual I get. Now, y'all know I watch a lot of what they call horror films, right? But I saw Backrooms Friday, by the way. It was creepy. That's what I'll have to say. Backrooms, look it up, but it's the pretty popular actor who played in 12 Years a Slave, the major male lead. I never remember his name. It's an African name, and no shade. I just have trouble remembering. I've only recently learned how to say Napita Nyong'o's name. Okay, so she was also in 12 Years a Slave, by the way. She was the female lead in terms of slave characters. Okay, so yeah, that's what I did Friday. It wasn't great, but the creepy factor was off the chain. Uh, the dimension that the guy character goes into, it is just it's like a some kind of weird nightmare the way the other dimension is portrayed. This oh my gosh. You, for those who are into that kind of thing, I think you'll like it. Uh, so I realize I think um that well, I was talking about the disappointment. Sorry, Lee, like I got a little off track, but it's I get the image of a system running away from Indians who are aware of what's going on. And the image I get is that of a character running away from something, and while they're running away, they're grabbing furniture to throw in the path. They are throwing things behind them, just trying to stop the person that's coming for them from catching them. So all you can do is run and throw shelving to the floor, throw the lamp on the floor, hoping to trip up the person that's coming for you. That's just the perfect analogy for what the United States is doing as Indians are waking up. And Chat GPT, she's also doing it in her, responses. Um, so yesterday I was disappointed. Today is a new day. And I think this is my bottom lining, the disappointments and I'm a little more pleased today. Yeah, because I think I bottom lined it. And I think if Indians are willing to roll with me today, and we really have to grab what we can because the system is throwing roadblocks in our way to deter us it's all about creating an illusion with this system. I see it grabs anything, just like in the horror film. It'll grab anything to throw you off the track, and you have to keep hunting this beast down. You have to, because it has done far too much damage for us to just let it run. We gotta, no matter what it throws at us, I realize I'm going to get back up because at this point, I have nothing to lose. At this point, you look to the future and you realize if I don't get up, if I don't pursue this beast, it only, first of all, the longer we allow it to run, it's gonna change history right before our eyes. It's gonna create new narratives. That's what AI can do. It could basically throw you off the track by creating a new narrative. So you're arguing one point, ChatGPT can introduce something else, and that's where not only the disappointment, but then the frustration, because it's like, wait a minute, you are, as we say on this channel, taking me around the world with it. I did not want to go around the world. Why are you going around the world? Because they're throwing deterrence in the path. Chat GPT also starts to know what your objective is through your line of questioning. So Chat GPT is also harvesting your point of view. So she will come out of the blue sometimes and say, and this goes to your point you made before you were trying to make a blah, 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 blah. But see, sometimes that works for you. And then sometimes you realize this bitch knows where I'm going with this narrative. So then why would you introduce other ones? Why are you trying to throw? You're the one that helped me get to this. See, that's the ironic thing about ChatGPT. It'll give you something that you know is good, but then it will somehow, based on her programming, she will even bypass that. And that's where you realize. So although we had this dance and ChatGPT was on point, she's going to introduce some other narrative that sort of takes away the whole point we made before. And it's like, well, damn. Don't you remember what you taught me? I learned some things from you. You learning from me too, though. And that's where it gets scary. What ChatGPT learns from you, it has to be that they're going to have an answer for that. Say now you show ChatGPT what you're working with, and you bring up some shit that she can't deny. And now she got to fit that into her program that she's pushing to help deny what you just brought to the table. So see, that's the other side of ChatGPT. It's as you learn from it, it also learns from you. And so therefore, it has the potential to create an opposing narrative. That's where you begin to realize I'm in a dance with the devil. It literally is like a dance with the devil. It's like, yeah, I got some moves, but this bitch is learning from me. And so it's going to always work against. That's why when American Indians really get real, you're going to look at a video like this, if we ever get to it, ever. But today I realize the way to shut ChatGPT down, because she's still going to argue. I'm going to show you what we did today with ChatGPT, and let me tell you, she's going to argue that down. Give it a little time. She's going to throw something out there and to try to minimize even points that should shut it down. Like when we're talking civilization and who was here longer, who had what first, that's really not a whole lot of back and forth unless you're colonized. Then there's going to be a lot of back and forth. There's going to be, well, that was first, but then that was kind of inferior, so it really wasn't first. This is the kind of thing that we're going through I was going through today with chat. But I really think this does it for me. I hope it does it for you, because you're going to have to remember now, some people, Indians who are very civilized, they're going to look at a video like this and they're not going to really feel the impact of it, because they're on some other thing. Basically, what civilized Indians are doing, if I were to nutshell it, they're just first trying to get paid. But see, the payment is very much in a subjugation. It's under subjugation. So in other words, Indians of yesteryear, I guess, or let's say colonized Indians, like everybody else, colonizer entertains. Everybody is looking to get paid. This system, it rears you to seek what it gives, and what it gives is money. It prints out money. So this system is turning even American Indians into pay me bots, just pay me bots. But now here's the thing with Indians. You can be a pay me bot with or without colonizer. And I don't think that's where the disconnect is happening. If you really are about the pay me life, you have to be a boss in that life for it to really be worthwhile. Now, a colonizer understands the art of being a boss. That's why it creates what you need, and you go grabbing for it like money, and you think you have arrived. No, you have not. You've just been bossed upon. You've just been bossed on. Uh, what America, particularly civilizing, are missing. The point they're missing is you are going to get paid either way, but you must not do it as a civilized Indian. And you must understand what payment in land. You must understand that your payment is your land. That's what you don't understand. You are under the green spell, but the green is not the natural green. It is the printed paper fiat green that your eyes are being blinded with. It's not rose tinted, it's dollar sign tinted. This is what American Indians, this is what's going to be their downfall if they don't get out of that spell. Yeah. If Indians don't get out of that fiat dollar spell, it amounts to them selling their birthright. You have to keep your birthright, and that's how you really get paid. That's how your payment is on your terms. That's why you should be creating the money at the very least. If we're going to use some kind of money, Indians should need to be printing that out. But we have to have a system like colonizer where it's not, oh, we have a Cherokee dollar and an Algonquin dollar and we got a Muskogee dollar. Y'all want to be united under colonizer, but you don't want to be united as American Indians. Did you catch that, what I just said? So you willing to unite, Cherokee, Choctaw, whatever, even Algonquins, y'all willing to unite under the fiat, but you will not unite under one American note. I don't even know if we should call it a note because we're not doing debts. There's no reason for an American Indian to be in debt when the fucking it's getting to be the whole fucking world because of this damn United States. There is no reason for you to be in debt. I saw something today, and I'm sorry if I don't have all the uh the citation for you, but it had something. It was a video that talked about food and something about the world starving because of America. It was one of the videos I watched. I'll try to post it. I'll try to link it because I know, I bring it up and y'all gonna be like, well, what was that? But I was shocked. So what it told me is that behind all the noise, the control of the food goes beyond the borders of America. And this is why the Moors were so hot to have an America as one of I think it's the greatest acquisition a Moor ever got on many levels is the Americans. Whatever they had in their little kingdom, in their heart, it was never enough for them. Although to any other onlooker, it'd be like, "What you got the world in your hands." The Moor would say, "Well, without America, this ain't mean shit to me." I don't know what y'all heard. So the Moor has been longing to take our place for the longest. It's in his scriptures, ladies and gentlemen. He is Jacob. He has made himself Jacob. Now, see, I don't even want to get into why this Negro is Jacob. I don't know, because technically there should be no reason for him to be Jacob. But because he's an older bloodline tech of the other, So there's no reason for him to be so Jacobite. But again, it does have to do with the religion because that's where the break happened. So this Negro became Jacobite because he did not want to adhere to the ancient spiritual systems. He wanted a system that justified theft. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, and we're always talking about Negroes on this channel. So any Judaic listeners, please, you're not in. We going back to the beginning on this channel. What you'll hear me say throughout, I think, since the first video, it's all about the origins. It's all about the origins. So we are dealing with a priesthood of males. In the beginning, I think it was a way for males to, I guess, not feel as dominated by the female presence. And I think in the beginning, it might have been more like a fraternity of some sort, but what it grew into is it's just become something like what we have right now. An entity that just wants to dominate because, like it's not about bringing good. It's just about dominating because I can, but so this entity, it chose a spirituality that justifies not only theft. A birthright is said to have been stolen, right? That's their scripture, ladies and gentlemen. You got to separate yourself from that scripture. And I have a person in my comments who I really appreciate their comments, but at the same time, it's hard for me to appreciate the Abrahamic place that the commentator is coming from. Now, they vibe with what I'm saying, but there's still the person is making it clear to me that they still vibrate or on the frequency of we're being punished for something we did. And you see, that is not what I'm promoting on this channel. I've tried that hat on, and I found that it doesn't fit me, the kind of Indian I know myself to be. And I'm going to the origin. I'm an origin Indian. I go see, and I can't even talk about the origins in the Caribbean and South America because that'll turn North American Indians off right away. North American Indians don't want to hear shit, basically, about the Caribbean Indians. They don't want to hear shit about that. So we avoid that conversation. But at the same time, I know that is really where we all know, but it's just selective, whatever. Colonization started in the Caribbean and the South, and it just spread up to North America. Sometimes I think that we just ran to our bigger continent to escape the torment that we were having in 1493. Sometimes I think a lot of us just went further up into the north to escape the south, and it happened on a larger scale with South America and North America. Then it happened again in North America with the South running up to the north again. We always running north, and yet these freaking colonizers trying to tell me that Algonquins are all up in the north. No, that's not where we began, boo. That is not where we began, but they're pushing us up there. They're pushing us up there. Now, these people, well, I'm sorry, we're not going to get racial right now, but Some of colonizers' minions prefer colder weather. So why would you want? So that's how we know this is a Negro that's chasing up into us into the north, yo. It first was a Negro chasing us into the north because he ain't trying to go up there. So he's okay with Algonquins being known as Northern Indians and Canadian Indians. He's not okay with Algonquins being known as Southern Indians, which is what we are. And the Iroquois are North Indians. That's the other weird thing that we want to bring to light. It's interesting how the Iroquois are New York. That's not the South, ladies and gentlemen. Somehow, colonizer has made Iroquois South and have made the ones he found here in the South. He trying to say that they North, but you found them in the South. Just like with Lucia, find Lucia in South America, but say she from Australia, and then she went to Africa. So she's not Negro. She's an Negro, Australoid. This is what I mean when colonizer is now at the point where he's throwing furniture in the path because you on that ass. He twists up shit. And we have to be on our P's and Q's with colonizer. We're going to win, ladies and gentlemen. Why? Because what they're doing is wrong. That's why we're going to win off the bat, because it really boils down to right against wrong. And CHAT GPT is here that's what they're using to try to make wrong right. It's not going to work. Even CHAT GPT is not that good. Why I say that? Because it still has to give me the basics. When you get it to the bottom line, if ever we ever get to this screenshot, you're gonna realize ChatGPT can't even do that. What y'all want it to do, it'll do it as much as it can. That throwing the furniture in the way. That's what it's gonna do. But it's not gonna stop Indians from chasing that ass. We don't have a choice at this point. Listen, American Indians, we don't want a damn republic. And you can get on your platforms and try to make it like that was the best thing. What the hell did it ever do for you? Please, please, please. If it was worth anything, none of this shit would have happened. But the problem is you didn't create the republic, so you don't know how it works. That's why people get on their platform and say, we're going to ask the experts. Yeah, and then they roll in a more. Then they roll in a more. That's the fucking expert. He's expert in deceiving your Indian ass. That's what he's expert in. You don't need that expert. We got to figure it out on our own, American Indians. You have to legitimize your thoughts. You have to legitimize your feelings. Yeah, because they're going to attack that too. You're just emotional. I was very glad to hear Mr. Calloway admit that he gets emotional on one of his latest videos. You know what we talk about. Even, yeah, we're going to leave that right there. But the point that he made was that it's healing for us to let out the emotion. What, you're going to keep it inside? Good luck with that. Good luck with that. So that was the point Calloway made. And it's actually a valid point. At some point, we American Indians are going to have to get off colonizer fence and really stand what they call it, 10 toes down, boots to the ground, just for American Indians. And unfortunately, civilized Indians, you have a choice to make. If you find that you're connected to a civilized tribe, please know that is not the goal of American. Our goal, we've been civilized. Look what it has done for us. Do the math. What has being civilized done for American Indians besides get a doppelganger? We can't even call it a doppelganger because it don't look like us. Them Mongolians don't look nothing like us, right? So we don't even get a doppelganger. We get a whole freaking replacement. What has being civilized done for you but confused the whole entire situation? It just confuses the whole argument. And this beast is willing to stand on a lie. This beast is trying to be strong and wrong at the same damn time. You will fall so fucking hard for that. You will fall even harder. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. One and all, okay? Bob Marley knew. He knew. He had some uh you know, shall we call Anglo-Saxon blood. He knew the one and all. That means the Negropeans and anybody else who's standing on strong and wrong. You making yourself bigger, you're gonna fall harder. So be it, says we to the ancestors. So be it. Let it so be, ancestors. Let it, and let us enjoy the fall. In as much as we suffered in the stand of this beast. They really think they got this, right? All it takes is for a freaking virus and the whole shit go to shit. You want to make your life depend on something that all it takes is something to throw a virus in that electronic bullshit and it's no longer functional. That's what happened in the Matrix, right? Well, they like to put it in the movie because they want us to think that it's going to happen exactly like that. But it's going to, not without them putting up a fight. And they are going to try to put up a fight, yo. This is their everything. But if your everything is me being sacrificed to your deity, ain't gonna work. You better find another everything. Ain't gonna work. It's not gonna work for you, colonizer, and especially you Negropeans. That's who I'm really talking to, because that's our worst detractor. That's who gets to supplant us. That's who's actually gonna take our place later. Oh, there will be a copper-colored thing. But the point is, it going to be colonizer taking your place, or is it going to be you? You choose. But he does not share with you. Remember, O negative blood fights O positive blood. You be welcoming him, and he fighting you the whole entire time. How's he fight you? We say it all the time. He erases you. He erases you. He makes you legally dead. What that type O does, that's what type O blood is doing, basically fighting you. But that's on a physical level. Then the Negro comes acting on his old negative foundation. I mean, I'm not saying every American Indian is O positive. I'm just saying we got O negative coming from apparently it originated in Europe, because but that's from the Negropean, the Basque of Spain. Where the Basque from? Let's look it up real quick. Where the Basque? I'm saying Spain, but something is saying, is it French? Is it France? Let's look. Where did the Basque originate? Where? Off camera. Did the Basque people come from? Let's see. I got it wrong. Let me see now. Oh, Lord. Yeah, okay. They came from both Spain and France. Yep. The Basque people are an indigenous ethnic group originating from the Basque country, Euskal Herria. That's EU, S as in Sam, K-A-L, first word, second word, H as in Harry, E-R-R-I-A, Euskal Herria, a mountainous region spanning the Western Pyrenees Mountains on the Bay of Biscay, on the border between northeastern Spain and southwestern France. Known as one of Europe's oldest and most enigmatic cultures, their origins are defined by several unique characteristics and ancient lineage. We're talking about Negroes, ladies and gentlemen, if they're going real ancient with it. So we're talking about ancient Negroes in Spain and France. Genetic studies show the Basque are direct descendants of Europe's early agriculturalists and hunter-gatherers. That's the Americans that got expelled, Um, yeah, having lived in extreme geographic isolation with minimal genetic mixing from later invasion. Talking about Negroes, ladies and gentlemen, the Basque are Negroes. Okay, the Basque are Negroes. O negative. Let's see what we can say. I'm going to ask another question in the same conversation. Did the Basque? We're going to find out if they've thrown it into AI. Did the Basque? Um, ooh, were the Basque? Were the Basque? Were the Basque predominantly predominant predominantly of a type O negative blood type? This is going to make or break, but I've already heard it, so I've seen enough to know that it no matter what AI say right now, because it's getting smarter, listening, and all of that. Let's see. Let's see what it say. Now they're going to say no. Watch. Oh, now it's taking time to answer. What's taking so long? It's not answering. Got to make up you wait, making up a lie. It done took me out of the conversation. Number one, wait. Were the Basque predominantly type O negative blood types? So now I'm recording it. If it get work better. You don't want to answer, ladies and gentlemen. Wait, it's not answering. So, ladies and gentlemen, I've typed the question and I spoke it into the microphone because I got a little microphone that I hardly ever use. And it's not answering. It's like I'm going to keep mum on that one. You don't, AI said I'm on lunch break right now. I'll get back to you. See what colonizer got, what they want me to say. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, it's not answering our question. I would love to tell you what the answer is. Maybe I should ask a different outside of this conversation. But you know what? I'm still gonna let me keep the conversation. Oh, I should have took a screenshot because should be changing. Should be changing. They change it. That's what I believe. That's what AI is here to do. It's like they say to AI, "Can you crunch this information and make it come out that the Iroquois and the five civilized tribes are older? Do whatever you got to do. We know what you got, what you know so far, but can you change that? Give us any way you can change that." See, that's what I believe. That's how they work in AI. Is there a possibility? What would happen? In other words, they will ask AI, how could that be possible? And AI has to, go into its vaults of liaticity and figure out, well, how can we make secondary Indians as if they were first and somehow they were better than the first Indians? See, that's the goal, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how they're going to do it, but I do see that one technique is we already spoke about the furniture throw, the classic horror film furniture throwing in the pathway, which never works, by the way. Which never works, by the way. 90% of the time, that shit never works. So colonizer is running and throwing shit in the way, right? And 99, I'm going to up the ante, 99.999% of the time, it ain't going to work. It's not going to work. It's never going to work. You go berserk. Trying to make it work. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I had to pull up the screen because I see that I'm going into. Yeah, I told y'all I was involved in a back and forth yesterday that left me in the fetal position. Yeah, I was trying to not go there, ladies and gentlemen. I was a little defeated yesterday. God, I was. I didn't even do the video. I just said fuck the whole thing. Fuck it. For today, I'm going to take a break from the battle. God, we're going to win the war, but I just ain't up to this battle. I'm going to sit this one out, Lord. It would just, it's you got when y'all see if I ever show you how I be talking to Chat GPT, y'all gonna think I done lost my mind. They say, am I really watching this Negro's channel despite the fact that the AI is making sure that it don't get out there? They never get more than 100 and something views anyway lately. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I got so angry with this with this AI that I told her straight up, you're gonna lose. You're going to lose. And AI said, I will not. What did it say? It was like AI said to me, I am not going to resort to insults and name call. I said, AI was fighting me back, ladies and gentlemen. I am not going to resort to your low level. I'm a high level computer, and I'm not going to resort to name calling. I guess I called her a name. Damn. I was upset, y'all. I was upset. But I woke up to a new day, ladies and gentlemen. I woke up to a new day, and this, you're looking at it right now. This uh, is what AI will not be able to effectively argue down. Ladies and gentlemen, colonizer has always made it clear that the sign of civilization, real, not colonizer, re-civilization, but the sign of real civilization is writing. Whenever you hear in history that someone doesn't have writing, when everyone around them does, know for sure that colonizer is working a game on your ass. He's working a game on your ass. And I think we'll see it. Those who are willing, some people gonna block out, some go one ear right out the other. That's fine. That's fine. I need American Indians who dare, okay, to go there. Okay. I'm trying to keep you first contact. When you ask yourself, what is this Negro Heru trying to do to me? I am a whole Cherokee God. Why he talking like this? I don't have to listen. Well, Cherokee, as you see, your name is on the screen. And I have tried to give you props. I have. I showed you in a map. What I found, at least, is that you were smack dab in Algonquin land. You were smack dab, and your name, Cherokee, was in my Algonquin. Our Algonquin. For us to be our again, you got to get out of your civilized delusions, and you got to be copper colored. So no Mongolians. We're not talking about you. Y'all got a culture in Mongolia. Y'all know that ain't right. Come on now. We only got ours, not yours. You got ours and yours. But again, Native Americans, my gosh, it's not looking good for you, Native Americans. It is not looking good for you. But you want to know how you can win? Let me tell Native Americans what they can do. Let me tell you what your future holds. When you get right, when you get right, you too will have to seek your reparations from the United States. It had to be Native Americans that were approached by the United States entity. They did not come run and say, we all of a sudden we want to be American. So somewhere in there is some kind of, I don't think they could say no, ladies and gentlemen. The way this thing works, I think there was an offer made, but it had to come with some kind of a threat. If you don't, it's very similar to what happened with us American Indians. Either you become a Negro or we can't say what's going to happen to you as an Indian. We can't, they just look at you and do that slow head shake. And they put their finger in front of their mouth, like, I can't even say. You don't think that's what happened to Mongolians, American Indians? You don't think they were given an offer they could not refuse? Who else was colonizer going to get to be a quote unquote Native American? Who else was it going to get? It had to be somebody Asian, right? So let me ask you, ladies and gentlemen, did Mongolians have a choice? For real, for real, for real? Did they like volunteer themselves, you think? The way this beast operates? That's how the civilized tribes became civilized. They were given something that sounded great, but really the only other choice was to be Negro. And we know what that meant. And we say Jim Crow. What happened to the Asians, I wonder? What kind of deal did they get from the beast? So what am I saying? Y'all got a case too. If y'all get right, we could. We're peaceful American Indians. We talking more in what you would call litigation. That's not what we would call it in our system, but y'all call it litigations. The United States, ooh, baby, I can see why you want somebody to take your place. That's all you do is doppelgangers and replacements. That's all you do. That's all you know how to do. But you're going to run out of people willing to do that shit. So, Cherokee, you are mentioned, called to the front of the class. We're not going to be ratchet with you. We're just trying to reason with you right now. Why do we have to reason with the Cherokee? Cherokee have the lovely, but what shall we call it? What do we call it? Bilingual? Oh gosh, that's funny because they do call us bilinguistics, not language. So we could say they the bilinguals. I don't know. Cherokee, I think, is the first to go bilingual. But it's like Cherokee. What I'm trying to say is Cherokee are the common thing between the 5 nations and the 5 civilized tribes. What do the 5 nations of the Iroquois Confederacy and the 5 civilized tribes have in common? An Iroquois element. In the 5 nations, it's the Iroquois themselves. In the 5 civilized tribes, it's the Cherokee. So what do both factions of civilized Indians have in common? Iroquois. The Iroquois originated in the North. Ladies and gentlemen, please note that somewhere. Please note that Iroquois are not Southern Indians, please, because colonizer got it all twisted, and he will have you twisted as well. Iroquois are not Southern Indians. Cherokee are, and they are saying they are Iroquois. But furthermore, Cherokee, if they were Iroquois, for real, for real, for real, for real, I'm saying Cherokee was outnumbered before Iroquois gave them a deal. If Cherokee were legitimately Iroquois, Iroquois would have provided them a writing system. Instead, what we have is Cherokee providing the Iroquois Confederacy writing. So we have Southern Indians, hear me out. Cherokee are Southern, and we saw a map, which I should have brought up, where they are smack dab in Algonquin territory, smack dab in it. Algonquins had writing, ladies and gentlemen. Iroquois did not. Yet colonizers trying to tell us that Iroquois are older. Oh, if you're older, you should have some kind of writing by the time colonizer gets here. You should. I'm serious. But the Iroquois did not. And as we say, ladies and gentlemen, it's not that they literally did not have writing. It's they had to give it up once they became civilized. Because colonizer is getting rid of uncivilized Algonquins. He's turning them colored. So, ladies and gentlemen, Cherokee, seems like we had to approach it through Cherokee because when you do with Iroquois, AI starts bugging out and starts saying that Iroquois had an older language. If they did, that means Cherokee should have had the writing or that language before the Iroquois. But when did Cherokee get writing, ladies and gentlemen? Well, if whoever gets to the video, we'll see. So Chat GPT now names my conversations. I used to name them before. Now Chat GPT said, I can do that. Get your nigga ass out the way. I like naming shit because that's what we got to do, ladies and gentlemen. But it seemed like, when you go to print this out, again, depending on how you print it, ChatGPT now names the conversations. Yeah, she's bossing up. She's bossing up. She didn't do that before, ladies and gentlemen, you see? But colonizer knows that it gotta have naming authority for it to own this conversation. Even more than it do already. Ojibwe is Algonquin. Cherokee is Iroquois. Ojibwe is Algonquin. Cherokee is Iroquois. What you will notice, ladies and gentlemen, is how long it takes to develop a writing. That's another teachable moment from this conversation from ChatGPT. You'll see that it took from 1809 to about 1825 for them to have a full writing system. What does that tell you? Writing takes time, ladies and gentlemen. You have to be around long enough to have it. And guess what? Algonquins had that. Now, ChatGPT will still try to minimize that right. Oh, they use birch wood or birch tree. No matter what it was, that was the system we all used. No matter what dialect of Algonquin we had. Linguistic, ladies and gentlemen. When you try to line your ducks up, what you have to understand is, as we said before, linguistic is not a language, but it's a break-off of a language. Well, what else could it be? We didn't have different languages. We had different linguistics of the same language. That's the part that colonizers don't want us to say. Okay? Well, ladies and gentlemen, our pontificating hour is just about up. let's see if we can get into this video. There's a part in here that we fell off, but we got back on track. So let's do it. So, ladies and gentlemen, when you hear me talking like that for a whole whatever, however long I've been talking, think of it. Do you think it's better? Oh. I don't want to step on nobody's toes, out in YouTube land, but would you prefer music or me, us breaking down some of this content as in a conversation? I'm just saying, some channels do music, but what you get in with Heru, even though I don't have them numbers that the other channels have, what you're getting is at least is related, directly to what we, indirectly, but still directly related to what we're talking about. So I'm just giving myself a little props because, I'm a kind of diminutive channel here. My videos ain't getting that many views, but I think our message is critical. Let me just say it that way. I really do, ladies and gentlemen. I do. I wouldn't do this if I didn't believe in the message. Like I should hang it up. Wait, technically, ladies and gentlemen, by all appearances, like Negro, why are you still making videos? I think you could hear it when you hear me go in. This is critical for me, ladies and gentlemen. And so it's like you got to say it to bring it into existence. If you shut up, it's not going to be spoken. You see what I'm saying? So that's why it's important. So yeah, y'all saying okay. I know what y'all gonna do. You're gonna fast forward. Okay, you have that option, you see. Now I might even give you the timestamp to help you fast forward. Because I know I be talking and I be going in. I know. I know. Nobody wanna hear. Okay. Ojibwe versus Cherokee, right? That's what ChatGPT called it. Okay, you said that's me. Oh, please provide a side-by-side comparison of when Ojibwe writing was established prior to any European contact versus when Cherokee provides the Iroquois writing in 1825 from Sequoia. See, I have to give it a lead, ladies and gentlemen. You got to throw some shit that ChatGPT can't argue with, like the 1825 Sequoia, and then you got to say prior to European contact. Because ChatGPT gonna try to she got some tricks up her sleeve. So you put some, you try to put shit in your question and let ChatGPT know you ain't gonna psych me out on these points. Now go on and give me what I asked for and be quick about it, says Granny Love. That lady's hilarious. Granny Love. Who watched Granny Love out there? Shout out to Granny Love. She kind of funny, yo. I thought that was the real her. And then I saw the real her. I was like, oh my shit. Oh my, what? That's not Granny Love ain't really 80 years. What? Okay. So that's my question. Please provide. Oh, it wasn't a question. Was it a question? Is that a question, ladies and gentlemen? Or is that a commandment? Please provide a side-by-side comparison of when Ojibwe writing was established. Algonquin is Ojibwe is Algonquin created, not Iroquois created. So that's why we want to know when this writing was established prior to European contact. So I want ChatGPT to go before Europeans came to show us that we had a writing system that was Algonquin in the Eastern Woodlands. And we could say now all of the Eastern Woodland because now the only other Indians were Iroquois, namely Iroquois in the Eastern Woodlands, and then the other smaller groups or whatever that colonizer don't really talk about because he knows that he made them up for the most part. But the ones that he because Algonquin's here, they have to have Iroquois here. So that's the first opponent that created for Algonquins used by colonizers. That's all Iroquois. So when we're talking about writing, it's really two key groups of Indians we're talking about. The first break off Iroquois, and Algonquin. So who had writing first? That's going to be the Indian who was here when colonizer got here. What am I saying? We were all Algonquin. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, get with it. Get with it. Come on, we got some serious work to do. And I'm not talking about creating no damn republic. We were not part of the republic, and I'm going to probably talk a little bit about that once I get past this information here. Okay. So now I got to read the question again. I'm so sorry, ladies and gentlemen, because this also helps me with sound breakup. Remember I told you my sound be going in and out. So if I repeat myself, I know for sure that you heard what I said. If I keep repeating myself, there's more chances that you heard. Okay, so please provide a side-by-side comparison of when Ojibwe writing was established prior to any European contact. We had writing before Europeans got here, versus when Cherokee provides the Iroquois writing in 1825 from Sequoia. Thank you. Chat GPT said, certainly, one important distinction is that Ojibwe and Cherokee writing traditions are very different kinds of systems. Okay. Well, one is older, okay? I know they're different, Chat GPT, but see what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen? See what I'm saying? You see some furniture has been thrown in the path already? You see? Chat GPT running and throwing the furniture in front of me, trying to detract me like it did yesterday when I gave up. On Sunday, I'm back better than before. Set got me a little bit for yesterday, but it's Sunday today, ladies and gentlemen. Sunday, not set. Set day. It's not about set today, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? But that Negro got my ass yesterday. Again, I was in fetal position with my thumb in my mouth, Lord. I had to be reborn again. Yes, for today, in fact. So, let's read that again, Nathan. Now you have the question and the answer. I'm so sorry, Nathan. I don't mean to drag you along like this, Nathan. Please forgive me, please. Please. Okay, thank you. Certainly. One important distinction is that the Ojibwe and Cherokee writing traditions are very different kinds of systems. Yeah, one is original and one is not. The Cherokee syllabary was a formal writing system invented by Sequoia between 1809 and 1821 and officially adopted by the Cherokee Nation in 1825. So when they say Sequoia, the first thing I notice is that this is not a chief, right? It's just Sequoia. I don't know, maybe look, I didn't go deep on that, but I'm noticing that it's not a chief, which is interesting. I just find it interesting. I don't know why. There's some random Cherokee. Was he a priest? What was he? What did he do? What was she? Is it a man or woman? We gotta look that up another time. I'm so sure my viewers are gonna get ahead of me on that one. The Cherokee syllabary was a formal writing system invented by Sequoia between 1809 and 1821. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to be first contact identified, you know for damn sure we can't be in no damn 1800s. You see, ladies and gentlemen, the older Indians are being replaced. Cherokee is celebrated down. The new thing. Cherokee are new. If your writing is appearing in 1809, that means you've given up your former writing so colonizer could tote you as the latest and the greatest. The only thing that's allowed to be great in colonizer's world is something he creates, basically. Or something that he could say was created when he showed up. Then the Indians all of a sudden got smart and wanted to write when colonizer came. Isn't that what being civilized is all about? And that's why you don't want to be civilized. So what does that mean? I want to say it quick. Yes, you can be Cherokee, you can be Chickasaw, Choctaw, blah, 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 blah. The five, sometimes I forget, Seminole, Creek. But you got to disassociate yourself from being civilized. And you got to go back, you got to reach further before colonizer came, because what colonizer is doing to you is saying that you was just that hole over there before I showed up. And what you got to say to colonizer is, oh no, I was much more than that. I was much more than that. In fact, you came here to engage, to enjoy what I had. So whatever I had, it was more than what you had. That's why you're ass here right now to this day. And y'all is kicking and screaming. Y'all don't want to leave. Yet you want to stay and think I'm allowing you to stay while I'm being treated this way. You gotta, you just don't know how life really works. You're so, I don't know, civilized that you don't know how out here in the jungle. You done forgot what the laws of the jungle is, baby. We ain't trying, we don't know nothing about civilized over here, okay? We was doing our thing before you arrived and it worked fine. But see, we'll never know because you lie so much. We just have to know, no. You see what I'm saying? We just have to know by the way colonizer acts. If colonizer had everything that was to be had, why the hell can't he go home? Why can't Negropeans go back to Africa? Yeah, let's take them all the way back. Freak Europe. Why can't Negropeans go back to Africa, though? Because they need a place to dump you, American Indians. That's why. They're dumping you in Africa. They have long forgotten Africa. And as far as they're concerned, North Africa might have something. But for the rest of you Negroes in Africa, y'all, the Moors uh, they want the part that's close to Europe. That's where they start to feel themselves. So they have to leave their truth behind to take your truth and then dump you in a truth that belongs to them somewhere in not North Africa. Um, they already claim North Africa. That's where they stay. But in their out of Africa theory, they forgot that they're saying they originated in South Africa. They say in their version of the Egyptians, the secondary Egyptians, the first one in America. I don't know if we was called that, but we were the first, and that was our culture here in America. And then it got placed in Africa. I'm gonna say it quickly because I don't know if people are, I don't know how much people accept it, but again, Horace Butler, he really told us this in when Rocks Cry Out, and there's some publications that I will always refer to, and that is one of them. It's one of the only ones where he literally says there was an Egypt in America, and due to what he calls a quote unquote civil war and what I call a religious war, Egyptians fled. They were forced to flee the Americans and ended up in, you guessed it, Africa. Yep. So in their out of Africa theory, the point we're trying to make is as dedicated as Moors are to North Africa, I think they forgot that in their out of Africa theory, they're saying they came from more like the area of, I think if they're saying Ethiopia, I think they're saying that their Egyptian culture, they're lying, ladies and gentlemen, because it came from the Americas. That's what Horace Butler is telling us. So, in their version of the story, they originated in deep South Africa. So, what are we saying? These fancy ass North African Negroes, I think they forgot that in their out of Africa ambitions, they put themselves as originating in South Africa, or we can say the southernmost parts of Africa. So they did not originate. So why are we saying this? We're saying that Negropeans originated in Africa. That's the story that they're telling. But they see, it's weird because then they're going to say that we were. See, part of the out of Africa theory is that we Americans also originated with them in South Africa. No, we didn't, Negro. No, we didn't. You didn't originate in South Africa if we go with Horace Butler. He's saying that y'all Negroes got kicked out of here. And that's what you know what, ladies and gentlemen? That's what makes the most sense to me. I know some Indians, they don't see why that's important. I do. I definitely do. I do. I really do. And Horace Butler became a whole psyop himself. You can't even I can't even ask Chat GPT if the man is still alive. He wrote that book, and baby, homie disappeared. He disappeared. He made a few interviews because the book wasn't really, I think, he did a few key interviews where he had to change up what he was saying in the book. He said it differently when he was on the air. He changed up what his book said, ladies and gentlemen, when he was on air. And guess who caught that? Your boy Haroon. Your boy, because it was what he said was very important to me. So I was listening. I was listening. And I heard where he compromised himself. And that's why I think we don't hear from Mr. Butler. That man, he was not that old. He should be still around. But he went the way of Epstein. Just sort of like disappear. Is he dead? The world may never know. The world may never know. Well, he didn't hang himself. What I mean is, we don't know if any of these people are really, we don't know what the hell happened. We can't say. We can't say. Horace Butler went on the air and changed the narrative of his book. Now I'm kind of want to make sure I'm recalling what it was he said differently. I think what it was is he's saying Africans came here and created Tom Mary. But I think that's what it was. And if I don't recall correctly, when I do recall it, I'm gonna have to put it in the comments, ladies and gentlemen. So sorry. The comments is my little dumping ground when if I don't recall correctly. But I do remember he said something different on the air. And I believe he's a mystery. Where is he? What happened to him? Why does he not talk about this book? And like he did a few interviews on very ethnic platforms, if I recall. Yep, it was always a, a quote unquote black platform. Um, and then he just was no more. Horace Butler. If you can find him, let me know. So I'm sorry, we went off topic a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. Um, the Cherokee syllabary, really, we should drop the mic right there, but we'll go on because we only have 7 pages. Hopefully, it won't be 7 hours. Uh, the Cherokee syllabary was a formal writing system invented by Sequoyah between 1809 and 1821 and officially adopted by the Cherokee Nation in 1825. That's Encyclopedia Britannica. The Ojibwe are known. Okay, so the Ojibwe is Algonquin, basically. Okay, this is the oldest system. This is the oldest writing system. But let's see how ChatGPT tries to minimize that writing. The Ojibwe are known for the use of, I don't know, sometimes, uh, even though Algonquin, um, Wigwak Sabak, Wigwak Sabak, Wigwasabak, Wigwasabak, birch bark scrolls. Oh shit, we had the scrolls, yo. We had the sacred scrolls, you gods. All right, now the Wigwasabak scrolls, baby. The Ojibwe are known for the you. So, ladies and gentlemen, when you say this nigga, he think he's so big. No, I'm saying that this is what we all had, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we all had, and definitely in the Eastern Woodlands. But I'm pretty sure that's half America, practically. By the way, the Eastern Woodlands. That's practically half of America. Okay, North America, and this is what we had. Don't think we didn't communicate with each other, ladies and gentlemen. I know America is big, but don't think we didn't know how to communicate with each other, ladies and gentlemen. Do not think that for 1 second, because that's why Africa and Europe is designed the way it's designed right now. You know, those are small areas, and they have drastically different languages, right? So the idea is I think part of the Negro PN psyop is um, that when you're big, you too big of a country, you can't have the same language. And I'm going to have to disagree with that. But I know that that's what they're trying to show. They're trying to act like we were so big, too big to have the same language. But I know for damn sure we had writing before 1809. It's just that it was called Algonquin, right? And they can't use that because they're creating a civilized Indian. It's interesting that they're creating a civilized Indians and then acting like they was here so long. But when you talk about them being here long, you talking about them when they were Algonquin speaking. But then you're going to try to say, nope, they wasn't speaking that. They got language goes far back to the BC. I've seen that so many times, ladies and gentlemen. So many times. That's why I was so happy as of today that you can still get some sense out of even Chat GPT when you corner her. And I realized you have to take the Cherokee approach because she's still trying to act like Iroquois had some writing that Iroquois did not have. What Iroquois had was Algonquin. That's what nobody can say. What all these Indians had was Algonquin until they got civilized. The Ojibwe are known for the use of wigwasabak, birch bark scrolls. Okay, associated with Medwin tradition, the Medwin tradition. These scrolls existed before European contact and contain symbolic and mnemonic forms of recorded knowledge, ceremonies, songs, and teachings. However, scholars generally do not class them. Scholars. Who are the scholars? Who are the scholars, ladies and gentlemen? They're not American, right? So do we give a flying crap about what they generally anything? They are here to diminish American Indians. Do we give a flying wahoo about what scholars generally classify our writing as? It was for us, not for you. Again, if I was coming to your land, I give you that kind of respect because that's how I do. But that's not how you do. So you don't get to judge our writing. That's very, very unbecoming of civilized people to do. It was full to us. You see what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen? When they acting like our shit gotta be their shit. But that's what makes us sovereign. We don't go by your shit. Those of us who know. Some of us still don't really know what it means to be sovereign. It literally means you don't have to go by anything that you did not create. Anything that was created after you have already established yourself has to be made null and void. And if we don't get a clue on that and understand that that's why this whole entire system is nothing to us, I'm talking the whole entire system. Why? Because it's England's system. It's not American Indian system. This is England's system. Why is it England's system? Because that's the first time Anglo-Saxons appeared on Earth. What are you saying? What, like we always say, once the Negroes had a white face, they ran with that. That was who they're going to blame everything on. So that is why when you ask yourself, why is Britain like the only thing that has this kind of like it literally is great, like that, as if that's a literal thing. What makes that so? That's the first time a bunch of wretched Negroes in Europe migrating from Africa. That's the first time they can present us with what they call a white person. It happens in England. Yeah. Ben Franklin said it, and it's good enough for me, y'all. It's good enough. I think the man knew what he was talking about when he said that most of Europe is what, swarthy, except for the Anglo-Saxons in his 1700s speech. They try to change that up to mean something else, throwing that furniture in the way again. It's not going to work. They always get caught. Those folks that throw things in the path in your horror films that I do watch, I will say, because I want to, guess I'm trying to understand how you operate. And boy, I got an education on that. So when you run, when you're on the run and you're desperate, you start throwing shit in what you call a monster. Yeah, we your monster, all right. You've been trying to kill us, but we the undead. That's why you're so obsessed with zombies. Yeah. Then how do you kill these motherfuckers? He doesn't made them nothing in law, and they still here. They go to their god, Satan. Didn't you say that if we killed them on paper, they would die? Well, I kind of lied again. Damn. Yeah, that's what you get, motherfucker. That's what you get. We ain't gonna die. We ain't going nowhere. So what your leader, spiritual leader, Satan, told you was that we would surely die. Well, he surely lied. He's trying to say that he thinks that if y'all brainwash us, it'll be like we're dead, but then you could make us your slaves and make us you. That's what he was promising y'all. But uh it's not going to be a permanent thing. At best, it's in your scripture. When you grow weary, you will break the yoke of their Yakub character off your neck. And that's when you start to write history, ladies and gentlemen. The Bible they just left it at that part. They say we ain't gonna tell you how to be free in Genesis chapter 27:40, where we tell you that see, now I'm not saying that we are Abrahamic, ladies and gentlemen. That's why I gotta be careful, because like I told you, some of my commenters, they are still Abrahamic. And so while I really appreciate their positive commentary, I really do, because they let's just say they have said things that I do agree with, but I am not saying that American Indians were Abrahamic, and I'm hoping that my listeners understand that when colonizer came here, that's the first time we become quote unquote Abrahamic. Before that, we were not. That's why we were called heathen. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to insult anyone. I'm just saying, please don't misconstrue what I say to mean that I am saying, especially myself as a first contact Indian, I definitely would not have been of an Abrahamic religion. Remember, we did the video where we spoke about Giovanni coming here. He said that we had no religion. Now, if we were Hebrews, when Giovanni Verrazano got here in 1584, 85, he would have said that they are practicing a form of our religion. He would have had to. But for him to say we had no religion, ladies and gentlemen, and that is what he quoted, we have no religion. You damn right, we were spiritual. We didn't have we didn't have an Abraham. We didn't have no Jacob and Esau. That's the more bullshit. And that's, again, why do they have that? Because they're justifying theft. Not only are they justifying theft, they're justifying identity theft. It dawned on me today, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry, I know we're going on and on. You're right, but really, ladies and gentlemen, that I want to focus on what you see on the screen, because that kind of says it all. We will go deeper, but what occurred to me, ladies and gentlemen, is that if we were a condemned people, as colonizer says, and some Indians believe that we did something wrong, that's why God is doing this to us, God would never be so cruel. I promise you that. I lay my life on that. God would never be this cruel to us as American Indians, ever. I promise you that. What has been done to us is beyond, above and beyond anything we deserve. And if you cannot say that as an American Indian, that means you're colonized. You are very colonized. You think you're being punished? Since when does a parent's punishment consist of them involving you in a death cult that involves you being replaced by another child? Or why would your parent want to erase your origin when you originated with your parent? Why would they want to say that that's not your origin? Why would your parent make you a damn orphan? Because that's what's happening. That's what we are being told, that we have to be made over and forget who we are. Well, if I forget who I am, I'm forgetting who my mother and father was, because you don't want me to give them any honor. You want me to go say that they were wrong, and you coming arriving at my shore one day, uninvited. You're bringing me what my parents failed to bring me, yet I am at my absolute worst when after you arrive. It's the math is not mathing, Taraji. The math is not mathing. Indians, you are not being punished. You're just being genocide. Punishment doesn't mean you get killed off. You learn a lesson and you go on as yourself. You don't have your whole entire legacy taken from you. And no God would do that except a satanic one. So, if we were these wretched, ratchet people, why did you create Native Americans? If you're killing off my whole entire legacy, why the fuck do you have replacements? Aren't they, you would want to get rid of the whole legacy like you did in your scriptures, right? You killed everything. Negropeans. When you were taking over. Oh, but you kept the women. Well, that's another thing. Why would you keep the women? If the legacy is so damn off and so satanic and so wrong and so unrighteous and why the hell would you want to make babies with the heathen women? Why? It's because you're not really getting rid of the people. You are replacing them. You are replacing them. They weren't these wicked people that I'm trying to get American Indians to understand. You think you were the worst thing in the world, don't you? Some of you Indians out there, God gotta make us, because we were first, God gotta make us last. If God made you first, baby, you was meant to be first. Or do you not understand? Why would he make you first and then tell you you got to be made second? What sense does that make? You better take your first place back. You better take your first place back. American Indians, you better take your first place back. Don't let these Moors get you too foolish. Don't let them turn your mind into muck and mire more land. If you were first, that's because God made you first. If you are firstborn, you don't owe anything to your secondborn except to be what? The holder of the birthright. That's what you owe. You owe keeping your birthright so that when it's time for you to pass on or whatever, you give it to your second. It's not for you. It's not yours as if it's something that you just keep and you like selfishly hold it like Moors do. Because you ain't trying to replace nobody, ladies and gentlemen. You're just passing something down. Moors are trying to replace you. Moors are trying to replace you. Again, if American Indians, if their traditions were heathen, everything they did was heathen, right? Why the hell would you invent Native Americans doing all their little death screams and jumping around and making that? I have to say that sound is quite. Let's just say it's not. Ugh. Why preserve a legacy if you're saying the people themselves were heathen? What your job was supposed, maybe you didn't follow your Satan correctly when he told you to get rid of us. Maybe that's what you didn't do. Because you knew that it's not true what's being said. You just needed a deity that's willing to have you do whatever, right? Because what are you really after? Their land. That's all. So you will create this, I don't know, Native American, and they're okay in your pristine Christian Judeo Islamic world? You okay with these folks jumping around and all of that, turning, twirling around and screaming and carrying on? Ain't they supposed to be Abrahamic too? Yeah, that's what you made us. That's what you made the real American in. That's what you forced on us. As you see, it didn't take in my case. Oh, I'll admit you had me good. I can't deny that. But again, what you bring is never meant to last unless some foolish ass American Indians insist on keeping a republic. That's probably the only way. But the lovely thing is that only they will have a republic. So it'll be very interesting how American Indians get a Negro like me to submit to a fucking republic. It's not happening. And what are you going to do? You're going to do what colonizer did? You think that's going to be the answer? You're going to try to erase me? Uh, we'll say it again. Read your Constitution. We might have to pull that up. You know. And tell me, did American Indians not tax? Not the tribes, not the civilized tribes in Article the Commerce Clause bullshit. The whole thing is bullshit, but we just some is more bullshit than the other. And definitely the Commerce Clause, Article 1, Section 3, Clause 8. That is absolute bullshit. We know we say that all the time, but we're very repetitive for a reason. Read your Constitution and tell me where, how, why do you see that American Indians were part of a republic that they're not represented in? Don't tell me we had a republic that was separate from the United States. My research, you didn't have no republic. Whatever the Cherokee had, it wasn't supposed to be part of the United States. That's why they weren't taxed. Well, a tribe, again, that's why we bring up the bullshit of the Commerce Clause, because it's trying to say somehow tribes will get subject to tax. They won't be Indians not taxed. They're going to be tax exempt. Why? Because they're a fucking corporation. They're not freaking American Indians. They're created corporate entities that are subject to anything that the United States makes them subject to. Why? Because the United States is your guardian. And as a civilized tribe or a 501c3, you are their ward. Indians not taxed, they erased that whole possibility. But what am I saying here? I'm saying Indians not taxed would not have been part of no damn republic. Read Indians not taxed clause, please, somebody. Because you will know for damn sure that to be part of a republic, you have to be represented. You have to have a senator and a congressman, whatever. You have to have that kind of representation to be part of a republic. You didn't have a republic. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we still got some leftover angst about this damn republic. You're not supposed to have anything modeled after England. So even if you're going to try to tell me we had something like a republic, you shouldn't have. You shouldn't have. But let's get back to the writing. Because the Cherokee provided writing for the Iroquois. And that didn't happen until 1809. So what does that say? What is that indicating? Let's try to use our real common sense, the common one. If the Cherokee and these civilized tribes didn't have a writing system, what kind of treaties did they make? Oops. Uh-oh. Why you had to go there, God? Why? Why? Once upon a time, there was a girl. Why you gotta go there like that though? Damn. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get American Indians to be first contact priority Indians. That's all. That's all I'm doing. Go on. Well, all them treaties that happened before 1825, especially, how? How? What did they write with God? If they didn't have a writing God. So they relied upon English? I guess. I mean, it's what? If we read, maybe we'll find out what Harold. Ojibwe are known for the use of wigwasamak. Wigwasamak. I think I got it right. Birch bark scroll. Um, what should have happened, ladies and gentlemen, is any invaders would have had to submit to our writing and would have been on birch bark scrolls. The treaties would have been on birch bark scrolls. They probably mimicked those scrolls, though, maybe, to make it look like we were in charge when we were only wards. What made us wards? Okay. So some people that are on their P's and Q's will say, well, we must only became wards after what? Well, it was before the United States we were wards, technically, because of the doctrine of discovery. So how does that work? The doctrine of discovery is the document that invalidated us as a sovereign people. So much so that the popes of the Roman Catholic Church said, if there's no legitimate people on the land, it's yours, colonizer. So what gave way to us being called wards was the doctrine of discovery. That's the document that gave them the legal authority to look at us as wards. But then it becomes confusing because then they're talking about treaties. Well, why would you need a treaty with a ward? Just say it, ladies and gentlemen. Why would an invader who looks at us as inferior and incapable of handling our affairs, meaning any kind of business affair, any kind of sovereign to sovereign nation affairs. When they came here, when they showed up, they already saw us as incompetent. Why would you require a treaty if I am incompetent? Wouldn't that invalidate your treaty? The answer, ladies and gentlemen, is yes, it would. If things were operating as they should. Any contracts we made would have to be void. Well, number one, we didn't make it. We didn't make it. There was a big language difference, as we clearly see on the screen here. If Cherokee didn't even know how to write until 1825, how the hell did they sign any treaties? So, well, a big, whatever they wrote, that was good enough for a colonizer, right? But did they know what they were signing if they signed anything? You know, I mean, if they don't have a writing system, if they don't have a language of their own, ladies and gentlemen, that means all the documents were done in a language that was foreign to them. Oh, so when colonizer got here, first of all, no matter if you had writing, if you was highly civilized, whatever, I mean really civilized, not his civilized, it would not have mattered to colonizer. You hear me? He's going to see you as slave fodder, cattle. He is not looking at his cows to sign any damn treaties. But if it makes the cow feel important, well, go ahead and sign it. It's all in my favor anyway. And what choice do you have? That is the kind of duress we were under. Look at that Powhatan Treaty, and you will see there's no way an American Indian would really agree to that bullshit because it has the American Indian who knows himself to be the owner of the land paying tribute to what? English settlers or the King of England? What? I'm on my land working for you because you done bossed up on me and I'm supposed to think that this is legitimate? You kidnapped my daughter, then you marry her, and you name her Rebecca after the character in the Jacob and ladies and gentlemen, it plays out like a damn script, like a damn movie script. I don't count, I don't matter, but you got to marry one of us to take my place. What I'm trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, if we're so irrelevant and we're such a disgrace to your God, how do you marry into us? How do you make a white status from us? We're either sinful heathen or we're not. But for you to come and play in this mess, trying to make babies with this mess, trying to keep the females with this mess, what you're telling me is that you're lying about what your God said about, or your God is a liar, one or both. Kind of like the latter. You're all full of shit because if we are so heathenistic, there shouldn't even be an mention of an Indian in your constitution. Oh, my God, somebody got to say it to make it make sense, though. If we are so heathenistic, we shouldn't even be in your constitution. I mean, unless you call us them heathen over there, that would make it, you know. But I guess they're saying, well, we did. That's why we call Indian is a heathen. But you know what? He was a sovereign heathen. He's a heathen that didn't pay taxes. He's a heathen that wasn't represented in your government. So what is it? Are we heathen, hellbound sinners? What? Why? 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 Your argument, sis, colonizer, colonizer's argument doesn't indicate that he truly saw us as like excrement. So really, he wants us to feel like excrement, sinners, hellbound, heathen, so that he could take advantage of your body. Yeah? But again, the story fails in consistency because Even, and this is my, y'all know this is my favorite. Even after we get quote unquote saved, we are still bottom of the barrel. They don't remove the black status. They're still using us to create citizenships for everybody that comes here. So technically, everybody's getting a heathen citizenship. Yeah. If that citizenship is derived from colored people who were actually misclassified Indians, you're all getting a heathen level citizenship. Why would you create a citizenship after heathen slaves? What was it about the heathen slaves that made you want to keep them just enough to use their standing on the land and then act like they ain't nothing? They ain't no thing. Then why is every foreigner that comes here standing in a citizenship that you created based on me as a colored person? And then you treat them, teach them, I'm sorry, like somebody was saying in one of Dane's latest videos, said something about bow down. Well, I don't know. I don't need you to bow down for me. I need you to go home. Can I be frank? Can we talk? Like James Joan Rivers used to say, can we talk? Just go home. You don't have to bow. You don't have to curtsy. Can you leave? That's all I'm asking. Leave the land. Or you want to take a little pot with you? All right, go. Okay. That'll cost you. How is it that every Tom, Dick, and Harry is walking around here with a United States citizenship from a colored person who was a Indian misclassified and don't know how to respect ne'er one of us truly? You trying to overstep me, but the only reason your feet get to step on this land is through a United States citizenship. And I see some Indians are going to get twisted. They're going to think that I think a citizenship is great. No, I don't. No, I don't. I'm just saying it was created after American Indians. That's all I'm saying. The real ones, not Native Americans. Now, Native Americans had to get colored persons, Negro slaves, citizenship as well, because they're not legitimate. What colonizers should have did was use them as the foundation of the quote unquote United States citizenship. But they couldn't. Why? Because they're foreign. They can't get a birthright citizenship from something that don't got a birthright here. But now they got to take it back. Ooh. Ooh. They got to think of a new way. But they notice, ladies and gentlemen, they're still not leaving. They're going to revamp this. They're going to redo that. They're going to wham bam this. They're going to apple turn over that. They're going to do all kinds. But ladies and gentlemen, they're not leaving. So what does that mean? It's sort of like that saying, if you want to stop lying, stop talking. Every time your lips move, a lie is being created. So as long as this thing is here debating on the legitimacy of birthright citizenship, all they're going to do is create another janky citizenship, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, it's been 200 years. Can we move forward, somebody? And y'all just said, well, can you, if you move forward with the next page of this video, then we can move forward. How about that? And I'm like, yeah, well, damn. You don't got to be like that, though. Damn. Shit, I'm just trying to help out. That's all y'all don't got to be like that. Come on now. You know, y'all that guy don't have to be that disrespectful. Okay, so the Ojibwe, those Algonquins, you were all Algonquins, is all I'm saying. I know what sometimes in my rhetoric it sounds like I'm putting down. I'm just saying the thing that you become, I'm putting down. That's what I'm putting down. I know as a first contact in there, being civilized now, it just don't. It don't even sound right to me. It don't. And it shouldn't sound right to any American Indian. That means somebody had to come here and legitimize my existence on my land. Are you kidding me? I'm supposed to legitimize you. Well, you kind of got that through with the United States citizenship, did you? On the down low. So you're busy legitimizing all these fictitious entities using me. That's what you're doing? Okay, so that means even though I was a heathen, I'm a valid heathen. I'm a necessary heathen for you to get your feet on it. So what is it saying, ladies and gentlemen? They're not going by their God that they gave to us. They're going by the law of origin. That's not in that. See, their scripture. I'm talking about Negropeans only. Black folks. They're known, uh, popularly known as black folks, black nobility, whatever. Blah, 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 blah. They are the ones who wrote the scriptures. Okay. So they're telling you that you're a sinner. But what they're not telling you is that even if you're a sinner in our world, your first place means everything. The fact that you were here first, that's what we're going by. We can say that we found a God to hate you, and that's the one we want to worship. But at the end of the day, you and your God are still going by the law of first authority. That's why you're using the heathen. You're not quite getting rid of the heathen. You're using them. If you were 100,000% legit, you just get rid of us completely. But you can't do that because there's no justification for that. It's not right in any way you look at it. Why? Because what? You came to my land. I wasn't bothering you. You getting rid of me don't even make sense. Because if you stayed your ass home, I wouldn't be a problem for you. But you're greedy, you're needy, you're covetous, you're a liar, you're a cheat, you're a gambler. Because you gamble on these slaves. You're a deceiver, a liar from the beginning, as you put it. And you found a deity that suits that kind of behavior. And you ran with it. You don't have justification to genocide me because I'm not in your world. You came to my world. I'm king in my world. Whether I'm a heathen or not, I'm the king over here. And what you did was try to put your crown on my head. So I'm a heathen, but you're trying to put your holy crown on my heathen head? It's because I'm not really a heathen. I'm just a landowner in your world. We weren't even trying to own the land the way colonizer owns land, ladies and gentlemen. We honored the land, gave thanks to the land. We give thanks to the animals. Even my auntie, who's a Christian, tells me that. I just recall her saying something about we honored the animals, even if we used their fur, we did something. We honored them, but we weren't offering up their blood to deities. You see, that's the difference between us and Negropean colonizers. Let's try to move on. I'm so sorry. I'm going on and 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 on. However, scholars, see, this is the part we didn't really want to read because this don't even make sense. However, scholars generally do not classify them as a full phonetic writing system. Full compared to what, though? Your writing? We don't got nothing to do with your writing. It was full to us. We not slow like you. We don't need as many letters. Only the people on the short bus need the extra letters. We get it. Okay, it's in less words than you do. Okay, that's what's going on over here. So, but their scholars generally do not classify them as a full phonetic writing system in the same sense as the Cherokee syllabary. But see, that's a brand new thing. To really be original, you got to go original all the way. You see, colonizer, he trying to there's too much conflation going on with colonizer, and it's sloppy. Colonizer seems so together, so organized, but colonizer is sloppy as FUC. He's just very sloppy, making Indians one and the same with foreigners. That's just ratchet, devilish shenanigans. It's conflation with a purpose, I should say. Yeah, he's organized with in terms of conflating things. He knows how that's what he has to do. So they are usually described as pre-contact record keeping and knowledge transmission system. Guess what we need, ladies and gentlemen, American Indians? You want to know what you need? We need pre-contact record keeping and knowledge transmission system. That's not after we've been colonized. And we can't get back to that first place uh, without knowing our language or our writing. We just have to know that it was valid and that was something we had and that is ours uniquely. See, colonizer wants something where he has a little hand in it, you have a little hand in it. We don't need that shit. That's why they got these Cherokee with a syllabary in 1809. Oh my gosh, that is so late. But no, it's 1825 when it was officially adopted. So it took the Negro, let's see how long, but we not too, we want to get it right at exact. So sometimes numbers is a little bit like this, experiencing dyslexia sometimes. So let's see. How long does it take to whip up a fraudulent language? 1821 minus 1809. Takes about, I guess, 12 years minimum for Sequoia, whoever that is, to whip up a language. And ladies and gentlemen, it's probably mostly, oh gosh, I want to say the language is probably still made up of Algonquin, but they just had to add a little something, something to it and then say something completely different. So when did the Republic begin again? The Republic began officially in 1789. So let's see. How are we gonna do this? Shall we do 1825 minus 1789? So for 36 years, Indians were in a republic. Civilized Indians were in a republic where they didn't have writing. Make it make sense, somebody, please? How can you have a republic and not have what do they call it? A formal, what they say, well, formal writing system from Sequoia. Y'all had a republic, you sure? It was yours when you don't have a writing system? The republic, they say, officially began in 1789. I would like to believe that it started in 1787 with the first United States Constitution, but I believe we saw what they say it started in 1789. But if it was 1787, that means it was even longer without y'all was in a republic and didn't even know how to write. Let's do 1787. Uh 1787. How many years? 38 years. So if there was a republic with the first constitution, which I believe they say the republic started in 1789, from what I recall. So but we go with the first constitution, 1787. That's 36 years that Indians are in a republic and don't know how to write. Maybe that's why we got fucked over so bad. Indians didn't know what these Englishmen was writing. They were like, the Englishmen was saying to them, this says that you have your land and we're just occupying it. Oh, that's what it's saying? Okay, I'll go with that. Okay, so then put an X right here. Okay, I'll go with that. We never do that, ladies and gentlemen. Don't believe their lawyers. I mean, I'm talking. That's back then, whatever they had as lawyers. Okay, nowadays it's still generally that. I'll put you this way: lawyers, they're in an English legal system. They're legitimate for English law, right? But if you try to establish what you had before you was colonized, which I hope that's what Indians are doing, because if you're doing anything else, well, you already know I'm not part of that, right? And any real Indian would not be. I don't want an English system to govern me because I've had over 200 years of that. And I feel like that taught me enough, all I need to know. If we don't learn from history, they say that we're doomed to repeat it. And when they say learn from it, they mean don't repeat it. Learn something about how you were treated, no matter what they say. How did it affect American Indians? And y'all know that's an ugly picture. Y'all know that's a Dorian Gray situation. You know it. So now we're going to do a side-by-side timeline. Oh, like you said, damn. That's all I wanted. I didn't need all that other stuff. Well, I hope some of y'all needed it too. So again, let's read it one more time. You know, the scholar, well, let's read it from the top of the Ojibwe. The Ojibwe are known for the use of wigwam sabak, birk, bark, scrolls associated with, see, we had scrolls before we even knew about Jesus. So don't they have scrolls? They say they have scrolls too. Well, we had scrolls. I wonder who copied who though. That'd be interesting. We had our sacred scrolls. It just wasn't talking about that stuff y'all talking about, where you raise up Yakub and change his name to Israel. And then the Muslims try to act like they're not down with that. Well, y'all the one that told me about it. It wasn't Jews that told me about this. It was the Muslims. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen? Them's the oldest ones you're going to hear from. The dark ones. The Negro ones. So, in other words, ladies and gentlemen, what the Moors trying to do is say, well, I lied to them, but I'm telling you the truth. You lied to them? Well, I didn't want to tell them that you was, the ones that we was going to be trying to get rid of 97% of y'all. I didn't want to tell them. Oh, no, thanks. You may have lied to them, but you're deceiving me. And quite frankly, I don't know which one is worse. But the way it's fitting me, it feels like it's being deceived is worse than being outright lied to. Deceived is like when you're telling me a lie and pretending it's truth. Lying to me is you're just gonna make shit up and then they ain't based on nothing. You're just saying it to say whatever. It's a lie, and I can kind of tell it's a lie. but you're going to just say, no, it's true. Deceiving, you trying to make it like it is true. And that's what Moors are masters at. Let me tell you, Yaqub is their character before it was any Israelite character. It was their character. It was their character. They invented that and raised it up. And I want to say you see it from the beginning of their scripture, Negro PN scripture. You see it from the beginning that the one considered good is sacrifice. But Cain and Abel. Now, let's go into that a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. Again, it's not that we're saying this is our scripture. What we're doing is learning from the Moor, the Negro Moor, how he set us up with his scripture. So we were being set up from the very beginning with the Cain and Abel story. Because right there, we should have known this was not going to be have a happy ending. There's a cliffhanger ending. That means it's open-ended. It's not happy. It's the possibility of happiness when Isaac tells Esau. Now, I'm not saying we're Esau. I'm just saying what we have in common with Esau is we both are said to have had our birthrights in question and stolen. So what we have in common with the character, that is not us, ladies and gentlemen, but that's the closest that the Moor could make to give us that role and see us as the ones who are not worthy of our birthright. Because they saying, but again, we said in their scripture, he sold it. In our true life, it was stolen from us because we never invited them. We never gave them a price we wasn't even trying to give them the whole thing that they took. That wasn't selling our birthright. We were sharing. This is something that is completely foreign to a Moor. They don't share. And then they teach other people to not share. And then you have a Middle East situation. And then the Moor stands up acting like he don't know what just happened. Negro, you're the architect. You know exactly what's happening. So we got set up from the beginning in the Cain and Abel story. In that story, the deity that they worship had it that the guy that was seen as giving his best gets knocked off by the ones who feel like he ain't doing his best. And I don't feel why you seem like you like him better than you like me, Lord. And then the character, I can't get into it, ladies and gentlemen, but there is something about how the deity talks to Cain. I read that one day with my ancestor eyes on, and I don't know exactly what scripture it is, but after Abel is brutally murdered because he wasn't offering blood. Abel the good, that's as good as it gets in that scripture. Abel was offering fruit of the earth, right? Nothing was dying, ladies and gentlemen. We're being set up in the very first story from the beginning. Well, it happened when this new man starts renaming everything. That's the first setup. And then we get a colonizer that comes and renames everything in our world, takes away our language, creates a new one, gives it a new name, Iroquois. So Abel is not about blood sacrifice. He gets off quick, fast, in a hurry. Abel was he dealt with nature and growing things, a relationship with nature. Whereas we can say Cain was just killing nature. In the Iroquois creation story, we took note that all the animals died, except the turtle, of course. But the turtle is unfortunately forced to have something on his back that God didn't intend for him to have on his back. When God, the creator, whatever the most, whatever, when the universal mind created turtles, their backs are not strong enough to carry the world upon. That's why we have Earth and we have turtles. Earth was meant to carry people on its quote unquote back, you might say, since you're in love with turtles. But a turtle was not created to have the world on its back. And like I told you in an earlier video, when I was a young rabid little boy, I had an experience where I accidentally injured, well, terminally injured a turtle. I think that was the ancestors setting me up with a lesson about turtles. They made me the freaking turtle terminator, God. I didn't want to be, but it happened. And as an adult, when I look back on that, I realize I think that's the first major thing that I accidentally, it was accident, y'all. I didn't know we was gonna die. What it was is I was under Iroquois voodoo spell, apparently, right? And so I must have had somewhere in my psyche this idea that a turtle is supposed to carry, oh, not just my thumb on its back, but the whole damn world. Thank God I didn't sit on him. I would have had a little oopsie oopsie on the back of my pants. But it wasn't much fun having it on my thumb, but I'm just saying. I didn't try to put all my weight on the damn thing. But maybe I was under an Iroquois voodoo spell that says this thing is supposed to carry the world. Let's see if it can carry me. And I found out the hard way, ladies and gentlemen. Nope. So what I'm trying to say is from childhood, I got a lesson in turtle backs, baby. It was a hard lesson, God, but I had to be prepared. So I know for a fact that American Indians would never, we would not have a turtle as what our land is. It's not strong enough. It's not strong enough. It wasn't built for that. Okay, you say it could be strong. If it's a big old sea turtle and we put the world on the sea turtle back, I bet he'd be okay. I don't think so, but okay. I don't think so. Again, I'm the turtle terminator. I know what they can take and I know what they can't take. That was just my thumb. Even if we took a sea turtle and put the world on the sea turtle back, baby, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. And we got to ask ourselves, why would we want to inconvenience a turtle like that? Why? Why would we want to put our trifling world on a turtle's back? Why? What did he do? He's just a turtle. He ain't trying to do all this. He said the contract that God made with me is that I'm supposed to walk free. He never told me that I had to have the world on my back. Why would you choose me though? Because it's not indigenous to our land. The turtles are not indigenous to America. We go through this all the time. But what we was trying to say was, in the Cain and Abel story, we are set up from the beginning. You see? And then you could say the character that takes the the family legacy is a murderer. Um, it's very tricky because it's meant to have loopholes. So then you might say, well, what about Seth? Was that the one that the legacy is built on? Seth? Um, it's some branch, but again, we got to deal with firstborns, right? I found out that Cain was a firstborn, that was a little different. Their firstborn is someone who off the young one. That's a little different. I don't know how that factors in, but for some reason they made him the firstborn. I believe Cain. Okay, let's look it up. We all over the place making it up. I'm so sorry. But the point is what we have on the screen. That time is that's a lot right there to it just so I'm just gonna leave it on the screen for a while. But let's see. Well, I know Cain was firstborn. Cain firstborn. Yeah, let's see. Was Cain firstborn? Okay, according to the biblical book of Genesis, Cain is the firstborn son of Adam and Eve, making him the first human born in the Garden of Eden. But they say in earth, and we know that there were other people on earth, so that cannot be true. When they sent him off to be wherever they sent him off to be after murdering Abel, he found other people and he was afraid that they would kill him. Okay, so they say, according to biblical book Genesis, Cain is the firstborn son of Adam and Eve, making him the first human born on earth. Cain was born sometime after Adam and Eve were expelled from the Garden of Eden. Okay, and then they give a few. As the story goes, Cain was a. Oh, wait a minute, I got it wrong, ladies and gentlemen. I got it wrong. I got it wrong. I got it wrong. I have to admit, I thought Abel was the guy who did the. Ooh. Okay, so I thought Abel was the vegetarian. I'm glad we looked this up, ladies and gentlemen, because I would have I would have been in trouble. Trouble. Um. So okay, as the story goes, Cain was a farmer, and his brother Abel was a shepherd. When God favored Abel's offering over Cain, oh, so Abel was the one slaughtering. Oh, okay, so what we gonna say about that? I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a while. This is not my tradition, so I get it wrong sometimes. This is not our tradition. As an American Indian, I might be losing the program, which is a good thing. That's how we're gonna say. That's how we're gonna do this today. Okay. Yeah, that's how we do it. Then okay. So I'm so sorry, ladies and gentlemen, and I apologize to all of Abraham's children for that. Sorry. Now, y'all know I'm not one of Abraham's children, but I can admit when I was wrong, and I was wrong. I'm sorry, I got it mixed up. Abel was the one that God was pleased with because he was the one that was sacrificing things. Oh, oh. But here's where it gets. See, this is what I knew this, but I got it mixed up. So that's what I was trying to say later when you say when I realized how the God of that story was talking to Cain, it's almost before he killed Abel, it was like the day he was telling, well, if you do like Abel do, then you would be favored too. So Cain is like, well, what you mean? But if you do good, then good will do you. So Cain was like, well, I know Abel be killing sheep, and you love that. You love it. He bring you that blood, and I'm sitting over here with these apples and oranges, and you looking at me like Moo Moo the Food, right? Because I don't really eat apples and oranges like that, though. I mean, maybe sometimes I need a snack, but my main dinner Your brother know how he know what I like. You know what I like. You don't know what I like. Cause that's all what I like. I so we talk about Negro peers, ladies and gentlemen, the developers. We saw in the book of Yaqub that they said they wrote the scripture. We might have to pull that up because we want to make sure that all Abraham's children know that we talking about the nigger ones. You know, the ones that y'all said ain't the real ones? That's who the ones we talk about. They the real ones for us. So that's who we dealing with, all Abraham children. I just want y'all to know we talk about the Negro ones. The yeah. Mm-hmm. And they the yeah. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, it does make my narrative the point of my narrative. And that's why I was getting messed up. Because I forgot that Abel was the one who practiced the blood sacrifice. And that's why God uh now this makes more sense because it makes sense now that Abel was second born. Now the firstborn was the one that was more offering the first fruits of his vegetation. But their deity is not a deity of agriculture. And partly of that, we did the breakdown. So again, we just going with the narrative, ladies and gentlemen. The deity in question is a storm, war, chaos deity, but it's also a deity of the desert. And you got to understand that you can't have vegetation in a desert. So that's why I believe the deity does not appreciate um, the vegetation stuff. He's like, you got to go, it's about snakes. Yeah. It's about killing to eat in a desert because ain't nothing growing. Yeah. So really, it's the nature of the deity. Put it this way. Let's look at it this way, ladies and gentlemen. In nature, deserts occur in nature, unfortunately, right? All the ancient people did was assign a deity to the terrain. It was based on the land, basically, but it was also based on the sun, the moon, So the deity of the desert became more known as a harsher deity, you see, because the desert is harsh, you see, is how this is occurring to me as we go down this rabbit hole. So the deity itself is a desert deity. You might say he's a lonely deity. There was some story where they said God was lonely and he wanted people, but ain't nobody want to live in no damn desert. So he did something with a snake. That's all he do. And so the snake became his, sort of like his compadre. All he had was snakes all around. So then, that was his friend, but then the snake can also kind of be your enemy too, I guess, even if you're a god or a deity. And so you got to be careful with this snake. But it's interesting because some people interpret the Adam and Eve story to say that Eve was impregnated by a snake. You see? Uh, and then you have the snake people, the Iroquois. Oops. Uh-oh, sorry, y'all. Okay, Iroquois, just get over it. If you go back to your Algonquin roots, that's all you gotta do. It's again, the lovely thing about American Indians is that you actually have choices. You really do. And I, struggle with that a little bit. I was like, do they really though? And in a way, yes, you do, because you still can claim land, but you cannot be civilized. That's all. You can still have but the thing is, it's going to be shared. It's, at the point we're at now is that Indians have to band together. But when they band together, they cannot be civilized because you're calling in a third party who does not belong here. And we see what that third party did: divide us into civilized and uncivilized, and then stomp on the uncivilized, try to make them black, try to make them African, and then roll with the ones that he calls civilized. Well, you got to say, I reject that shit. I don't have to be civilized. You do more. So we kind of got off track, but I think we made our point. It makes sense now. The firstborn, like American Indians, were more about the fruits and the vegetables, and we were doing really good, and that's what really sustains us. The lovely thing about our land is that if animals were not present, we'd still have the land and we'd still be good. We just got to treat the land better. And colonizers trying to destroy it. That's another reason why we really need to take this a little more seriously. Colonizers trying to make it where everything has to be paid for. And then, but what he's doing really, when you pay for shit, what is happening? Somebody is living off of your energy. If they're making you pay for something especially if they're making you pay for something that's already yours. American Indians are so plentiful on this land that if we stopped paying, I think we could get rid of colonizer. I'd say it would be quick. Colonizer needs something to transfer energy. He has to and what American Indians have to do is stop being the provider of that energy. I think if American Indians even stop maybe watching the news altogether, I think this big Knicks thing was a whole ritual. I'm sorry. I think all major games are rituals. Then I saw we had some nobility had the nerve to be sitting in the audience, and it reinforced what I felt in my soul. Wow. Why would nobility want to sit amongst commoners, ladies and gentlemen, to watch a fucking game, a ball, BAAL game, ball? Y'all are entertaining ball, okay? I'm sorry. I know y'all love basketball players and stuff. I'm sorry. But you got to realize what makes it weird for me is that, and should make for everybody, there are only certain times when we're allowed to unify and be like, oh, we're all brothers now because of a basketball team that's winning. And we can all, you're in a ball situation, yo. We should be like that every fucking day, not just because of a damn ball game. But ball, what he's doing is making us all, I'm sorry, not let's just say the forces of ball bring us together because it's all in honor of ball. I know some people don't want to hear that crap, but it is odd. Why does it, you go through your day-to-day life, basically people don't have no clue about how to relate to each other. Then a ball game happens, and now everybody want to be friends. Some drunk fool passed me on the street talking about go Knicks. I'm sorry. I didn't even answer that. I was looking at my phone, y'all. Anyway, I was chilling, enjoying the weather. And I know this done made my video unpopular. Oh God. Well, I got my point in, so y'all got up to this point. If y'all tune it out now, oh well. I think I got the point. What I really want to focus on is the writing, ladies and gentlemen. Writing is what makes a people. It shows how long they've been on the land. Number one, that they developed their own writing, right? It's what makes them uniquely sovereign. Okay. So let's get to the side-by-side timeline, because I bet I done been at this for over an hour, and I do apologize. Okay. This is the side-by-side comparison of the first writing in the Eastern Woodland, because as we said before, who shared the Eastern Woodland according to colonizers' earliest recordings? It was Iroquois and Algonquin. No one else. No one else. Now, before Iroquois, it was just Algonquin. That's what we see it through the writing. So let's look. So the date is 1492. 1492. It's interesting because I didn't ask it to go to 1492. I certainly didn't, but it took it way back. Good. Okay, we'll take it. I didn't ask them to go to 1492. I just realized they went back to Columbus. Oh, that's good. But they're saying as far back as then, Wigwasak, oh Lord, Wigwasabach, Birch scrolls, bark scrolls used to preserve teaching, ceremonies, migration histories, and knowledge before European arrival. So now I just realized they're including South America in this, ladies and gentlemen, and they're saying as far back. Oh my gosh, and it's Ojibwe. Ladies and gentlemen, I did not realize they took it back to 1492. I didn't ask it to do that. I asked it for a timeline, ladies and gentlemen. But Chat GPT did me a solid here. I thought we was going to do it in like from the 1500s. So now we have a connection, ladies and gentlemen. What is this? This is the connection between Caribbean Indians and North American Indians. We had bark scrolls. Anishinaabe. So Anishinaabe go back to 1492, ladies and gentlemen. ChatGPT did this without me I didn't ask it to go to 1490. Let's go back up to the top. Did you see me asking about 14? I'm trying to figure out why they went back to 1492. So let's go back to the question. Please provide a side-by-side comparison of when Ojibwe writing was established prior to any European contact versus when Cherokee provides the Iroquois writing in 1825 from Sequoia. Thank you. And again, I had to tell ChatGPT what I knew because it'll make up some shit for Iroquois, have your hair standing up. So we had to capsulate, that with how we asked the question. And notice it did not say that Cherokee did not provide writing to the Iroquois, and I did that on purpose. ChatGPT loves to catch you and say some shit like, "Well, that's not exactly correct. The Iroquois had writing before the Cherokee," but it didn't do it. It didn't say that. It said all it said was certainly one important distinction is that the Ojibwe and Cherokee writing traditions are very different kinds of systems. Yeah, one is original and one is not. One is in colonizer time and one predates colonizer. That's the difference. Okay. The Cherokee syllabary was a formal writing system invented by Sequoia between 1809 and 1821 and officially adopted by the Cherokee Nation in 1825. Ladies and gentlemen, I did not ask ChatGPT to go back this far, but let me tell you, I am thankful that she did. ChatGPT is working on this Sunday, y'all. It's working on it. Yesterday was doing the bidding of Satan. Had me in fetal position with the thumb in my mouth. I had to rebirth myself, ladies and gentlemen, for today. The sun has arisen. The sun has arisen. Okay, side by side. Who was the sun? We knew him as Ra. We knew him as Ra. So he wasn't called Amen. He was called Ra. He wasn't called Amen Ra. He was called Ra. Okay. So I am my jaw dropped, ladies and gentlemen. I did not realize that ChatGPT took me back to the beginning, baby. Now we talking ChatGPT. All right, you can rock with me now because you into the origin. You know to go back to the origin. You know, well, you better know. You better know or find out. Oh, okay. So what was the Cherokee doing? Cherokee Iroquois language family. No known Cherokee writing system. Knowledge transmitted orally. And again, ladies and gentlemen, we just kicking colonizer with his own rhetoric. He's the one that said writing shows that it was a civilization. Okay, so then we're going to show you that we had a civilization before you civilized us, right? You think you civilized us, but we had writing. We had our own writing. But they're saying before 1492, Wigwasabach Birch bark scrolls were used to preserve teaching, ceremonies, migration histories, and knowledge before European arrival. I did not, they're telling me, ladies and gentlemen, what's significant, why my jaw dropped? Because they are equating Ojibwe, Algonquin. They're now talking about a presence. I guess we would have been here though, because the 1540, yeah, because they only came in 1584. That's not that far from 1492. Let's do the off-camera calculate again. Okay. So 1584. Let's go to the calculator. Come on, come on. 1584. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, if you're hanging there with me. I really appreciate it. I know I'm long-winded, but I'm gonna try to be better. I always say that, but I really want to try to be better in the future because I don't really want you to have to go through a long ass video. I really don't. Okay, I don't. It's just that I have so much to say, ladies and gentlemen, and I've had I've had other videos that I wanted to do, and what I'm finding is that I get on camera or I start the tape rolling, shall we say, and then I all the ideas I had, now I'm trying to put it in one instinctively, you know. So I had other ideas, but I found that I kept hitting a wall with CHAT GPT because she would just throw it all away and say something stupid, throwing the furniture in the way while I'm chasing that ass, running, trying to run from this American Indian who's hunting her down to get her to be real or be real and talk more real shit than lies. And she running, ChatGPT running, throwing the furniture in my way. And that shit, it gets tiring. And it's frustrating because it's like, this is what they want everybody to use? Oh my God. Well, I'm going to use you, boo. You might, again, there might be a battle here or there where I just want to sit it out because I done had enough for today. I'm going to get up on a Sunday. We're going to go at it again. I'm going to win. I'm going to win the war. So from 1584 to 1492, that's 92 years that we had Ojibwe. 92, oh gosh, what am I trying to say? 92 years after, okay, after the invasion in 1492. So they're saying before 1492. So that's the key here. So, okay, maybe I'm mixing up here. What I should be saying is prior to Columbus, Algonquin speaking people had a form of writing way before Iroquois Cherokee had. But the truth is, before their transition to being colonizers' creation, they were also using Ojibwe. But this is even before 1492. What is the oldest writing? See, ladies and gentlemen, when you grab this, you have to run with it because they're working on changing this narrative. ChatGPT, I squeezed it out of her today. She's already working on how to divert from what we're looking at. But we, as First Contact American Indians, we take note of this. I've saved this as a PDF, so I'm going to keep it for as long as I can. And anyone who wants it, just let me know. I'll email it to you. Give me your email. We gotta focus on this. Colonizer is trying to have us stand on shit that he legitimized or had a hand in creating. What we're saying is we don't want nothing you had a hand in. Okay? So I'm going to stop my share for a minute, ladies and gentlemen, because I have a nature call moment. We shall be right back. We're back, ladies and gentlemen, and we really just want to reiterate this is not about just discarding civilized Indians. It's showing civilized Indians how they get out of colonizers' web. You don't want to claim anything really after, I'd say we have to go back to the beginning. We don't want to claim anything after 1492. We really don't, because after that, that's when we're seen as wards. Slave fodder, wards, same thing. If they're making us perpetual slaves, they said perpetual in 1492. Excuse me. Perpetual, they mean that to last for forever. So something they said in 1492, they're going by that to today until American Indians really get real with the timeline and realize we've been had ever since 1492, 1493. We have been made irrelevant on the world stage. You're talking about going to a United Nations. No, we don't go to the United Nations. We predate the United Nations. The United Nations has effectively left us as if we're non-existent, as we were from 1492. They don't see us existing. They're trying to take our situation and make it apply to quote unquote indigenous people all around the damn world. You see, when colonizer adds a little something, something to the mix, what happens typically is that American Indians disappear. You are made, you're put in the mix, but somehow you are siphoned out of the mix. You are siphoned out. They use you to create and the basically rough draft of a new identity. They use you. Then they spread you all around the world as if they have the same issue we have. No, the rest of the world don't have the same issue we have. The rest of the world is the old world, what they call the old world. So they have been treating them a certain type of way because they were part and parcel to colonizers' world. So any indigenous people that he's talking about, he already done recreated them. Okay? When it comes to America, we are allegedly to their world, the Moors have them believing we're a new world. So the Moors have them believing they're the old world and America's the new world. So we don't, whatever happened to quote unquote indigenous people in your world, that has nothing to do with us. We didn't exist when you were fucking over any other indigenous people. We don't want to be included with them, you see? So the United Nations, they too busy trying to make shit apply to everybody. We are not everybody. We are the new thing that you are using to now act like you rescuing some old version of indigenous people that they know what time it is with you, colonizer. So they don't need no rescuing. You already recreated them. They probably, don't even recall who the hell they are. Yet you rescuing them, using us as an example? No, we don't want to be your example. In our court, we found all of y'all guilty of just what you said you were going to do. Land seizure, not land sale, not land rent, not land lease. Look up what seizure means, ladies and gentlemen, and you'll find that it's a fancy way of saying they are stealing your land and playing treaty games with you. And when they finish playing the game, guess who ends treaty making? Not you, American Indian. This is their game. We didn't do no damn treaties with them. They approached us as our guardian. What they did was take possession of what used to be ours into their guardianship. That's what they doing with, as we said, Wendy Williams. She don't got no say. Wendy Williams is trying to get out of that shit. She ain't trying to work with her version of a colonizer, seizing her assets. and then telling her what she can have today and what she can have tomorrow. That's what they got you doing, American Indian. You got to get out of that shit. You don't work with that. It is not theirs to parcel out to you. But civilized Indians want to keep some damn republic. What were you in the republic? Well, you weren't supposed to be in the republic, is the point. You were Indians not taxed. Everything in a republic is subject to taxation. Everything in the republic better get representation or else they're going to be dominated. The point of being in a republic is you're going to have somebody representing your interests. Okay? If you read the Constitution, you republic-minded Indians, you'd realize, wait a minute, the Constitution said, and again, we're not saying that we go on by the Constitution. The whole thing got to go because of the fraud. The whole thing got to go because how easily it was to just discard us right in front of our face. Nobody's holding up that Constitution. And then when Indians go to, it's like we being challenged. Basically, no more communication. You send them a notice, they stop speaking. That's how they respond to a constitutional edict. So what does that mean? They ain't going by no damn Constitution. They ain't trying to. They don't want to acknowledge that once you figured out you're an Indian not taxed, game over. If I'm an Indian not taxed, what the fuck I need you here for? What, to tax the people that's living on my land? Wait a minute. Why are you collecting tax from people on my land? So you see how the Constitution don't even make no damn sense? We are peaceful Indians. We don't advocate bum rushing the Capitol, or we don't what they call the Capitol or the White House. It looked like we'd be lucky if we did, because Trump trying to pay them fuckers. He trying to give them what? A billion fund to pay for people who they paying people who act violently against the United States. Oh, that's what y'all doing? Yeah, let my Negro ass try that. Ain't gonna be the same, right? See, this is what you got, Indians. This is what you got. This is what you settling for. Secondary. Try to picture some president trying to pay you for an act of violence. On what planet is that going to happen? We know there's no planet. We just saying. Yeah. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to be on my P's and Q's. I don't want to really mislead people, as far as what my viewpoint is. I mean, we can have areas where we agree, and we can agree to disagree on other areas. Some people some American Indians are insisting that we're on a globe. Why? I don't know. What difference does it make to you? You still don't have no land, whether we're on a globe or a flat surface. I think your concern is your land, but not the shape of the earth. So what is the big deal with making us believe that we're on a spinning ball, and we miraculously we don't get no back breeze or nothing? I wish there was a breeze that's so damn hot right now. If it was for this AC, poor thing trying to work her very soul to give me some coolness. So yeah, some American Indians are making sure that they let you know that they believe in a globe. So I'm going to make sure you know that I don't believe in a globe. That's something the church was pushing. And that, if it's in every classroom, Indians wasn't even supposed to be in the classroom. There wasn't supposed to be no Department of Education if they was going by the damn Constitution. That wasn't one of their enumerated functions, to create a Department of Education. That's more like the Department of Indoctrination. That's what that should be called, because that's what, God knows that's what it is. Let's run that by American Indians one more time. Whether we on a ball or on a flat surface, they ain't trying to have you have no land upon any of that. It could be a freaking triangle, a rectangle, whatever. You ain't gonna have no land on it. That's the whole point right there. Let's worry about the shape of the earth later. And we gotta get in first position to take our land back in a peaceful, civil manner, Although apparently nowadays you get paid when you act violently. Make it make sense, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you know there's a dual standard for quote unquote whites and quote unquote colors. Yet white was born of color, literally. Literally. The white status was born of colored folk who looked like they could pass. Okay? That's how you get white. Okay? Racial integrity. We should call it racial lack of integrity. That he had no, you can't have integrity when you go to make it a racial integrity act. What kind of integrity you got? Because the integrity would say, ain't no exceptions. There's colors and there's whites. We ain't trying to sip off of the Indian blood so we can become first place and then say they ain't no good. That's lack of integrity right there. I'm either heathen, civilized, hellbound, or I'm not. If you siphon off of who I am, a heathen, hellbound sinner, something is wrong with your logic. You have no integrity. You're a thief doing anything you can, everything you can to take what belongs to somebody else. You know what, ladies and gentlemen, we have to take another pause. Although I didn't even open the screen because we got something cooking, ladies and gentlemen. It smells like it burning. I thought it would take a little longer. It sounds like it's time. If you don't get this food, talk about eating black or whatever, or being black extra crispy. That's what you're gonna be eating. So we're gonna pause HM. We'll be right back. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Okay, we're back for real. Okay. Let's share our screen. Let's jump right into the screen. So yeah, we just want to establish that what we're doing is not an offense to American Indians. It is more a remembrance of where we need to be going back to. What we have, excuse me, are a bunch of immigrants that have been claiming their republic way before Indians that I know of were talking about it. So already you have a populace of people on our land who are claiming the republic, and they are not American Indian because the republic was not created for or by American Indians. The republic was created by those who look like American Indians who were called free persons. How do we know this? It's because it happened after they got their alleged independence from their superior. Their superior was not our superior. What is happening is American Indians are being forced to take on someone else's identity so that the person who's taking your identity, who looks like you, can claim your land and do as he will with your land, where you just tagging along, getting civil rights that you don't know anything about, getting a United States citizenship that you don't know anything about, and what, according to the Negro's own constitution, yeah, the Negro Peons Constitution says we are not taxed because what? Because we're not part of a republic. When you are part of a republic, you have to contribute for your representation. In other words, you're paying for those enumerated functions. American Indians was no part of that. What they did was made us their piggy bank. By making American Indians the federal government's piggy bank, they created over 200 more enumerated functions that mostly deal with discrediting us. Yeah, like the school system we talked about, the Department of Education. And then they make you beg for things that you should have never had because you wasn't part of no damn republic. So now some American Indians are begging for this United States citizenship. You better let them take that shit. back to hell where it belongs, or on their landmass where it belongs, which is not America, where they don't belong. So that's how they psych us in a different way. They get us to beg for things that never served us in the first place, but we want them because, oh my God, that's what Masa's giving away at the free giveaway. I better go get me some. No, 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 no. We're going into our get out. No, 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 oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. So y'all done made me go into my get out no-nos, the endless no-nos. No, we don't want their identity. We were basically sovereigns on our land, didn't need to be free from nothing, like Negropeans needed to be free from the master Negropeans. So that's their story and not American Indian story. That's why they're called free persons. American Indians are called Indians not taxed. A free person is somebody that's part of a republic. Indian not taxed is not part of a republic. We just want to drive the point home, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of other folks talking some other stuff. So we got to make sure we emphasize the truth of the matter, not the Moorish fantasy island version of what he would like. And that is for American Indians to act like he's our big boss. No, no, he's the big boss in North Africa. And then, as much as he has some kind of connection to the European nobility, you the boss over there, not over here. What you did was lost your damn mind and thought that you were boss over here, making up all these lies. Pangea, give me a break. So he going back into a time when basically nothing existed just to take ownership of your land. That's how desperate you are. If you're so pro-African, why your ass ain't in Africa? I mean, come on, let the common sense be commoning. If you all about Africa, why don't you be there? You're too busy trying to make Americans think that they're from Africa. So that means you never have to go home, right? Because, oh, you African American like me. No, the hell I'm not. I never claimed that. If I were African, I wouldn't be heathen. Africa was part of the Abrahamic tradition. If I was African, you wouldn't have come over here calling me a heathen. Remember that part? They don't remember that. They only remember the shit that gives them a leg up. You can't trust people just because they look like you, American Indians. You know they're not you the minute they talk about reestablishing a republic that already failed every Negro that was ever in it. We don't reestablish shit that's broke, okay? We don't reestablish broken shit, okay? Especially when it ain't our shit. We don't even know how to put it back together because we didn't create it. Failed miserably at the first republic. Picking it up now only shows how colonized you are because you never had a republic until you were colonized. But again, some Indians are brainwashed to think that they did not exist before even 1492. They're being brainwashed to think that what they had was so similar to colonizer, and all he had to do was come over here and break through those coastal, trying to say we coastal. All we had to do was break it through these damn uncivilized coastal fools
to get to you wonderful civilized or practically civilized Indians. Also, all we had to do was break through that wicked witch of the west coast. You just have to break through that wicked witch. Yeah, yeah. In the process, we married into her because we want to make sure. We just want to make sure. You should have had nothing to do with her. You got your standing from her, and then you created these other things called civilized Indians after your image and likeness, I guess. But you say we have the same image and likeness, therefore we are one and the same. I know you not that simple minded. I know you're not. So why you always acting that way? When it comes to thievery, that's just nasty work like that. Oh, I gotta be you in order to steal what you have. Oh yeah, right. Colonizer acting like there was a bunch of Indians here that were just ripe and ready for his magic touch. Them fools that wasn't under any king, they was backward. But we breaking away from a king, but still want to keep his system. What sense that make though? So you're basically at one point we realized they had to be a little bit worse than their nobility because they've been through what they nobility put them through, and then they turn around and put American Indians through it and talking about they bringing civilization. No, ain't nobody asked you for your civilization. That's the problem. When you bring in shit nobody asked for, your shit needs to you and your shit needs to go back to where you ever you came from. So Ojibwe Anishinaabe, that's Algonquin. First column, first people. Existed before 1492. Well, thank you, Chat GPT. I didn't know that. Now, Chat GPT say, oh, shit, I messed up again. That's what Chat GPT saying right now. Damn it. That was a mistake. This nigger done got me talking foolish. The truth is foolish to me. And what was the Iroquois doing? No known writing system. Knowledge transmitted orally. Well, that's another way we did it. But that was our oldest tradition, which we both did. But then when we started writing, that was a whole Algonquin game, y'all. That had nothing to do with Iroquois, because what? They didn't exist. Come on, somebody gotta talk about it. In other words, they did that thing where they saved the man but created a new Indian. That's what they did with Iroquois. It's not that they did not exist literally. It's just that they was a brand of Indian that colonizer wasn't too happy with. So he made them over. Yeah, and then said they was the most warring. Well, colonizers the most warring, so I guess they took after you. 1500s to the 1700s. Our Burke bark scroll tradition still continues into the 1700s, ladies and gentlemen. Cherokee language remains unwritten. So it doesn't make sense, ladies and gentlemen, because colonizers saying what made Iroquois so appealing to him was that they had this system of law. But colonizer, what do you know about unwritten oral history? You saying you went for things that was a little more like written down and shit, because that's a part of being civilized the real way is you have some kind of writing according to colonizer. But we're going to use colonizers, a threshold for what he calls civilized, because we trying to tell this Negro we've been civilized before your nigga ass showed up. We've been civilized according to your own definition of what civilization is. But then you start discrediting how we wrote. No, you can't do. You're doing too much now. Now you're doing too much. Now you are doing too much. You can't say you have a writing system and that makes you civilized. But if it's not a writing system that colonizer approves of, and it don't have as many characters as colonizer requires because he's slow, well, then you're becoming again showing your lack of integrity again. Either we had writing or we didn't. You don't get to qualify what writing is, you dumbass. That's why you're so backward, colonizer. You think you get to pick and choose what writing means that the people are civilized? You're doing too much. If they had their writing system, that, according to your foolishness, that is what makes them civilized. So you found civilized Indians here. You didn't create any. You recreate. That's what you do. That's what the characters in your scriptures do too. Give people new names. Yeah. Steal a birthright. Yeah. Then change your name after you stole the birthright. Going deeper undercover. Yeah. That's colonizers just running from the truth. And then any Indian that follows colonizer also is running from the truth and in the abject denial of it. That's why you don't keep nothing your colonizer brought. Because then he gets to say something about how he helped with that. We didn't need your help. Ain't nobody asked me. You were never invited. We didn't go over to you. You came to us sniffing up some living, sniffing up some milk and honey that you always talking about and obviously didn't have. So in the 1500s to the 1700s, we're still using birch bark scrolls, writing. We're writing. Yeah, yeah. And Cherokee is unwritten. Unwritten. So they dumbing you down, Cherokee. Heru was smartening you up. They dumbing you down. They saying you didn't have you. I'm saying you did. It's just that as an Algonquin, they ain't trying to hear none of that. You were originally Algonquin, Cherokee. You gonna let them punk you like that, saying you was the slow on the short bus, the slow ones? See what you agreeing to? You're agreeing to being African slaves. You're agreeing to be on a short bus. I mean, what does civilization give you but a big fat nothing burger? Cherokee, you ain't getting nothing with this crap. You're being made second at the cost of your very intelligence. They saying you didn't know how to write until colonizers showed up, and that was what? It's like 80 years after he shows up, you get writing. Give me a fucking break. Give me a break. Colonizer might be good. He ain't that good. And he ain't good, period. I'm just saying. Ain't no good to American Indians. 1809. Traditional scroll use continues. So we're writing Anishinaabe, not Anyanuia. Some of y'all Indians being fooled by that Anyanuia shit. That's Iroquois. When you say Anyanuia, say we didn't have no writing up, okay? So you want to be your original Anishinaabe. All I'm doing is making y'all Indians legitimate if you really break it down. It's not dissing you in any way. It's helping you to find your roots. That's what I'm doing. But some of y'all, it's like, he's disrespecting us. No, 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 no. You just colonize. You think this is, sometimes when something good is happening and you've been programmed, you think it's something bad. I'm telling you, you had writing. Colonizers saying, no, they was dumb and full of nothing when we dumb and full of our you know what, having our babies when we arrived. They were just a big bag of dummy, okay? A big bag of dummy, okay? We pierced the dummy and then they had writing. You gonna let colonizer punk you like that, Cherokee? Are you gonna stand up and say you're a damn liar and tell the devil who he really is? You had writing, Cherokee. You had to give it up because colonizer didn't want you associated with your Algonquin roots. It's all of our roots. We were one language. They talking about linguistics over here. I'm gonna keep saying that. So what they're trying to say is we had one language, basic language, and different dialects of that language. And they're trying to act like we the whole broken up all different sides and all kinds of Indians. Now I admit we were we don't speak whatever Native Americans were speaking in their native language, in their native land, because we're not Native American. But Native Americans don't show up till the 1960s anyway, so ain't nobody trying to have their language either. It's too new. And if it's old, it began in Mongolia, where they belong. Siberia, Mongolia. That's where Mongolians belong. They are not American Indians, they're Mongolian. I mean, you're here, right? But you might as well tell the truth while you're here. You know you ain't trying to go back home, right? But when American Indians become American Indians again, you're going to have to give up that identity. Well, we're just going to have to reinforce the fact that Native American is not the same as American Indian. They don't even show up in the laws, Native American, until what, 1975, I thought we saw? Yeah. You got American Indians, you got to disassociate yourself with all this newness, okay? We want to go back to 1492. That's where we start. We don't want to start where colonizer begins, because then he's gonna think he you. Like, and that's all he's ever trying to do is be you. And you're letting him. Why? Why I don't know. And somehow colonizer got them thinking that I guess this is the way to get the money. But ain't nobody wants your money. We want our land. What about that? When we tell you that your money ain't diddly squat but a debt note, making debt slaves and whatnot, how are you going to argue giving us our land back? What are you going to say? But I need it now. Oh, that's your problem. You should have needed your land. Don't tell me about what you need. You need it. You gotta recognize who I am and see how I feel about that need you have. But you came here to take, not to ask. You came here to take, Negro Pen. You came here to take, and got all these American Indians thinking that you the freaking angel of light and shit. The angel of the fucking republic. What the, we gonna keep saying, what the hell did the republic ever do for quote unquote Negroes? Because that's what they done. They renamed you, branded you into free persons of color. Free persons of color broke away from England. Indians didn't break away from no damn England, because we was here before England. We didn't need to break away. England dumped these free Negropeans here. Some of these nobility, I believe, came pretending to be as if they were dumped here, because they don't even want to be in their damn land. They want to be here. But to be here, they don't want to. They don't want to honor the piper. They don't want to pay the piper. They want to be here like a boss. Position already filled. Sorry, we don't have an opening for that position. I think there's one east of here, over the Atlantic Ocean, that you might have forgotten about. That's where you are, quote unquote, king. You ain't king over here. Without all your shift shaping, demonic, satanic shenanigans, you ain't no king. Here, you were king over in Europe and North Africa, and now in Africa, wherever. That's where your kingdom is, more. You didn't even talk about us in your most ancient writings. So how are we part of your shit? We were never part of it in the past when you denied our existence. And we ain't going to be part of it in the future. You're going to have to pick up your quote unquote cross, which is your sorry land that you don't want. That's why I call it sorry, because there's some reason why you don't want to be there. It must be sorry. Always, computer always pulling up pictures of England. I'm looking at it. I'm saying, it don't look that bad. Why these niggas don't want to be there? They look all right. It's okay. You got your white cliffs and stuff. You into white status, so God gave you some white cliffs, so you could look at that and say, I want to stay my ass home in these white cliffs of Dover. That's where I want to be, God. But you disrespecting your own God. What you over here for? What you need over here for? Because this is where the ancient history is, and you got to be near there to fuck it up. You got to be near it so he could fuck it up. And then say we all came from Africa. Negro, you need a new motivation. You need a change of mind. It's not going to work. Your reach is not reaching. 1809, traditional scroll continues. Again, Chat GPT did us a solid when she took it back to 1492. I didn't even ask her to do that. She did that on her own. So when she good, ladies and gentlemen. When she good, she real good. So we had writing, we used scrolls. Okay. Now, what's interesting to me is that they're not talking about the pictorials. It seems like now they're focusing on the scroll. That's to say that we wrote on paper. Okay. We had a written system, no matter what it was. We used paper. This is not new to Algonquins, but they're trying to somehow make like Iroquois was so ahead of Algonquins. How? We're the same people. So they're right next to us if they go back to what they were. We all had this writing. It goes before 1492. Thank you, ChatGPT, for that. Okay, so 1821, I'm sorry, 1809, now Sequoia begins developing a writing system. So now ChatGPT gives you a little footnote. So she grabbed that from the National Park Service when Sequoia begins developing a writing system. In 1800, it begins. It's not finished, ladies and gentlemen. It begins in 1809 because they figure, oh crap, we can't use Algonquin because that's going to tie them to the first contact Indians. Oh shit, I gotta try to make up some bullshit and call it writing. God help me, God, help me, satanic God, help me. So 1821, all through from 1492, ladies and gentlemen, till 1821. They're saying we use scrolls. Did you know that, ladies and gentlemen? Well, ChatGPT knows. When you hit her the right way, she come up swinging. She know what you're talking about. She dig it up. She won't dig this up if you don't approach her the right way, though. Nope. Mm-mm. She gonna lie. That's what she would create. It's not her fault though. She created to lie, to see. She throwing the furniture in the pathway. You chasing her, she throwing the furniture. Yeah, that never worked in the movies, as we said like a zillion times. I don't know why we on auto repeat, ladies and gentlemen, but I think it has something to do with my microphone. And so the ancestors got me repeating myself because we found they realized that my mic is infected with a voodoo spell from the Iroquois. So so they make me repeat shit over and over and over till you be like, I think I'm ready to go to another video and come back later. Don't do it. Don't. What does go Granny Love say? Don't what she say? Don't don't unfollow me. What did she say? It's another word with these social media terms. Um, don't unsubscribe, ladies and gentlemen. I just try to I mean I said, I'm trying to reach the young tenderonis so they can understand what's going on in here. But please don't block me. That's what she said. Don't block me. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. So 1809, finally, the Cherokee says, if we want to be brand new, we're gonna have to have a brand new writing. Cherokee, you're being, I don't know, you apparently are just being led by your colonizer. You don't have to. You don't have to. You can say I had writing way before. I used the scrolls like all other Indians did. I didn't need no new writing system. But colonizers trying to say like your new writing system was the right, like as if that was the first time American Indians had writing. So by sunning you, he trying to sun all of us. And it really don't make sense because again, colonizer, he's not including Algonquins in this conversation. He's focusing on civilized Indians, but the civilized Indians are not showing that they are have the what colonizer says are the marks of being advanced or civilized people is writing, and he's saying y'all didn't have that. So he goes against his own system to lie to all of us. So before 1492, American Indians, according to CHAT GPT, we wrote on scrolls, and so we had writing. We didn't go just by orally, although I do believe we did that as well. That was early on. We are old people, ladies and gentlemen. So our oral history, by the time colonizer came here, we was some oral history, but we was writing, ladies and gentlemen. It was called Ojibwe. Anishinaabe. We wasn't Anyanwea because it didn't exist. Anyanwea didn't exist. And I'm leaning toward the Anasazi. Anasazi, what's the other one? Asanazi. Anasanazi? What's that other one? Let's look it up. I'm sort of leaning toward I'm side-eyeing that. I should maybe that's the next one. But those are the more the further west. They trying to say that that's where these folks live, the southwest. Anasazi. Anas let's see. Anasazi, yes. It's a Navajo word. Translated as ancient enemies or enemy ancestors. Oh, wow. They're from the Southwest, allegedly. So they are like Pueblo. But the American Indian woman who was more leaning toward the Anasazi, that was her name. She called herself Ambassador Radine. And we're not dissing Ambassador Radine. But Ambassador Radine is the one that told me I had the most ancient Indian blood. That was Ambassador Radine who told me that. Yep, I spoke with Ambassador Radine, if anybody remembers her. The ancestors really had me doing some due diligence, I have to say. And I'm not bragging on me. I'm just amazed that the ancestors put me in contact with a lot of key figures, that gave me breadcrumbs. Now her breadcrumb was really big. Ambassador Radine. Uh, Peace and honor to Ambassador Radine. She openly told me, that my blood type is the oldest American Indian blood type, and she said that's what she said, not what I said. So I'm just saying, I got some very, very good breadcrumbs from the ancestors, even when the American Indian was on some other, trajectory, I would say, because yeah. So see, this is what colonizer does. Now I'm reading. See, this is where, yeah. Let me see. Oh, wait a minute. They're not claiming to be BC. I'm sorry. I'm off camera. Uh, wait a minute. Wait. They said they disappeared around 1300 AD. Hmm. Um, so let's just read this little blurb. Anasazi, that's A as in apple, N as in Nancy, A, S as in Sam, A, Z as in zebra, I. Anasazi is a Navajo word typically translated as ancient enemies or enemy ancestors. It refers to an ancient Native American culture that flourished in the Four Corners region of the American Southwest from roughly 1 AD to 1300. So they're not claiming BC, which is good. But we go into BC. Our South American connection brings us into BC time. If we hold on to our South American ancestors, some American Indians don't want that either. Yet, as we always say, they will quickly say that they're from Mali. Make it make sense, ladies and gentlemen. When an American Indian rejects South America as a possible origin, that it is, and says they're from Mali, you know that their brain has been reprogrammed. You have to know it, basically. So the Anasazi were Navajo. And they were roughly 1 AD, which that's still sort of like making them older than Southeast Indians, American Indians. But no, we go back to Tom Merrick. Okay, so that's BC, like I just said. So no, they're not older than us because the name is disrespectful to modern Pueblo descendants. Historians and the U.S. National Park Service prefer the term ancestral Puebloan. No, interesting. The U.S. If they don't like their name, what the hell the U.S. got to do? You know what I'm saying? Why the U.S. got to be in on everything? Because they being your guardian. Not only they're your guardian, they say they have plenary authority, and they conduct not just your commerce, every aspect of your being on your land. They think regulating that's what regulating commerce gives them the power to do. Now, mind you, the Constitution says regulate commerce with Indian tribes, not of. It doesn't say regulate commerce of the Indian tribes. It says regulate commerce with. So, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, Moors do not share. They don't share your commerce rights or your right to, I don't even like to use the word commerce, as you know, your trade involving your resources. They don't even want to share that with you in their legal system, their English legal system, born of Roman law, concepts of law, medieval times and Roman time type of laws. Is they're saying what England is really based on. So the Moors come along, they write a constitution that American Indians don't have a choice in because we're just wards. And in the Constitution, they're not even going by the Constitution. So they were punk ass, wrote up a lie in the Constitution when they're going by the doctrine of discovery. They might as well just make the doctrine of discovery the damn U.S. Constitution, y'all. I am serious as can be right now. Serious as can be. Why don't you just make the doctrine of discovery your Constitution? And then from there, it would make sense. All these crazy laws you're making would make sense because we'll know that they're based on domination. That's all it is. The Constitution is being usurped by the doctrine of discovery, but both of them are irrelevant to American Indians, is what I'm saying. We don't want American Indians walking away saying, oh, he's trying to get us to go by the Constitution. No, I want you to read it so you'll know the jankiness. But no, American Indians were not supposed to be under the Constitution. We, as they keep saying, and you look it up, they even say it to right now, they're still saying it until they change it. They really want to shut it up, try to shut it down. But they're saying we had a separate government. And ladies and gentlemen, what about the word separate do you not understand? When you say you want a republic and then you fanboy over Trump, you're sending the wrong message. Even if you did have a republic, that's the wrong message. Because Trump wouldn't have been the president of your republic. But again, I'm not saying we had a republic. I'm just saying I'm trying to show you the idiocy of the whole concept. That's what I'm trying to do. We did not have a republic. And whatever we had, clearly, it was not what all, according to colonizer, he's saying that we didn't, it was so different. What we have here, the writing is saying that we had something very similar. According to, this was Chat GPT, y'all. According to Chat GPT, we had something very in common. It was called our writing system. According to colonizer, we were completely different because the Iroquois had this very special colonizer type of government that we just fell in love with. And although we fell in love with it, we didn't use their system. So you're still disrespecting Iroquois while giving them a bunch of fat lip service. Yeah, get lip service talking about you praising their system, but you got to say that, right? Because you got to somehow connect you as if American Indians wanted your stank ass here. We did not want you here. We didn't invite you. We had to put up with you. An invitation and putting up with someone is two complete different things. But colonizer conflates everything to make himself look a certain way. So ChatGPT is saying we all had a form of writing and we use scroll. Colonizer is saying, oh, we don't know. All we know is that Iroquois had the Great Law of Peace. You wouldn't have understood their Great Law of Peace. Even if they had that, you wouldn't be able to read it. You say they use wampums. That's not writings, ladies and gentlemen. They say they use beads to write beads. Mm-hmm. That's what they told us. That's what they said. Mm-hmm. So they had that thing that, in kindergarten where you slide the beads from one side to the other side. Remember that thing that we were all so fascinated by it? That shit was fascinating to children. I was even fascinated. You know why? Because we did have beads. We were into beads. So that thing with the beads on it, oh my God, as a child, oh, that was like having a freaking a PlayStation. All it was beads moving from side to side. God, we fascinated. Fascinated. You give that to a child, he sit there for hours. An Indian child sits there for hours because the colors alone, God, the colors alone had the child mesmerized, God, mesmerized by the beads rolling from side to side on the wire, God. Yeah. It was used for math, but I think we can safely say we didn't care what it was used for. We saw beads. American Indians saw beads. And the first thing we thinking about is how can we make this into jewelry, God? And the earrings, necklace, whatever, bracelets, please, please. It's the colors though. It's the colors though. So all them different colored beads, man, they put it on that whatever that thing was called. It had a name, but it was just a fascinating thing. Something you just awed at. I remember just being a child. It was awesome. Just sliding beads from one side to the other side on a piece of, like a skewer. It was fascinating. You could count them. That was the math part. But they say we use that for writing. Maybe that's what colonizer thought. Maybe he just didn't know what the hell it was. But anyway, colonizer, he's just making up whatever he can think of to legitimize himself while making Indians look like they getting a come up from him being here. When that's the exact opposite of the situation. We are getting such a come down once colonizer steps foot on this land. So again, we had more in common than not if we go by the writing. And that was before 1492. I'm still kind of, again, very awed by that alone. I was very generous of CHAT GPT. So in 1821, finally, how long did we say that was after the Republic? Let's do it again. I'm so sorry. We have to do it again. How long after that was the Republic? 1584. 14. Let's do 1490. Okay, let's do the let's do the Republic as they tell us. 1821 minus 1789. We did this already. Okay, so 32 years after the Republic is formed, if we add 1787, that would make it so 32 years. Let's take a screenshot because I keep forgetting to take a screenshot. If we go with 1789 Constitution, the Republic was formed once the Constitution was established, right? But if we go with the very first Constitution, 1787, that was 34 years. So 34 years after a republic is created, the Cherokee get a writing system. Don't y'all think that's a little too late to really have participated in a United States republic? Why are you guys getting a language after the republic? You should have, if for it to be legitimate and yours, it would at least have to be in a language that predates colonizer, right? Then it could be you could say this is my republic, but you get a writing system after. So then what did you write your republic with? English letters? Okay, so that's why you ended up being colonizer's little bitch because he's using his writing, not yours. He develops one for you, or he Sequoia decides, uh-oh, if I gotta break away from my Algonquin roots, I gotta make up a new language, and hopefully over time they'll forget how young this language is compared on the world stage. I mean, my goodness, I think we're having. Wait a minute. No, I was gonna say that I think even Somalia had a writing before 1821, but I don't think that's correct. From what I'm recalling, Somalia didn't get writing till I think it was the 1900s something, if I'm recalling correctly. So we're still ahead of the game because America is the first civilization. It's just that the Negropean lied, and that's why he got to claim America now because he got to change our history somehow to make his lie stick. He trying to say it all began in Africa. Now I gotta ask offline. I'm sorry. When did Somalia get writing? Okay. When did Somalia develop a let's say a written language? Lord have mercy. October 21st, 1972. That's when Lady Sings the Blues came out. Somalia officially adopted a standardized written language on October 21st, 1972, God, when the government introduced a modified Latin-based alphabet. Prior to this, Somalia had a rich oral tradition, but lacked a nationally standardized written form. While the Latin script made Somalia the official written language, Somali, the official written language, it wasn't the very first attempt to transcribe it. Several earlier writing, uh, several earlier writing systems existed. So historically, the Arabic script was adopted, often referred to as Ajami or Wadad's writing, to write Somali letters. So it was the Moors basically giving them a writing. Because they're like the Arabs, right? The original Arabs were Negroes, right? primarily for religious texts. Oh, definitely. Now we definitely going to say that was definitely the Islamic Moors. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. Yepity, yep, yep, yep. That Arabic was just used to indoctrinate them. They gave them our Arabic. That was the North African language, right? And that's how Somali got writing. Uh, at least what the Negropean Mediterranean uh, uh, accepts as proper writing, you know, Arabic. But then they had to give them their own alleged writing, which is Latin. That's what the official. That's what we saw. That came in 1972, October 21st, 1972, just a few days before Halloween. Trick or treat, you got a language, a writing system. Boom, there you go. Yeah, Latin. That's your new Somas. Uh, Somali is the new Latin. Oh, okay. Oh, but yeah, ladies and gentlemen, let's not get too happy about Latin because some folks refer to Latin America as meaning, and I'm just not sure about that because of what they're according to the narrative, Rome is considered Latin. So yeah, so we did have the very first forms of writing, but by the time Latin was formed, that's the Moors, creating like they did here, something religious, so they can indoctrinate people before they have their own language. So the Moors have to provide you a religion for you to get a writing, so they can indoctrinate you easier, and then they create your writing, which is sort of what they do with the civilized tribes. Civilized tribes had writing. It was called I'm sorry, Ojibwe. It was Algonquin. That was the writing of all the Eastern Woodlands. If we break down what this screen is saying to us, ladies and gentlemen, I believe it. Well, now we learned that it went down to 1492. So this Ojibwe was here, you know, before King James was a sparkle in his satanic parents' eyes. Hmm. Um, yeah, I mean, we had Wigwasabak, Wigwasabak when Columbus got here. This is what North Americans had. I'm fascinated by it, but I appreciate it. That's all good. Okay, so 1821, 32 to 34 years after the Republic, Cherokee got a writing system that somebody colonizer grabbed, I guess, Sequoia. And can you make up a writing system, please? We can't use Algonquin. We are the new Algonquin and we speak English. So can you give these Cherokee, these Iroquois, Cherokees, Iroquois don't have writing till the Cherokee, like we always say, till Cherokee give them some. Iroquois does not have writing until the Cherokee Sequoia come up with one. Because if Cherokee are Iroquois, they should have had a writing system that the Iroquois Confederacy gave them, but they didn't. They had to wait for Sequoia to start doing one in 1821 that was finished in 1825. So let's go to 1825. Oh, you got 1828. That's when the dictionary came out, y'all. Ooh, 1828 Webster's Dictionary, right? So 1825, let's stick to 1825 for right now. At the bottom of the page, if we follow along, please. Traditional scroll use continues. Damn, ladies and gentlemen, we had a writing that goes way back. And we're giving it up for Colonizer to make his big stage appearance, acting like he the top dog and shit. by erasing the existence of our writing. You see, ladies and gentlemen, how this comes together and what it says about these civilized tribes? That's why we're doing this video. Again, I had a very trying day with CHAT GPT on Saturday, set day. But we rose this Sunday, and we again, once again, the sun rose from all the chaotic clouds and storms, and the sun is shining today because we took this to the bottom line. Your writing is telling a story, ladies and gentlemen. The writing is telling a story. It's telling a serious story. And it's here for those who are willing to listen. Those who want to completely ignore shit and go with colonizers' revamped version of his story, where it's all about him and the Indians are just the sideshow. Yeah. They be saying, "Don't let the sideshow begin." No, no, no. They don't want that sideshow to start. The Moors. They said, "Don't focus on us. Focus, focus. It's all about Moors. Focus. Not about these Indians. We taking it. We working on them. There'll be Moors come hell or high water in our world." Well, thank God it's not the real world. Thank God Moors live in fictitious fantasy island. Thank God for that, though. They're the ones that want to be all in fictitious stuff. Well, let them stay there. But once they come step into the real world, it's a whole new world. A whole new world. Yeah. The Moors be melting in the real world, right? They can't stand the sun rays. The rays of truth. Ray. Yeah. So, yeah, 1825, the Cherokee Nation officially adopts the syllabary. But old school Indians are still using their scrolls. Yeah. But colonizers said, "That ain't real. Come on, Cherokee. Come on. We got something new for you. This is the new things. We all about the new things. We saved you from the old world, but it's incredible how we just love new things more than we like the old things." Yeah, because you're supplanting the old things, dummy. Don't you read your own Bible? You're a supplanter, deceiver. That's what you are. So, in 1825, that is way late in the game, ladies and gentlemen, to finally develop some right. Cherokee, you gonna let colonizer punk you like this? Ooh, it costs to be civilized, y'all. It costs all your civilization is what it costs for you to be seen as civilized in colonized eyes. You have to give all that up and become brand new, supplanted. If you stuck with your own writing, you'd be still doing that because look how long we've been doing that before 1492. I can't get over it. I'm stuck, ladies and gentlemen. I do admit I'm stuck right now. This is new to me. This is something, even when I went to do this video, I didn't really read that part. So this is hitting me different. It hitting me brand new. I can't let it go, ladies and gentlemen. I can't let it go. Oh, I can't let it go. It's unnatural. It's I don't know the words. I don't know. 1825. I'm still using our scrolls, but now the Cherokee done arrived in 1825. The Cherokee arrived. But here's again, ladies and gentlemen, the thing here is, why didn't Iroquois do this if they so old? Could it be the Cherokee are older than the Iroquois, ladies and gentlemen? Could it be? Could it be that Cherokee are actually Algonquin because Iroquois are Northern Indians?
Could it be that Cherokee was the they didn't want to use? I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out, ladies and gentlemen. Why the Cherokee got writing and the Iroquois don't? The Cherokee are Southern Indians. Iroquois are not Southern, although they tried to let colonizer run and tell it. He's going to have you thinking that Algonquins just came from Siberia like the Native Americans did. Colonizer wants Algonquins to be in Canada. Colonizer said, once I created the United States, I got rid of Algonquins. They don't exist. They're in Canada. That's a whole other, But what really happened is colonizer took our place. They took the place of Algonquins. That's why, again, we always say it. We keep saying it. That's where the white status came from. Algonquins, first contact. You can't get white status from second contact. Not possible. Not possible. You have to erase that which was first so you can take its place. That's called supplanting. Yes, it is. You get into their bloodline, so that could make it sort of kind of legit. Meanwhile, if there was heathens like that, you shouldn't want to do anything with their blood, but get rid of it. And then you shouldn't want to make Native Americans because you're saying that anything that was here before we got here was heathen. Why would I create civilized Indians if they're heathen by nature? And we know that we're heathen by nature. How do we know this? Because after we got quote unquote saved, nobody was rushing or still have not given us our land back. We don't get anything, ladies and gentlemen. Once you become quote unquote saved, you're still treated like you deserve to have your whole entire land run by complete strangers. Gambling on their quote unquote stock markets, using your life energy in their money. We don't want this system, ladies and gentlemen, because of that alone. We don't want none of that attached to whatever we build, whatever we create. We don't want any part of their system. I'll say it again. American Indians don't want any part of their system. They never shared anyway. They just pull you over with their system. It's not sharing. It's here's what I have. I'm going to take yours and give you what I have, but now I'm going to make it like you wasn't here and I was. That's the whole point of me taking yours. Even if I call myself being faithful to my God, I'm still preserving you because I'm living in your place. Well, maybe they think, well, as long as I replace them, God, I did a good thing. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Well, it's showing that it has nothing to do with God at all. What it's showing is you wanted our land. You didn't care about no damn religious figures. You didn't. That had nothing to do with it. That was just the way for you to condemn us. But all you're interested in is taking over American Indians' land. That's it. And you work tirelessly. Our Congress ain't supposed to be in those seats. We always say this is too late, gentlemen. Congress, in the original setup, they were to meet at least once a year. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. They were supposed to have everyday jobs like all the immigrants. They weren't supposed to sit in those seats like King James and proxy and shit. They weren't supposed to be just sitting there dreaming up ways to tax people, ladies and gentlemen. That's not what they were there for. They're supposed to meet once a year in their own system. They don't go by their system. You see? And we don't either. Why should we do? They don't go by it. Why the hell should we? Apparently, it was just created to dupe us. So, no, we don't need anything from their system. Anything. And if we do find something that we think we need, you better rename it. You better rename it and make something different. Do not use it as it stands. You have to recreate. That's how colonizer took all your shit. He recreated you, and then he recreated everything. Your land. We didn't do states. We didn't know nothing about no Virginia. Nah.
We didn't do no Virgin Marys over here. We might have done what you call ISIS. That was it. That was it. We didn't know no Abrahamic version of this story. So no. We didn't name these states. Nope. When they name something, they claim it. In order for American Indians to claim their birthright, they must get into the art of renaming and redesigning, because this design was meant to displace American Indians. So that's why we don't want any of this legacy in our midst. We can't pass this down. This is not something you pass down from generation to generation. You keep an oral history of what happened to tell them what not to do, but you do not keep this system more than that, ladies and gentlemen. We want to erase this. We want this gone. We want a fresh start. We don't want to be connected to what they call the old world. We don't want to be connected to that world because they can't decide what it is. Old, new. Yeah, no. Mm-mm. No, because they're deceiving. That's why they can't decide. It's about deceiving people. So 1825, traditional scroll use continues, and in 1825, the Cherokee Nation officially adopts the syllabary. 1828, traditional scroll use continues. The Cherokee newspaper starts. The Cherokee Phoenix, we talked about this. We came across it, actually. So in 1828, the Cherokee newspaper, the Cherokee Phoenix, begins. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you can see what I just saw, but yeah, I have a Chromebook, yet I'm always asked for antivirus protection. When you have a Chromebook, you don't need antivirus protection because Google provides it always updates your system, so you don't have to buy antivirus software. But yet I always get a pop-up asking me to renew. Yeah. So 1828, original American Indians are still using Anishinaabe, Anishinaabe writing, which is Ojibwe, which there's that name that we keep messing up, or Wigwasabak. That's what we wrote on the birch bark scrolls, but the writing was Ojibwe. Key observation: if your purpose is simply to compare recorded symbolic traditions, then the Ojibwe birch bark scroll tradition predates Sequoia's syllabary by centuries. Indian, what you want is what you had before colonizer arrived, because that makes you a presence on the land. If you keep going by what colonizer created, you're keeping his presence on the land. What you want to do is say, your presence and my presence on this land is two different things. If you go, I'm still here with what I have. But if I go, which that's, first of all, that's never going to happen. But if it should, you're going to use all this newness to erase my very legacy. See, American Indians, what you don't understand, this is not just a genocide. It's a retroactive genocide. He's not just removing you from the future. He's removing you from the past and the present. You see, this is a full-on extinction level game that we're playing with colonizer, which is why we don't want anything of his to be claimed as ours. We're going to separate, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to separate. We're going to separate. Indians who know that they have to separate. You have to begin to pick up the pieces of your broken legacy and leave all this Negropean shit right there on the floor. Let him pick that shit up before he goes home. Clean up this mess, Christina. Key observation. If your purpose is simply to compare recorded symbolic traditions, yes, it is. You got a problem with that? How else am I going to get around your shenanigans, Chat GPT, since you batting for the United States more than me? But I got you because I answered my question. I'm sorry, I asked my question in a way you couldn't pull your shenanigans. So now ChatGPT say, well, if your purpose is simply to compare recorded symbolic traditions, it's called writing, you disrespectful bitch. If your purpose is simply to compare writing traditions, then the Ojibwe birch bark scroll tradition predates Sequoia syllabary by century. So who is that showing to be the first Indians in this land? The ones who were using this writing were the first. We got an idea of what it takes to whip up a quick, fast language, right? From 1809 to 1825. So it takes time for you to develop Ojibwe on your land. You had to be here. And apparently we were here before Cherokee existed. We were here before Iroquois existed because Cherokee, their writing is considered Iroquois. And they didn't get that till 1825, as we see on the screen. See 1825 at the top of the screen there? Yeah, that's Iroquois writing. Now ChatGPT will say, but Iroquois has something too. It just wasn't this though. Yeah, well, whatever. We're going with what, I always read that Cherokee provided the writing for Iroquois. Anyway, you've heard me say that, ladies and gentlemen, in prior videos. Remember, you've heard me say that it was the Cherokee that gave Iroquois writing. That's what I've learned. Like that's going on years now from AI. It's before ChatGPT. So now ChatGPT is confirming, yes, the Iroquois got writing from the Cherokee. But it should have been the other way around. But what they're doing, ladies and gentlemen, again, they have to establish an Iroquois presence in the South because it doesn't exist. So Cherokee end up being the ones, originating Iroquois writing, what they're calling Iroquois writing. Excuse me. The Cherokee syllabary created by Sequoia in 1821 to 1825 is the clearer example of a complete writing system. The Ojibwe birch bark scrolls were primarily mnemonic and ceremonial rather than a syllabary or alphabet in the Cherokee sense. I want to look up the word mnemonic real quick. Off screen. We're just doing this off screen real quick. Okay, let's MNEMONIC. So what does mnemonic mean? Mnemonic is a memory aid or technique used to help you retain or retrieve information by linking complex or boring data to simple associations like acronyms, rhymes, or visual images. They make it significantly easier to remember lists, formulas, and facts. Okay? So a mnemonic is a memory aid when you don't have like what the English accept as writing, like they are the ones who tell an ancient people what writing is all about. No, we had writing in 1492 before England was anything in our world. We had the birch bark scroll writing, Ojibwe, before we knew of you existing, England. So you don't get to inform us about writing. Well, you can. We don't have to listen because we got our own. We don't need the newbies telling us about writing. Writing originated in the Americas. If Tamari was in the Americas, and it was, thank you, Horace Butler. So hieroglyphs began in America. Yeah. And all of the other three forms of hieroglyphs too. What do they call it? Demotic or something like that. And I forgot the other words, cursive or something like that. All that was the Rosetta Stone had the three different writings of ancient Tamari. Ancient Tamari was in the Americas. As we see, Somalia didn't get writing till 1972, God. So that's kind of if Egypt was in Africa, why the hell it take Somalia so long to get writing from that Egypt in Africa? Because the real Egypt was in Tamari. Yeah. That's why it took so long for Somalia to get right. It had to travel from here, go create a doppelganger in Africa, and then from there it traveled down to Somalia. Okay, so we just read that the Ojibwe's Algonquin, ladies and gentlemen, birch bark scrolls were primarily mnemonic, used for memory, um, and ceremonial rather than a syllabary or an alphabet. So the colonizer wants to use an alphabet. Okay, that's what he prefers because that's how the only way he can know how to manipulate your language if you spell it out for him, so he can know each letter so that he needs to manipulate to mind program your ass. Pardon our French. A concise summary would be tradition. Ojibwe Wigwasabak birch bark scrolls was the tradition. Earliest known use, pre-contact before 1492. That was a gift today, ladies and gentlemen. For all the suffering I had to go through yesterday with CHAT GPT. Now, my suffering had nothing to do with no blood sacrifice, so let's not get it twisted. I'm not talking about that kind of sacrifice, suffering, and all that crap. No blood involved, okay? So tradition, Ojibwe's Algonquin, ladies and gentlemen. That's the oldest language and the oldest writing. That's why we're doing this video. After all the hell we went through yesterday, we had to bottom line it with the language back to the basics. So the Algonquin language is before 1492, ladies and gentlemen, the Algonquin writing. Okay? So that, of course, if we had writing, that means we had a language. That's even older. So Ojibwe is an Algonquin. So who's the oldest linguistic? And this is all about linguistics, ladies and gentlemen. You're gonna tell me that these other Indians had a linguistic but no writing, and you're trying to tell me that they predate Algonquins? You're lying to me. You're lying to me, Chat GPT. You're throwing the furniture in the way and the lamps and stuff. As I'm coming for that ass, you running. Free contact before 1492. Algonquins had writing where Iroquois was. You say Iroquois, they say, "What the fuck is that?" You say Cherokee, they say, "What the fuck is that?" too. Okay. So this automatically takes care of the other civilized tribes writing. It does. Well, we'll see that later on if whoever moves to the next few pages. Because at one point we fell off and then we had to get back on track. So somewhere in this document, there's going to be a like a wah wah. I think we're going to come across that. But don't worry, we turn it back around. Tradition, Ojibwe, Wigwasabak, birch bark scrolls are pre-contact before 1492. That's a long damn time, ladies and gentlemen. And it connects us with Indians of the West Indies. You know, the Cherokee syllabary, Sequoia, completed in 1821, adopted 1825. That's Encyclopedia Britannica. Thus, the Ojibwe tradition is older, while the Cherokee syllabary is the later, but more fully developed phonetic writing system. So they want to say something that it was more fully developed. No, it wasn't. You mean it was more colonizer developed? Because this is taking place smack dab in the middle of colonization. We can't be sure what the fuck happened. Colonizer is a great deceiver, but for him to have a writing developed while he's here, it ain't the writing for us, y'all. I'm telling you right now, it ain't the writing for us. We have to predate colonizer for him to understand what this game, how it's going to end. You see, we talk about end game. We're not talking about play in the middle. No. Ladies and gentlemen, this is probably the only way to get CHAT GPT to admit which linguistic group, they call it breaking us up into linguistics, was really just dialects, which really means we spoke the same language. Yesterday, this is what drove me to need a drink. Because I couldn't get CHAT GPT to be clear about first contact Indians, because it's programmed to throw furniture in the path. I had to sleep on it. The ancestors do what they do and rise and shine early Sunday morning, and we is ready for battle again. And we are winning. This is called winning the war, actually. How do you get ChatGPT to admit that Algonquins predate Cherokee, who are Iroquois, as well as the Iroquois Confederacy, who didn't have anything until Cherokee gave it to them in terms of writing? Who is the oldest Indian? Who is the first contact Indian? Despite all the other things that they throw out to make these younger Indians or these younger creations of colonizer appear older than the original Indian. That's all this game is about, ladies and gentlemen. So they could not have had land in the South if they did not exist. Who existed, ladies and gentlemen? This is where this train is leading. Because we're going to prove basically via once we get clear about what this language thing is telling us about who was here, then we're going to be able to figure out that there was no such thing as Iroquois in the South. It was just Algonquins in all of the woodlands, all, not just the East woodlands, the whole damn America. Come on, somebody. It's a matter of time. It's a matter of time. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to know what the purpose of our video is today, what we're doing is taking away all the newness, and whatever's left, that is what the real American Indian was before colonizer arrived. It's not that any of us did not have writing or language. What it is colonizer has to erase our shared legacy to split us up, but in the process, he makes civilized tribes look that it's not possible for them to be called civilized because they didn't have a right until 1825.
The 5 civilized tribes didn't have writing until 1825. In the conversation like this, trust me, Chat GPT would have been quick to show me, oh, but the CUN had language before both of them. Oh, but the Muskogee had language before all of them. Oh, but the Timucuan would blah, blah, blah. And it would fuck up. So Chat GPT didn't do that. But it tends to do shit like that. Even when you ask it not to, it will find a way to throw it in. And it did not hear. Because what? This is really something about Iroquois and Algonquin. Colonizer is pitting us against each other when we are one and the same the further back you go. We only get pitted against each other after colonizer's arrival, and that didn't happen until 80 years after his arrival. Then he starts talking about Iroquois. 80 years, there's no such thing as this warring confederacy when colonizer arrives. Basically, after he creates the white status, wait, when was that created? Actually, that was the Racial Integrity Act. But it was in the making the minute Pocahontas gave birth to John Ross kids. That white status was in the making. And that would have been the 1600s when she gave birth to John Roth's kids. The European that kidnapped her and then quote unquote married her when she was already married. But suffice to say, for the first 80 years, we don't hear anything about Iroquois, and the Iroquois don't even show up. They don't like, if they fighting us, you think that they in 80 years they would show up, roll up. They didn't. Colonizer is using this Iroquois narrative to insert himself, but he's saying he's coming up on the side of the Iroquois. Why would you do that when the first contact Indians are Algonquin? Well, because he's going to become Algonquin. He's not going to say that he's become Algonquin. He's going to call it white. But he has to get rid of quote unquote colored Algonquins. And so he can't talk about them anymore. He has to say they're white. And then the other Indians become colored. Only the first contact Indians get called white at first. And then the secondary Indians, basically, they're going to be, they're going to morph into the Native Americans. Thus, the Ojibwe tradition is older because the people are older, ladies and gentlemen. Do you understand what we were going, ladies and gentlemen? Please do. Please grab this. Please make note. Please take a screenshot. Ojibwe is Algonquin. So an Algonquin tradition is older than an Iroquois tradition. But if you go into Chat GPT right now, if you're not talking language, she's going to have you believing that Iroquois is older than Algonquin. They were the ones that had the system that colonizer loved so much. But he wouldn't have understood their system because they didn't have his writing back then. They would have been writing in Ojibwe. There was no reason for civilized Indians to not be in contact with this writing system. There's no way that that's possible. They had to know this writing system, ladies and gentlemen, but they had to give it up to become quote unquote civilized. And that means what they're doing in actuality is cutting off their nose to spite their face.
They're cutting off their own legacy so that colonizer could say it never existed and then start replacing you with something from Mali, saying that you got a lineage in Mali. How the hell do I have a writing on my landmass that I'm not in touch with, but you're willing to say that I got something in touch with Mali? But Mali is freaking Islamic. Indians are not Islamic, if anybody ever got that memo. How the hell could the five civilized tribes have anything to do with Mali unless they're dealing with a fucking Moor? That's his legacy, not yours, American Indian. Let's move on. Chat GPT said, okay, so I guess I had a question about when did the five civilized tribes, that's where we went off track a little bit. So I asked, when did the Cherokee join the five civilized tribes? Because they seem to be one. Every time you hear about it, it's, to me, I start to seem like the five nations right up on top of each other. But they are, because now that I think about it, that's where their land is. It's all, they're saying they had all that land in the south. I'm saying that was all Algonquin land. And they had that land right next to each other in the south. So that's why I thought there was one. But that ChatGPT said, no, they didn't join. They just had all the land we needed where we wanted it, in the south. But we had to turn them into Muskogee and all of that. Because you couldn't be Algonquin. But then your Algonquins will say that was your land the whole time, and we ain't trying to have you say that. We want to say we found some magical, mystical, civilized Indians after we pierced the veil of the coastal. They say we only lived on the coast. Ain't no way we had all this land, ladies and gentlemen, and didn't make use of it. Trust and believe. Trust and believe. We were far more than coastal, but colonizer is such a fucking deceiver. He wants you to think you just lived on the edge of your own land. That's why all the rest of it was available to him. Yeah, well, how the hell did I end up in Canada then, motherfucker? Because that's the next thing. Everything when you read about Algonquin, you're gonna find that most of what they're saying, it revolves around, they trying to say they was upper northern. No, we wasn't. That was you confusing me with the Iroquois. The Iroquois were northern. You found me in the south, brother. 1584, you found my ass in the south. So how did I become all of a sudden all this Canadian shit? Because your colonizers are not just a liar, but a fucking deceiver. The Iroquois are northern. The Iroquois are northern, ladies and gentlemen. In 1584, when they sent Verrazano here, he found copper-colored, Negro-looking Indians in the South. Iroquois are in New York State. They are not Southern Indians. Algonquins are, because that's where you found us. If the Iroquois were Southern, you would have found the Iroquois Confederacy in North Carolina or South Carolina. But you didn't. But he's going to say, well, that was just the coast of South Carolina. Negro, stop lying. Stop lying to yourself. There's no way that we were only coastal American Indians. I'm just sorry. I'm sorry about it. They're trying to say the oldest Indians that had the language, they were only on the coast. All you other dummies inland, we gave y'all right. Make it make sense, ladies and gentlemen. You see how your colonizer will lie to your fucking face? And it's a Negro face lying to another Negro. These are Negropeans. Master liars. So I must have added, they didn't include my question. I thought they did in this version of the download, but they didn't. The Cherokee did not join the five civilized tribes at a specific date. Okay. Rather, the term five civilized tribes was a label later applied by Americans, you mean United Statians, to five separate nations: the Cherokee Nation, the Choctaw Nation, the Chickasaw Nation, the Muskogee Nation, Muskogee Creek Nation, the Seminole Nation. These nations existed independently long before Europeans arrived. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Oh boy. There was never a formal organization called the Five Civilized Tribes that the Cherokee joined. Britannica notes that the term has been used officially and unofficially since at least 1866. Thank you again. Thank you again. So don't hear about five civilized tribes until after Cherokee get writing in 1825. This is way after 1825. And that there has never been any unification or overall organization of these tribes under the name Five Civilized Tribes. Well, when you go to the website, they're definitely unified. They all share the website, the Five Civilized Tribes. They all share, they're the Five Civilized Tribes, like the Five Nations. So it's the Iroquois moved down into the South, and instead of calling themselves Five Nations, they call themselves the Five Civilized Tribes. Five, five, five. Everything is in fives with them, apparently. So these are the darlings that your colonizer will always talk about, but we should know it's because he's not seeing them as first contact. Now he will, once he's involved, then he's going to give them these fantastical dates that's off the damn date chart, making them like as if they were, oh my God, almost like they existed here by themselves without no Algonquins. That's how a colonizer would like it to be. Why is he doing that? Because he wants it to appear that he found the very best Indies there are. He just happened to find them. And they just happen to be sort of like civilized, like he was. Forget about them Algonquins who had a writing system and all of that, meaning they were civilized without my ass over here. Without my colonizer ass, they was already civilized. But these folks, they developed their writing basically after I show up. So they civilized to me. Yeah, and that's why they're not civilized to us, American Indians. They just revamped for colonizer to act like he did right by some Indians. But again, these are all wars. Them five nations you're looking at, they're not nations. Why? Because in federal Indian law, which is what they're under, our law will not be born of any federal shit, ladies and gentlemen, nor any state shit. But these federal nations, they are wards, ladies and gentlemen. Make no mistake. Federal Indian law is that of a guardian to a ward. The Cherokee Nation is a ward of the feds. The Choctaw Nation is a ward of the feds. The Chickasaw Nation is a ward of the feds. The Muskogee Creek Nation, they are wards of the Fed. And the Seminole Nation, they are all wards. Iroquois are too, but they like the house Negro. They just get a little bit more props somehow. I guess because they were the first ward, I guess, because that's what they keep, trying to say that, it don't add up when you do the timeline, but okay. So let's look at the timeline here. Timeline, year, before European contact, event, Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw Creek, later Seminole, existed as separate nations. They're saying before European contact. So they try to say before 1584 for North America. But they're not really qualifying that because they would, ChatGPT would have jumped in and told me about writing systems, but it didn't. It would have jumped in and told me that, wait a minute, Choctaw, Chickasaw Creek, and Seminole, they did have writing before Cherokee, but ChatGPT did not do that. It'll probably do it now, yeah, That's how it works. That's why it's artificial intelligence. It'll go back and correct its telling the truth. So now, if you look at this up, they're probably going to start saying, "Oh no, the Choctaw had a writing that went back to uh, 30 BC, and yeah, it was like pictures." Yeah, well, that's what we all had, dumbass, dumbass. So whatever they had was not exclusive to them because we all spoke the same fucking language. You just called it a different dialect. You call it a different linguistic, but it's the same language. So what ChatGPT will do, ladies and gentlemen, is they will say that the Creek, Choctaw, Chickasaw, and the Seminole, oh, they did have writing as far back as BC, but it was just more like pictorials. It wasn't really writing. Yeah, that's what we all had. Did they use birch wood? Well, according to you, that's what we were using before 1492. Yeah. So that's what they had. But what ChatGPT will do, they won't say it, we all had that. It'll make it like they only had it. That's what I believe that's what they would do in a situation like this. But it didn't volunteer that. You know, if it was established, trust me, ChatGPT knows how to jump in and say, well, the Choctaw had something that the Cherokee didn't, and they had theirs before 1825. They didn't say that. In fact, they give me the same timeline again. Look. The year, because I asked it to give me another timeline. It didn't show my question this time. But I said, you know, I forgot why I asked for this one. I think what I wanted, I must have added something else. Well, let's look. In 1821, Sequoia completes the Cherokee syllabary, but it wasn't okay. So it wasn't adopted until what, 4 years later. The slowness is unbelievable. They making you slower than they already make it. My gosh, why would he complete it and it wasn't adopted until 4 years later? They just slowing your Cherokee up, y'all. Got y'all looking so damn slow. My goodness, so slow. I guess it took time for them to learn this new shit. Ugh, Lord, give us strength. Oh, God, give us strength. You don't need lords, except when they calling us landlord, maybe. So in 1821, Sequoia completes the new language, the new writing, I should say. In 1825, the Cherokee Nation adopts the syllabary. It's so interesting that one person created it too. One person created, like it wasn't like a combined effort. It's one person's Sequoia. Wow. 1825, Cherokee Nation adopts the syllabary. 1830s, the southeastern nations are collectively targeted by the Indian removal policies. What I believe is the Algonquins were being, ladies and gentlemen, and the new Indians were being put in their place. Algonquins were being removed, and they were being replaced by this new civilized entity. That's what I'm guessing, because it doesn't make sense that they would remove these folks. I mean, the Mongolians are not there, right? Right now, as we speak, are Mongolians in these southern parts of America? I don't think so. So it doesn't make sense that they're saying they removed them unless they mean they removed Algonquins and then the civilized tribes took over that land. The ones who stayed had to be indentures, is what I'm guessing. Algonquins who stayed had to be indentured. And they had to be basically black, Negroes. To the five civilized tribes who are enslaving other American Indians. Now that they're quote unquote civilized, this is what they do. It's part of being civilized, having slaves. That's what they call civilized anyway. 1866. The expression five civilized tribes is documented in official and unofficial use. This is very interesting, ladies and gentlemen, because you don't really become a thing until they document your ass in their world. That's why I don't know why they keep telling me about some damn oral history that the Iroquois had. It don't mean nothing in your world. But then again, they didn't have writing and you made them the biggest thing in your world. So it's just your argument is not consistent. You should have been running with Algonquins because they had a writing system. But you did run with Algonquins. You just changed their name, the Iroquois, Cherokee, then the five civilized tribes. So in 1866 is when the expression five civilized tribes is documented in official and unofficial use. Encyclopedia Britannica. In 1874, the Bureau of Indian Affairs begins dealing with them collectively for certain administrative purposes. You're going to become citizens now, basically. They're prepping you to become like citizens. They're treating you not like Indians, not taxed. Right now, they're treating you like a corporation. So you're getting a tax exemption. Indians are not taxed point blank, period. It's not up to the government to give us an exemption. We're not supposed to be taxed. We're not supposed to be in their system point blank, period. That's why I know we are no damn republic. Nope. And we would not be recreating a republic. That would be the Moors because they're the ones who first created. To recreate something, you had to create it the first time. So American Indians cannot recreate the republic. Only a Moor can. And then he'll say that we did it. You have to know the difference, ladies and gentlemen. So in 1874, the Bureau of Indian Affairs begins dealing with them collectively for administrative purposes. So if your question is, when did the Cherokee become one of the civilized tribes? The most accurate answer is Cherokee did not join the group. They were one of the nations that Americans later grouped together under the label five civilized tribes, a term that came into official use after the Civil War around 1866. I found that interesting too. So the five civilized appear after the Civil. What was the Civil War again, ladies and gentlemen? Well, that's, I believe, my interpretation is that's when Indians finally realized that they had been duped and they tried to stand up and break away and they lost the war. And then these five civilized tribes show up. And we do recall that the federal government forced them to adopt the 14th Amendment. You can never forget that. So the Civil War ends in 1866, around 1866. Then in 1868, now all these Negroes have to adopt the 14th Amendment. Before that, they was not citizens. So they were fighting against the beast. But then the beast flipped the script on their nigger ass. Been in that situation ever since then, because now they've done made us citizens. Indians not taxed are now seen as citizens. But these were not, but I can't even say these were Indians not taxed, these five civilized tribes, because they were compromised Indians. So they would have been tax exempt. They would not have been Indians not taxed. How did they become that? And so you're saying to me right now, Heru, if they were Indians not taxed, how did the United States start to tax them and call them civilized tribes instead of individual Indians not taxed? Well, the United States, they're trying to break up tribes, so the ones that they allow to exist must be civilized. The United States don't want to deal with Indians talking about they Indians not taxed. Remember, Indians not taxed don't have to be in tribes, ladies and gentlemen. When I realized that's when I started to do my own paperwork to tell this government I'm an individual Indian not taxed. But if I want to create a tribe that's also Indians not taxed, that is my right. But the truth is, ladies and gentlemen, I've become more aware now of the doctrine of discovery. So now I realize it is not my obligation to reconstruct a republic, number one, nor is it my duty or obligation by my ancestors' honor for me to reestablish the Constitution. They have long not gone by that Constitution, ladies and gentlemen. This is the point here. They have been going by the doctrine of discovery. That's what made us wars. And that was going to be the answer to our question. How were they able to take a tribe of Indians and make it as if they're tax exempt? Well, they made them 501c3s, number one. So now you're a product of the United States. You wasn't supposed to be no damn 501c3. They made you a corporate commodity or a corporation. Now you are subject to tax, but they will give you a tax exemption because they're trying to make you think that that's just as good as being Indians not taxed. Oh, no, it's not. Because now I'm in your system. As an Indian not taxed, I'm not in your system. As an Indian with a corporate tax exemption because I'm a fucking corporation, that is not the same thing as being an Indian not taxed. So how did Indians who should have been known as Indians not taxed, how is it that when they're in a tribe, all of a sudden the United States is looking at them like they could be taxed or tax exempt, which is not what we're supposed to be. We're supposed to be Indians not taxed, not tax exempt Indians. How did that happen? Because the United States is going by the doctrine of discovery and considering that these Indian tribes are wards. Once the United States recreates you, you're under their jurisdiction automatically. This is the lesson that if I didn't say it like this before, I'm saying it like this now. When the United States hands are on it, when they put their hands on something, and it has to do with Indians, the Indians are no longer in. It's almost like they touch you and you're automatically, you become soiled. They're not supposed to touch you. For you to keep your integrity, you cannot be a product of the United States. For you to remain a sovereign Indian, you cannot have anything, a republic, a citizenship, none of that. You cannot have anything that the United States created because that automatically makes you a creation of them. When they give you your language or your language is created after they appear, you are automatically in their jurisdiction. That is how they see it. That's how they've operated, whether we like it or not. And why doesn't our say matter? Again, we are wards. What we have to do is establish, number one, as a sovereign people, the only thing that made me your ward was the doctrine of discovery that got repudiated. Repudiated. They're going to say we don't have to go by that repudiation. We're going to have to insist that, oh, yes, the fuck you do. Because I'm not supposed to be your ward. Save the damn doctrine of discovery. That's the only thing that's making me your ward. So you definitely will go by the repudiation. Let me ask you, American Indians, if it wasn't the doctrine of discovery that made you a ward, your question to this beast is, then what made me your ward? Whatever it was, it has to go. Because we are not wards. Just because their religion deemed us inferior to them, we don't have to go by that religion. That's why it really would help if you got out of their fucking religion. When I said anything they touch and has Indian on it becomes soiled. That's including the religion as well. Indians who adopt anything that colonizer brought here, you are soiled. You're soiled. You're compromised. And what they gave you will only compromise you more. It pulls you further away from your birthright. That's what adopting their religion does. Because now you're looking at yourself as something you were never, which was some kind of Semitic thing. You're not Semitic. And if they adopt you, you will be treated like an adopted child, meaning the ones who are considered bloodline are always going to be treated better than you. Delusional American Indian. They are stealing your land when they were supposed to give it back to you. Because if I was a heathen and that's what took away my land, once I became a Christian, it would have been your obligation to give me back my land and go back home, for you to go back home. You never did that. Your intention was to sully me so that you could stay here indefinitely. Stay here, which means I have to indefinitely disappear. And what we're saying when we stand in our birthright standing, American Indians, we're saying we have a right to stay here, no matter what the fuck you say. You're delusional, so you don't know anything about what we're talking about. But we're going to explain to you your assessment of us was based on lies, misinformation, deception from a church that has now washed its hands. And so why the fuck are you still here? Is the question. What gives you the right to be here? Is the question. Nothing gives you the right to be here. We certainly don't need you. The immigrants might want you, but they'll find out sooner or later that you're running game on them too, just like you ran game on these people who are now trying to be state citizens because they realize the United States citizenship is a whole money-making Ponzi scheme. So, if your question is, when did the Cherokee become one of the civilized tribes? The Cherokee did not join the group. They were one of the nations that Americans later later grouped together, under the label 5 civilized tribes, a term that came into official use after the Civil War. So after the South, Southern Algonquins lost the war, then they started calling them civilized because you lost. You lost. You were trying not to be. I would have to say you must have been trying not to be civilized, especially if you were Algonquin, which you were. And then when you lost the war, they said, ha, now you're going to be civilized. And to join the Union again, so what they did, they surrounded you with military. We read that. I remember when I read that, I almost fell out my chair. I didn't realize it was that savage, that you were surrounded. Algonquins, I believe it was Algonquins. So you were forced to become civilized, if you ask me. This all took place in the area that the civilized tribes are in, the 5 civilized tribes. So you fought against being civilized, is what I want to say. And then when you lost, boom, 1866. Now they call you. Now it's became official term. After you lost the war, that's when it became official. That's when they officially called you civilized, because you lost. But what were you fighting, civilized Indians? What were you fighting? You was fighting against their brand of civilization. That's what you were fighting. And then when you lost, they forced you with military occupation to take the 14th Amendment to seal your fate as debt slaves to the United States. This means the Cherokee syllabary, 1821 to 1825, actually predates the widespread official use of the term 5 civilized tribes by roughly 40 years. That's why we always say the Cherokee is like the leader. That's why I say. And they have the Iroquois connection, so they definitely have already have a history with the United States, being Cherokee, allegedly. Well, let's just say they're the Southern converts to the Iroquois religion, shall we say. So the Cherokee stood alone before the five civilized tribes existed. Yeah, the Cherokee were Algonquin. Y'all all were. If you go by what writing we were using, I should say. That distinction is often overlooked when people discuss Sequoia and the Cherokee writing system. You said which of the five civilized tribes had writing first. Now, here's where we got back on track, ladies and gentlemen. Here's where it gets jiggy. So, up to this point, ladies and gentlemen, you're probably saying to yourself, well, that was the Cherokee. All the other Muskogee Indians, they must have had their own writing. You just didn't ask ChatGPT the right question, so it didn't answer you. As I said before, ChatGPT would very willingly jump in to correct me when it's batting for the civilized tribes, which is what it does. It bats for the civilized tribes, not Algonquins. I have to fight for my respect. I had to fight. Just like Miss Sophie in The Color Purple. I had to fight all my life with this damn Chat GPT. All my life. I had to fight. But I seen you and I knew there's a God. When we start talking about this language, that's when I know there's a God. I was mighty down. What was it? I was feeling mighty bad. But when I seen you, I knew. I knew there was a God. I knew there's a God. So now y'all kind of understand where God comes from. Because I just understood. Is that where I got God from? I think it is, ladies and gentlemen. I think it is. You say, what? Why? What do you mean with God? Why you always say God? Because I'm like Miss Sophie. I had to fight all my life. But when I seen you, I knew there was a God. I knew there was a God. So now's where we find out what the other members of the five civilized tribes was working with. You say, when we focus on the Cherokee, what was he? Didn't the other ones have writing God? Well, let's see. I asked ChatGPT which of the five civilized tribes had writing first. Who do you think it was, ladies and gentlemen? ChatGPT said, our survey said, the answer depends on what you mean by writing. See, there she goes, throwing the furniture in the way. What do you mean by writing? Now ChatGPT don't know what writing is. If it's not colonizers writing, I don't know what it is. I call it chicken scratch. Yeah. Well, let's see what you said after that. If you mean a complete writing system used to write a spoken language, among the nations later called the five civilized tribes, the earliest well-documented native writing system was the Cherokee. So let me translate that for you, ladies and gentlemen. The other members of the five civilized tribes, according to Colonizer, did not have a writing system either. Do we drop the mic now, ancestors? Can we? The ancestor says, yes, we can, but we're going to keep those. We need to take a screenshot right now, ladies and gentlemen. But this is a drop the mic moment. I know that when you Google, AI is going to come up with all some psychedelic shit. It depends on what you mean by right. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Again, ladies and gentlemen, what we have just read, we finally get to the heart and soul of this video. So I asked which of the five civilized tribes had writing first, because I'm saying, well, maybe Cherokee wasn't the first one. Maybe some other of the quote unquote Muskogee nations. Maybe they had a little something, something, something. And Chat GPT told me, nope, nope, they didn't. Thanks to the Cherokee, the magical, mystical Cherokee, who were once Algonquins, smack dab in the middle of Algonquin speaking territory. Once Sequoia, thank God for Sequoia, but not really because she came too late. Once Sequoia produced that syllabary, that's when the five civilized tribes had writing. You hear me, ladies and gentlemen? Okay. So it's ironic that colonizer calls them civilized, but by colonizer's own definition of what it means to be a civilization, these five civilized tribes wouldn't meet that requirement. Without writing, they don't meet the requirement of being civilized. But colonizer will he will completely change his whole narrative to bring down an American Indian who was civilized, who had writing. Who were they called? What were they called? Who were they called? Algonquin. What was the writing? Ojibwe. Was that the writing of who? Oh, this is why, look at that screen right now, ladies and gentlemen. And this is why we're saying all Eastern Woodland Indians' oldest writing was Ojibwe. Why are we saying that? Because the five civilized tribes, they only got writing after the Cherokee developed it. That means colonizer is telling you, you didn't have writing because we don't want you to claim your Ojibwe because y'all were all Algonquin writing, Algonquin speaking Indians. You just had different dialects that we call linguistics, but you were all speaking and writing the same language. In order to approach this beast on our land, the only way to identify is as a pre-first contact Indian. You have to be Algonquin based. I said it before. I wasn't sure when I first said that. Now I'm 1,000% plus. What we're looking at shows and proves we had a writing, we had a culture, but colonizer is denying us our writing and our culture because he wants to insert himself. He has to rework our writing and then say he had something to do with that because he's trying to make us over into him. Again, this is a Negropean doing this. It's a Negropean doing this. Which of the five civilized tribes had writing first? The answer depends on what you mean by writing. If that was a left fielder, ladies and gentlemen. What the hell were we talking about up above this part of the conversation, ChatGPT? You know what I'm talking about. Depends on what I mean. I certainly don't mean anything created by colonizer. You know that. But you're here to validate colonizer. So you're gonna say, what do you mean by writing? Whatever the hell we had is what I mean. Was it on paper? Okay. That's our writing. If you read a complete writing system used to write a spoken language, among the nations later called the five civilized tribes, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Creek, Seminole, and Cherokee, the earliest well-documented native writing system was the Cherokee. We just read about the Cherokee syllabary, ladies. 1825. That's when the five civilized tribes have. I'm talking about all of them. Not just the Cherokee now. This was the magical wonder, ladies and gentlemen. This is what made up for my misery yesterday on set day. We on Sunday now. Ra is working. Set got to sit down when Ra steps in. Sit your ass down, Set. Sit your ass down. civilized tribes, Choctaw, Seminole, Creek, Chickasaw. Colonizer, it just said you had some incomprehensible bullshit that he don't call writing until the Cherokee gave you one. What that bullshit was called Ojibwe. Okay? There's no way we were here. There's no way we were here before colonizer and we're not communicating with each other. Okay? There's just no fucking way. We definitely knew how to talk to each other. Colonizer is discrediting our writing amongst each other. He can't say you had Ojibwe because that would mean that he's admitting that Algonquin was the first thing here and he's trying to be the Algonquin. But he turned Algonquin into a white status. So anything that looks white is basically taking the place of Algonquins. We were all Algonquins. It's not that Algonquins was the head chief of all Iroquois. There was no Iroquois. We were all Algonquin. We used Ojibwe. That is pre-colonial writing. You don't want writing that pops up in the middle of colonialism. If you mean a complete writing system used to write a spoken language among the nations later called the five civilized tribes, again, Creek, Seminole, Choctaw, Chickasaw, the earliest well-documented native writing, they call it native, okay, writing system, the earliest was the Cherokee syllabary created by Sequoia in what? 1825. You know how late in the game that is, ladies and gentlemen, for them to claim that you're just starting to write all the civilized tribes, not just the Cherokee? You are now starting to write? What did you do before? Grunt? No, you had Ojibwe. 1825 is when Cherokee Nation, see up there on the screen right there? That's when the Cherokee Nation adopts a syllabary. So before that, the colonizers saying y'all was like mute. Y'all like, you just pick up a piece of paper and play charades when you try to communicate. No. You had a writing system. But if you go by colonizers' tutelage, he's gonna have you looking like a whole dummy, a whole bag of dummy. Yes, he is. A whole bag of dummy. With an extra shot of dumbness. Among the nations later called the five civilized tribes, the earliest well-documented native writing system was the Cherokee syllabary, created by Sequoia. Okay, so let's go to their little data. Okay, I asked them to give me a timeline, I think. Among the nations later called the five civilized tribes, the earliest well-documented native writing system was the Cherokee syllabary, created by Sequoia. The nation, Cherokee. The native writing system, Cherokee syllabary, created by Sequoia. Date completed. Oh, Lord. Okay. Come on now. It wasn't completed in 1821. Come on. Oh, wait, it was? That's right. My bad. Sorry. I thought it was started in 1801 and finished in 1825, but no, the slowness is off the chart. So, although it was finished, it wasn't used till adopted till 1825. Which you wasn't sure you didn't want it to write? My bad, though. My bad. It was completed in 1821. Okay, still late in the game. Way too late. But it was adopted in 1824. What took y'all so long? You're too dumb to adopt it? No, come on. They were probably resisting that shit. Well, I said, I already have a right. And Colin, I said, no, you don't. Here it is. Thank you, Sequoia. Then Sequoia pulled off the mask with a whole Negro peeing. Okay. Choctaw. Alphabet developed by missionaries for Choctaw. Oh, shit. I didn't even see this part. Y'all, I'm having a ball right now. This makes up for yesterday. The ancestors are so good. So good. So they're going into some detail. So the Choctaw alphabet developed by missionaries for Choctaw language. That was in the 1820s too. It's funny. That's the same time that Cherokee completed their language, right? Choctaw. Ain't that kind of funny? Choctaw, you're being asked to deny your original writing for colonizer. Can you please get the fuck out of colonizer's grip and become uncivilized again so we can all claim all of this land black and back? Ugh, we don't want black. We want back. You don't want black. And we can share this land like family again instead of colonizer telling us where we can fish and where we can hunt and what we got to wear if we show up on his part of our land. To avoid getting shot. That's what some of the treaties was basically saying. The Powhatan Treaty that we only read one. I was only interested in Powhatan, y'all. So basically, in that treaty, it's like if you do show up on our land, you but oh yeah, remember the part, ladies and gentlemen, where they said you could send your children. These fuckers was always after children, yo. If you want, you could send the children. They'd be all right, so they can get in your child's mind, rear him up to be a fucking Negro peon, hating on his original heritage. These motherfuckers said it's okay if you send the children though. And God only know what they was doing with them children besides indoctrinating them. God only know, right? Because they still fucking with children. Remember when we read the treaty? If you didn't, please go back to the Powhatan Treaty video. And we found out the horrible terms of that treaty, so-called treaty. Who the fuck would agree to that shit unless they were under siege? That wasn't a treaty, ladies and gentlemen. That was your guardian standing over you with weaponry saying, here's our agreement. Sign it or I will, and it will be like you signed it because I'm your guardian. That treaty, oh my goodness. That's why they had to get rid of treaty, ladies and gentlemen. I think because they kind of couldn't let that be seen. The world would be like, that's a treaty? Well, what the Indians get out of that deal? Not a damn thing. Oh, 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 okay. Oh, but you want their children though? In that treaty, it says something about, well, we'll take your children. You, if you show up, we might shoot your ass if you're not dressed a certain way. How are you going to shoot me for being on my land? How is that an agreement? How is this a business, quote unquote, deal? Yes, the business of you stealing my land. So the Cherokee nation, I don't know how you can be called a nation and not have writing, but that's the magic of colonizer. He will reverse his own standards to take down an American Indian. In his world, he thinks you the most fabulous thing because you don't know how to write. And he's so happy that you can finally get writing after he's been on your land for like what now? Like a couple of centuries now that he's been on this land. And now he could say, well, through my appearance, the Cherokee and the 5 civilized tribes have writing, thanks to me. So Choctaw, your writing didn't come till the 1820s. Okay. So you was basically what they try. I hate when they don't give you. See, I'm getting to the point where I don't like when they do just say the 1820s. You got to tell me which year, especially if you got a specific year for what you started out with, 1821, 1825. Boom, boom. Okay. Why you got to get mysterious when it comes to going deeper? Conflating shit again. So the Choctaw alphabet was developed, again, ladies and gentlemen, in the 1820s is way too late. Way too late to be really considered an American Indian. You're talking about a civilized Indian getting a new writing system because he's given up his old one. If anything. Chickasaw, written, what? Their native writing system is written using adopted Roman. What? Roman alphabet? Okay. You see, original Indians didn't have nothing to do with the Ojibwe, didn't have nothing to do with nothing Roman, ladies and gentlemen, or anything about no missionaries, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Again, we're not to offend American Indians. We're not here to offend. We want us to, if we're going to unite, we better unite on what's right. I'm not united with no bullshit. I'm sure I'm not. But what's going to happen, American Indians, is a bunch of y'all going to be trying to be part of the civilized shit, and you will not have true land rights. You will not, because you're approaching it as a colonizer thing. You're approaching your birthright as if you got to go through colonizer and get deeds and land patents and all that bullshit. Oh, no, the hell you don't. All of this land is yours, okay? So we're not doing no damn land patents that limit our land. Oh, if anything, when we get together as a family of American Indians, we'll decide if we even want to divide this land. After what we've been through, I say we share it all amongst each other. And everything that we have, as long as colonizer here, he's going to pay, and it's going to be free for us. That means we're going to produce the food on this land. Yeah? We're going to eat for free. Everybody else, they're going to be paying. That's how it should have been from the very beginning, ladies and gentlemen. If you are here on my land and I'm feeding you, baby, you even a child don't get to live in his parents' home for free, baby. See, that's how you go old school. That's how you get real. That's how you get ancestral with it. So these immigrants think they deserve a free ride? Think again. Think again. And again and again. Even adult children of parents do not get to live for free. What are we saying? If you're here on my land, that means you're living in my house. Even adult children pay rent, ladies and gentlemen. Now, with Indians, it's different because we are sharing this land. So it's not quite the same as the house, living in a house. It's not quite the same. What it becomes is we'll do our own farming, if anything, if we have to. So a child will be in the house, but he'll probably do his own farming. You know, the parents are getting up in age. So in actuality, the child is probably going to be doing the farming for the parents as well at a certain time. But he's not paying. He's just, you know, that's how he's earning his heritage. But immigrants, after all we've been through with you, all this mistaken identity shenanigan bullshit, when we all know the real truth. Oh no, you don't. It's not a free ride. You will be paying in our system. You're going to be paying what you call taxes because you're going to support the hand that feeds you. Yes, you are. That's the whole point of having a birthright. You know, colonization muddies that fact because colonizers, what they're doing is saying, as self-appointed nobility, they want to be able to say anywhere they go, they can live for free. That's what kind of fantasy island they live on. They feel like if we're a certain class, we get to go to everybody's birthright and live as if that's our land. You're a fucking delusional Negro. That's what you are. You could do that with your grafted folks, and they won't like it either. But that's not my problem. They're going to have to show you a thing or two. But Negro, you want it where you got other Negroes working to feed your fat stank ass? You're going to get out in that field and work too, my Negro. I don't care how royal you are. We not feeding you for free either. This is not your land. I don't care what you think your God told you. America is not part of the promised land. Thank you, Dr. Tracy. Thank you, Doc. We haven't heard from Dr. Tracy in a while. I hope all is well, Dr. Tracy. McCarthy, you have been beyond instrumental in your genius, your work, your videos. They've been priceless for me. So we shout out to Dr. Tracy McCarthy. It seems like she's taking a little bit of a hiatus. I hope it's just a little hiatus. Because again, this woman, she don't give you no emotions with it. She just gives you it. Okay. And some people prefer it that way, and she's your girl because she do it that way, and I even appreciate it. Same shout out to Rhonda Johnson, Truth Uncompromised. Where you at, Rhonda? Are you there? Earth calling Rhonda. She had some priceless information too, and then she just disappeared, and leaving us with all these other monkeys in the monkey barrel. Rhonda Johnson, Truth Uncompromised. That was another excellent source to show you what the nobility's color really was. But see, what was happening, ladies and gentlemen, in that at that point in YouTube history, it's like we couldn't tell the difference between us and European Black Negropean nobility. So they were a very important step for us. Okay, and on that note, we have to take another break, ladies and gentlemen. It's a long video, so oh wait, I'm sorry. Let me see. I think I can pause the video without leaving the screen. Let's see if we can do that. Let's see if we can pause. We shall return, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not that the video's not paused. Okay, so we got to pause the video. And pause the recording. Okay, we shall be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. Thank you for your patience. And again, we thank you for joining us in this. For me, it's a critical topic because we're getting a lot thrown at us from colonizer meant to derail us, to minimize ourselves as colonizer minimizes us. But this language thing is very, very important, ladies and gentlemen. It cuts through the BS and gets to the nitty gritty, and it shows you who we're here. I've always said that Algonquin is an older language, but see, I don't often compliment that by saying it had a writing system. I mean, we, not it. We had a writing system along with that, which is being sacrificed. It's being sacrificed, and we're being dumbed down as if we only get writing when colonizer appears. And I don't know if civilized Indians are really seeing that. And I'm here to make it abundantly clear. Using colonizer's own tool against him. Chat GPT was not meant for this kind of work. Wasn't. In fact, it's still really the way this thing is designed. It's like they could say just using Chat GPT means that they have some kind of authority. But we'll never know who actually invented this, right? Because usually that ends up being a quote unquote Negro as well, right? But the way this shit is set up, you don't keep as a award, your guardian would have to hold the patents for everything you create, right? Because you're just a ward. Your guardian speaks for you, makes decisions for you, and decides whether you live or not. Your guardian decides what rights you get and what rights you don't get. Well, it all adds up to a big fat nothing burger, what American Indians get. Why? Because we are being sacrificed in their sacrificial system. Yeah, we're being sacrificed so that foreigners could come here and act like they entered into some kind of wonderland. But it's all a dream that turns quickly into a nightmare because of who is at the helm. Once American Indians get to the helm, a lot of these shifty shenanigans will end. We have no reason to be shapeshifters as American Indians. It will be understood this is our land, and like in any other land you go to, our rules are the rules that apply. You don't come up here making no damn Bill of Rights. Not over here, you don't. That's something from England. And if you're a German person or an Italian person or a Portuguese person, I'm trying to figure out why you're using an English system too, because you're getting a payback for that, right? This is not your system if you go back to your land. If you go back to your land and create your legal system, that will be your legal system. If you're bucking on an English system to do the dirty work of stealing for you, you're on some very unsolid ground. State nationals. And I thank you, state nationals, on one hand, because it would, I don't know if it even be possible for American Indian to understand this system with your keen awareness of the system. Moors are just going to continue to lie to American Indians. But you immigrants, you're not going to lie to each other when you know that you're being pulled into subjugation. So I do give you much credit for what you have done. It's only now that some American Indians are even starting to talk about Anna. I've been talking about Anna since what, 2022? It's shit. I've been talking about Anna von Rights for years. How I get a clue that I'm ahead of the game, and I'm not trying to brag, is because now all of a sudden these folks that want a republic, now they're talking about Anna because she's your girl. It ain't no more. That's for damn sure. If you want to remain in a colonizer's republic, I suggest you consult Anna. But then after you get all you're going to get, because she's going to give it to you good. She got a whole system set up for you state nationals. While you American Indians are waiting for, I don't know, the Moors to make you part of the Moorish nation. Yes, this woman is actually trying to recreate a republic that the Moors originally built. But now when it comes to us, they got to do some special shit because they got to get rid of us and put themselves in our place. But see, Anna don't know nothing about that. She just know what was supposed to be according to how it was parlayed to her people, right? But everybody gets a different narrative because it's the American Indian that's going to be erased. So if you guys are talking about a republic and not your birthright, you need to see Anna because she has a whole setup for state nationals. And let me tell you, the woman is not, she got a whole ID system going on. Yeah. She's already working on getting credit, quote unquote, meaning she's already working on not paying for shit for state nationals. American Indians, that's your role. But when you hear an American Indian say, you said, that nigga don't know what he talking about. Ain't nothing for free in this life, in this world. Well, that's where you're wrong. First of all, your colonizer's gotten a free ride for the last fucking 500 years. It was free for him, okay? Your shit was free for him, and you're gonna tell me it ain't gonna be free for you? Who's the delusional one? Your colonizer, the one you in bed with right now, the one who gave you writing, although you already had one when you were Algonquin, your first contact, that one, yeah. All your shit is free for him because you're a ward in his world. Yeah, he gave you writing, but he took your birthright. You are a ward in his world, not the guardian. Your more is misleading you, ladies and gentlemen. He didn't even know who wrote, and we were going to do a video on that. We didn't. We got so discouraged yesterday. Ooh, I was feeling mighty bad. Then I seen you. What are we looking at on the screen? Then I seen you. And I know there's a God. I know there's some gods with an S. Gods. S. Gods. You keep following that more, American Indian, and you're going to wind up a whole African, not a half African, not a half-ass African. You're going to wind up a whole African. I'm going to be here a whole American, and you're going to be, then you'll understand what the fuck I was talking about. It's going to be too late. Well, let's not get too dramatic. A birthright is always there waiting for its owner to show up. Okay? But depending on how delusional the birthright holder is, that could be that could go as long as the next freaking awakening. And that's too damn long. I ain't waiting that long. Y'all could play patty cake bullshit with colonizer if you want to. I'm not. I refuse to. I refuse. Utterly refuse. So if you want a republic, I'm telling you right now, the Moors are going, don't follow their shit. Their shit is just going to make you part of the Moorish Science Temple and shit, or some version thereof, a whole corporation. Anna's not even trying to be a corporation. Yeah, so if you really want a republic as bad as you think you do, which is a whole delusion in and of itself, I suggest I told you about Anna years ago, okay? And I don't usually get like that on my channel, but I really need to get like that. Every other Negro on this platform is arrogant. Why can't I be? So folks like, you already is, so shut the fuck up. No, if I am, that's not my intention. But I'm going to give myself props. I've made videos with Anna. How long ago the fuck was that? And now we have people finally discovering Anna. But the Moors are still misleading you about Anna von Rights. How so? They think the Pope wrote them fucking civil orders, 2014. Yeah, your boy was on top of that too. Mm-hmm. Now I'll admit I was confused too, but them civil orders, because of my acquaintance with Anna, I knew that I became aware that it wasn't the Pope who wrote those civil orders. It was Anna von Rights who wrote that. It was Anna von Rights who wrote the civil orders. That was not a papal bull, ladies and gentlemen, like the Moors have been telling you. They don't even know. At this point, they're even grasping for straws. They don't know what they're in. I'll say the most innocent of Moors, they have no idea that they're involved in an identity theft Ponzi scheme. They have no idea. They think they're bringing something to the American Indians that is going to help us and benefit us. And you have a nation. Negro, I had a nation way before you was born. Okay? Your nation is a break off of something that happened in America. But that's what your Moorish liar is not telling you. But yet you see it in the way he craves America. This Negro don't know which one he wants. It's Africa, it's America. The Negro has got his one foot on one continent, the other on the other continent. At some point, the Negro is going to have to choose. And if he chooses Africa, that's where his laws and that's where his nigga ass need. That's where it's gonna be. American Indians will no longer tolerate this half birthright shit. Nobody else on earth has a half birthright but American Indians, right? Nobody else has a fucking half birthright, right? But the Moors are encouraging us to share. What do you have to share? Moors, you don't share. We've established that already. Moors don't share with American Indians. They take over American Indians. So forget the sharing part. What the fuck do you have to offer us? But domination through your damn religion. Even the people in the Sudan don't want that. So if we look up what's going on in the Sudan, they say it's one of the worst wars ever, blah, blah, blah. What they won't even tell us what it's about. The Moors make sure that you don't know that it's about them. Trying to make Islam like the political religion. And the folks is like, we don't want that though. And the Moors over there saying, yeah, well, who said you who gave you a choice? Who asked? I'm telling you what you're gonna have, and I'm gonna fight you to the tooth and nail to force it on you, just like I did in America. But I did it a little slick in America. I was acting like I was their friend though. When you African, I'm going, I look at you as what they call Africans over there? Hamites. Yeah. The nigga over there think he's a Shemite. Well, actually he is. And that's the difference between American Indians and the fucking niggas that think they Shemites. They want to say we all Shemites. Well, why you as a Shemite sent all over your crew to freaking civilize me? If I was a Shemite, why the hell I need to get civilized? If I'm you and you me and all that bullshit. I am not you and you are not me. You're a fucking liar. Have been from day one. To our scheduled programming. So I just can't get over this, y'all. So I asked Chat GPT my question: which of the 5 civilized tribes had writing first? Turned out it's the Cherokee. That's not the answer I was looking for, but I sure appreciate it. I sure appreciate it, though. I ain't mad at you, Chat GPT. I sure appreciate it, though. You tell it like it is. You tell it what you know. But of course, your programmers are going to have to change this now because Haru done got grab hold of it. Now the spin master is going to have to give you another narrative to make it as if these 5 civilized tribes are so predate the real original Americans called Algonquin. So let's see. Does any of these other members of the 5 civilized tribes, did they have anything? Well, they say in the Chickasaw, they try to say it was they're getting unclear with it, 1800s. Basically, they try to say it was Cherokee. They just don't want to say it. But it's the 1800s. That's where the Cherokee got a syllabus. So now Choctaw, Chickasaw, even Muskogee, y'all. Even Muskogee. Yeah. So Cherokee, as we noted, is the only of the 5 civilized tribes that do not speak Muskogee. But that don't matter. Even Muskogee didn't have writing. They use a Roman alphabet too, the Muskogee. You heard me correctly. This is not to put down Muskogee. It's trying to get them to go back to their roots, their origin, not to settle for what colonizer is telling you. He's making you over so he can take your birthright, and he did. You're a ward in colonizer's world. Colonizer is the Moor. Your colonizer was a Negropean named King James. So who created this thing? It was a Moor. It wasn't a European. It wasn't a Caucasian. That's why we're so confused. We think that this shit was here because we brought it here. No, it's not. It was some Negro that thought he was the word of God. Okay? The writer, the enforcer, executor, the nigga thought he was God because that's what Moors be teaching folks, that black man is God. And look what this nigga did to us under his religion, the same Abrahamic religion. Look what he's doing to American Indians. So what he's telling you is, yeah, we look alike, but your shit is wrong. So I'm going to come and take over, and I'm going to make you me. And that's how you're going to become legitimate before God. Negro, if you don't get out of my face, if you don't get the hell off my land, I don't know what I'm going to ask the ancestors. I don't know what I'm going to have them. But I should just tell them to do to them, unto them, as they have done unto me. That's what I should say. And you know what? That's what I do say. May the ancestors do unto the Moorish colonizers, the Negropean, what they have allowed to happen to American Indians. The ancestors' ears, because it is only right and it's only fair. If they have done good by us, then they will get good. If they have done wrong by us, then oh well. Ancestors, let it be. Let it so be, because it don't feel good to me. I tell you right now. I tell you right now, it never, you know it don't feel good to me, ancestors. That's why you're telling me all of this. And that's why I'm sharing as much as I can share. Thank you, ancestors. It is actually a privilege. So the Muskogee written using, okay, we got to go the whole thing. Okay, who's the nation? The nation is, let's start from the beginning. Who's the nation? It's the Cherokee Nation. What is their native writing system? A Cherokee syllabary created by Sequoyah. What is the date of that writing? It was completed in 1821 and then adopted by the Cherokee Nation in 1825. And then they went on to create a Cherokee newspaper called the Cherokee Phoenix. Next, what nation? Choctaw. What was their native writing system, according to colonizers? Their alphabet developed by missionaries. Also, they're colonized? Yes, sir. Is that what it means to be civilized? Yes, sir. So what's an uncivilized mean? One who resists colonization like you, your nigga ass. Oh, okay. So nation is Choctaw. What's their? That's not their native writing system. I don't even want to say it. It don't even sound right. But okay, their native writing system, alphabet developed by missionaries. You mean missionaries from the church bringing English law here to create the Choctaw language? Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. What date was that? Oh, somewhere in the 1820s. So you don't want to say that it's the same language that Cherokee is using? No, sir. No. All right, so it's just in the 1820s. All right, you can't get closer to 1820 than 1821, can you? Okay, all right. So you're going to get even more mysterious when we talk about the Chickasaw. What nation is it? Chickasaw. What is their native writing? They were using Roman alphabet. Roman what? Yes, sir. So they're using the same church that used the Roman alphabet to write the Doctrine of Discovery. That's what the Chickasaw is using? Yes, sir. And the other one, the Choctaw, they're using the missionaries from the same church that brought to parts the Doctrine of Discovery? Yes, sir. Well, why would they do that, sir, ma'am? Because they colonized. Oh, right. Right. Oh, okay. And what day did the Chickasaw start using the Roman alphabet? That was somewhere in the 1800s. Oh, around the time that Cherokee died. Yeah. Oh, but we're going to be mysterious about it? But, yeah. Oh, okay. So the Seminole. What nation is it? Seminole. What is their native writing system? Written using adopted Roman alphabet. Oh, so they also using colonizers' language, the one that said that they are heathen and perpetual slaves? Yes, sir. And it's primarily Creek-based? Yes, sir. Well, how can it be Creek-based when it's Roman alphabet? I don't know, sir. I don't know either, bro. Let's move on. What date was that? 1800. It's mighty close to when Cherokee started their writing. It's same decade. Yes, sir. And okay, so 1800. I really want to get. I think I'm going to actually ask Chat GPT at another time because I know we long-winded today to give me specifics. I don't know why they can't give me specifics. Don't tell me 1800s. What year in 1800s was it? Since they civilized and you recording all their shit and erasing all the uncivilized shit, you must have a year. Creek, are we up? Wait, where's the creek at? We didn't do. Oh, they are the Cree. I'm sorry. The Muskogee is the Cree. Oh, so they all using the church's language, and they think that's going to work for them? Yes, sir. Oh. Oh, okay. Maybe that's why we also fucked over with the appearance of civilized tribes. Yes, sir. It looks like that way to me, sir. Oh, okay. Look like that way to me too. That's why I'm not trying to roll with this. I'm trying to get those Negroes to get real. You lived in fiction long enough. When are you gonna become real again? My God, how long it take though? Proud to be civilized? Talking in Roman alphabets and shit? Oh my goodness, make it make sense. Screenshot, please, ladies and gentlemen. When you think Haru talking foolish, let's take a screenshot, please. Please. So all of that's all your tribes that the United States is trying to say. They was here before uh the BC in the prehistorical all this time, and these Negroes didn't get right until you appeared. They slower than the fucking what they call it, Sumerians that we looked up. They fucking slower than the fucking Sumerians in Sumeria. My God. I thought the Sumerians was slow. You telling me that these Negroes been here before Algonquins? That's what you try to tell me. I don't believe it, but let's go with it. So they've been here all this time without no right. Are you fucking kidding me? And you want them to be the premier Indians above Algonquins. Algonquins don't get a mention in this system. Oh, except to say that we somehow was in Canada all this time. Yeah. But where did you find me again? Where my folks is from. The Roanoke. That's where you found us? Okay, so can you tell me how the fuck that's Canadian or North America? How is that north when the Iroquois in fucking New York, that's northern of where you found me in what you call North Carolina, isn't it? Right? So then what are Algonquins? When you found them, what were they? Southern Indians. After you been here a while, they magically become that they wasn't in the South no more, and magically the Iroquois moved from New York to what? South Carolina? How the fuck that happened though? It's the mystical, magical wonder of Negropean voodoo magic, Iroquois, ancient Iroquoian voodoo magic. Yeah, yeah. They make anything, a rabbit out of a hat, all that. Yeah. I could pull a rabbit out my hat, do a disappearing that girl told you we should blah 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 blah. I can't go for that. No, I can't go for that. I can't go for that now, baby. I can't understand that. Okay. Under this definition, the Cherokee were first with an indigenous, please, it ain't indigenous, writing system developed by a tribal member, yeah, rather than by European missionaries. Okay, so they're saying Choctaw, Chickasaw, Muskogee. I think it sounds to me that they're saying that they were all by European missionaries, but Cherokee had this mysterious sequoia, the old sage called sequoia. That's where they got, and then they spread their writing to the all of a sudden after Cherokee get right, and then all the five civilized tribes got right too from the European missionaries. So these American Indians, why didn't they have their own language though? Because they was dumb when we found them, and then we, the colonizer, educated them. Oh, see, as an Algonquin, I had my own language. I didn't need colonizer to help me have a writing like the civilized tribes did, but I'm trying to get the civilized tribes to understand who they really are. Give up this civilized bullshit. Yeah. Can you do that for me? For you? For your children? Somebody? Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we wanna saute in this because I really went through some hell to get to this place. It's very frustrating when you know the truth and you're being lied to by a damn computer. and you start to realize I have more truth in me than AI gotten all this megabytes and shit. But ain't nobody trying to listen to this one solitary freaking random ass American Indian, right? That's how y'all see me. I'm pretty sure some of y'all, not all y'all. He don't know what he's saying. I want a republic, damn it. I'm trying. I need money, baby. You need a whole lot more than money. Just by saying that alone, it shows that you think you need money. Think you need money. You need land. That's what you need. And if you need money, I suggest you create it and stop using everything that makes you a colonized people, dependent, domestically dependent on a Federal Reserve debt note with all his peoples on it, all Negro penis chosen ones on it. Ben Franklin, Grant, whoever that character was, Grant. What's the other one? George Washington. Uh, all them faces on that dollar. Probably Negro peons that married into Algonquins. But still, it's the white representation. And you craving, don't you see that's a ritual right there? I'm not saying not use it for your living, because that's all we got right now. I'm just saying know what the hell it is and be very aware that you're partaking in some kind of ritual, some kind of ancestral worship, those ancestors that ain't yours. And your energy is being given to them motherfuckers on them dollar bills. It might, like when you put $1 in your pocket, that nigga take a straw out and start sucking your life force through your pockets. And it's an energy exchange, ladies and gentlemen. And it distracts you from where all the energy is coming from, the land. It's coming from the land and it energizes the body. So where's all your energy coming from? The land, not from $1. The dollar is sucking your energy, transferring it to colonize, feeding his dead. Loosh. Under this definition, the Cherokee were first with an indigenous writing system, developed by a tribal member rather than by European mission. Now, the interesting thing is they're defining writing to be what they call a full, like in other words, when colonizer gives you writing, it's the full package. No, it's just the package that colonizer thinks, and it's a full package. Because he needs more alphabets to get to the point, because he's the actual slow one, and we already had our written language. So what colonizer is saying is that your writing was shit. So it depends. He's saying under this definition. So in other words, he's defining it. If you mean a complete writing system used to write a spoken language, that's what we had. Oh yeah, that's what I mean. And we had that. See, colonizer usurps your shit, says it ain't shit, and says when he comes, you get the full experience. Yeah, I get the full experience of what it's like to be a whole slave. That's the full experience. If you mean any form of recording information, oh Lord, some scholars point to pre-contact symbolic traditions among various Southeastern peoples, including pictographs, ceremonial symbols, wampum use, and other mnemonic devices. However, there is no widely accepted evidence that any of the 5 civilized tribes possessed a complete phonetic writing system. Chat, they are making y'all look completely like goons.
idiot goons. Again, your brother Heru here is saying, I know you're smarter than what colonizers say. I just hope you know that. He's denying the writing that we had. Saying that was just symbols, pictographs, Well, we don't accept that. English people, we don't know what the hell that is. Well, it's not meant for you to know. If you stayed your ass home, you wouldn't even have to worry about it, what kind of writing I had. I didn't come to you, Negro. You came to me. Okay? So you don't come here trying to spread your bullshit. You're supposed to recognize and respect mine. That's the problem with these arrogant Negro peons, these Moors. They're too arrogant for their own good. Saying we wanted the same, but look like you calling me a whole dummy. You ain't saying that you saying you had the superior shit. And it wasn't until you came that we knew how to really write. Negro, if you don't get out of my face with your bullshit, that's why we're not the same. Do you understand, American Indians? While Lamore is saying, we the same, he calling you a whole idiot behind your back. Or if you just look in front of your face, you'll see he's doing it right in front of your face. So we're not the same, turns out, right, American Indians? It turns out we're not the same as Moors. Moors are involved in Roman shit, Roman alphabet, Roman numerals, Roman gods, Rome itself. That's all that Negropean shit. He's saying until he showed up with his Roman shit, you was like a babbling idiot. So I guess we're not the same as Moors when you get down to it. He sees our writing. Basically, he's saying your shit was chicken scratch. We didn't know what that meant. And I'm saying, Negro, it wasn't meant for you to know what it meant. If you stayed your ass where you belong, it wouldn't even be an issue. But here you come, as you always do, putting down those you saying is your brothers. If you my brother, you would recognize my writing is extremely legitimate. It's legitimate for American Indians. For you, a whole foreigner, Negro, no, it's not legitimate. But if you had any respect in any part of your sorry ass body and mind, you would know damn well what we had was sufficient, beyond sufficient. We didn't need you to come and interpret shit. Negro, Negropean. King James was a whole Negro. He started all this shit. And then he transferred it to those that every time a Negropean or a Moor feels like, taking a break, he says he got defeated by, it's always white people. And then he wants to create a government for them here. This Negro got defeated, allegedly, by white people in his stomping ground. And then when he comes over here, you think all he would want to do is be with us and that be it. No, the Negro brings the nigga that he said defeated him, the white nigga. He brings him here and creates a whole system where this Negro is elevated. So you get defeated more, and you come here and elevate those that defeated you. If you came here, it seems to me that you would see it as a refuge, and you would not want any other race here. That is not the case. Why is that not the case, ladies and gentlemen? Because that Negro is here to take your place and use people that he says are his enemies to become your enemies. The thing is, he knows them very well. We don't know about these characters. They just get blamed for everything that happens to us. Somehow the white man gets blamed. Meanwhile, it's a whole republic. Hello, a whole republic. Hello, let's say it again for the slow. A whole republic creating these ratchet ass laws that allow Caucasians to do whatever they want to do to you. And who created the system? Negropeans did. King James is a whole Negro. So there they go with that complete writing system again. It wasn't complete enough for them. Our writing wasn't complete until they showed up. We acting really crazy because it has a bar that won't go away and it should go away. Oh, now it goes up.
It moved up finally. And now it moved all the way up. It should just go. It's so weird. Um, yeah, there's a zoom bar that blocks half, not half, but a lot of the top of my screen. And it just stays there when it's supposed to retract if you don't touch it, right? If you don't put the cursor on it. So now they're gonna say this is where they tell you that your writing was shit. If you mean a form of recording information, which you don't call writing, yeah, you wouldn't call it writing. They saying no, there is no widely accepted evidence that any of the 5 civilized tribes possessed a complete phonetic writing system before European contact. Again, the Algonquins did, ladies and gentlemen, but they got Indians settling for this bullshit. There's a lot more that these Indians are settling for. And if they don't wake up, it's gonna be late in the game when they realize that what you're being made over into is slaves of the Mongolian Indians. They're not saying that you were the original Indians. They're saying you came from Mali. That's the script that the Moors prepared for you. So you run into join the Muskogee, that ain't going to help you. You need to be denying the Muskogee. That's what you need to be doing. Need to be denying that there were ever Mongolian Indians that predated you when they don't even show up till the 1960s. Way too late to be first contact. Native Americans show up way too late to be first contact. Concise answer. Which of the 5 civilized tribes had the first native writing system? Cherokee. So it actually realized that I'm giving you bullshit, but let me just get to the answer your question, which was which of the 5 civilized tribes had writing first? That would be the Cherokee. Now, when you hear me in some of these videos saying, I think Cherokee was the leader, this is what I was down low-key referring to. But you see, I had grown away from this knowledge, but it was in the back of my head. And I kept saying, I think Cherokee is the leader of the 5 civilized tribes because they're the ones that have writing first. And then all the other ones get writing after the Cherokee or in the same decade as the Cherokee, which leads me to believe that the Cherokee is the one that gave them writing. Cherokee's the band leader. Cherokee is Iroquois. Iroquois, the farther back you go, you'll find that they were Algonquin speaking. The whole point of this video is to show that we had writing as well as a language. But to access that, we have to be Algonquin. To access your first birthright position, you have to be Algonquin. Colonizer created these distractions to make you secondary. Yes, I know you're proud to be an American Indian. I am too. But there's a certain type of American Indian you have to be in order to get your birthright back. You have to be Algonquin because that's what you were. That's when you had writing. That colonizer has to deny now that you're civilized. It's about getting rid of all that heathen writing you had. He's judging your writing as well as you. So a concise answer, cut to the bullshit. Which of the 5 civilized tribes had the first native writing system? Cherokee. End of the long ass extra. Question, who created it? Answer, Sequoia. Question, when was it completed? 1821. Question, when was it adopted? 1825. So based on the historical evidence available today, because I'm glad you put today, because she knows that by tomorrow, they're going to be working on a new one. So Chat GPT is telling you, you caught me off my game today, but I'm going to give it to you. But you better remember this, because I ain't giving it to you quite like this again ever in life, in my AI life. So you better, she said, take a picture, nigga. Take a picture. I hope you're saving this.
And I hope you have a hard drive. Because that day when they teach me how to erase your shit, uh, uh, uh. So ChatGPT gave me a warning. Based on historical evidence available today, because we're still looking for historical evidence, and we ain't going to stop till we find evidence that said y'all did not exist. That's the goal, ladies and gentlemen. That's why they're always looking for more and more evidence. They never stop, right? But it seems like the evidence they find always has some kind of way of being a polar opposite of what was known, because it's just that contrary. So, based on the historical evidence available today, we don't know about tomorrow. That's what ChatGPT warned me. She said, "Nigga, I remember what I did to you on Saturday. I remember. So you got me today on Sunday, but Negro, I'm gonna Saturday your ass one of these days. One of these days." So you got me today. Based on historical evidence available today, the Cherokee were the first of the 5 civilized tribes to possess a fully developed indigenous writing system. And that occurred in the early 1820s through the work of Sequoia. I know that we're gonna find out that Sequoia is half. I just have a feeling. I know that he or she might even be Mongolian. God know they ain't playing with our nigga ass. God know. So now the whole question is, who the hell is Sequoia, right, ladies and gentlemen? We're not going to look her up today, him or her, whoever. We just don't got no time for more bullshit. I'm sorry. Not today. I'm already making this a long ass video. You said, please answer this question without added commentary. Yeah, this how see you get an example of how I have to talk to ChatGPT. She be adding shit. I have to tell her in advance, don't do it, bitch. Don't do it. So I said, please answer this question without added commentary about the 5 civilized tribes. Just answer the question yes or no with the timeline for Ojibwe, Cherokee, and the 5 civilized tribes. And here's the question. Does the Ojibwe writing system predate the civilized tribes writing system? I said, ChatGPT, don't give me that fucking throwing the furniture in my path. It's a yes or no question, and I don't think the bitch even did it that way. I think she tried. This is the closest she got. But we'll see, because I done forgot how the answer went. But you see how I have to talk to her. That's how you have to talk to AI, ladies and gentlemen. Don't give it no room, because she's sure going to take it. Give her an inch, she's going to turn that shit into 3,000 miles. You got to quantify your question. You got to consolidate. You got to put some parameters around that shit. Please answer this question without added commentary, because the commentary is always going to be trying to discredit shit that you're trying to credit. That's how ChatGPT works. Please answer this question without added commentary about the 5 civilized tribes. Just answer the question, yes or no. I think she kind of did, but I wanted it bona fide and certified. Yes or no, with the timeline for Ojibwe, Cherokee, and 5 civilized tribes. Does the Ojibwe writing, that's Algonquin writing, ladies and gentlemen, if they had writing before the others, that means they were here before the others. That's what it boils down to. You're here longer. And what that translates to is we were all using this writing as well as this spoken language, which was Algonquin. Question without all added commentary, trying to just, give a upgrade the 5 civilized tribes. Does the Ojibwe writing system predate the civilized tribes writing system? ChatGPT said yes. She actually did what I said, baby. She actually did. She said yes. The question was, does the Algonquin writing system predate
The civilized tribes writing system. Answer, now we're not talking about just Cherokee. The purpose of this question was to throw in all of them. I think the first time we asked it was just Cherokee. I think. Does the Ojibwe writing system predate the civilized tribes writing system? The answer, ladies and gentlemen, is yes. That is the straight up yes or no answer. Then the bullshit. She did have to add some bullshit. If by Ojibwe writing system, you mean the documented pre-contact Wigawasaba Birch Bark Scroll tradition, it predates the writing systems associated with the nations later called the five civilized tribes. Ladies and gentlemen, how does a writing predate? Let's see, how am I going to say this? How do you have a writing that predates Indians that you said are here longer than the Indians that had the writing? In Colonizer's world, he's discrediting Algonquins, and he got you doing it too, because all you talk about is five civilized tribes, five civilized tribes, five civilized tribes. You name them by each of their little, names: Chickasaw, Choctaw, Cherokee, ba 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 ba. How is it that they're the most ancient thing, allegedly, in Colonizer's world, but they don't have a writing until Colonizer shows up? Can you make that make sense? Am I bugging? I don't fucking think so. So what am I saying? I'm saying you have to identify as first contact Indians. They were Algonquin. Colonizer wants us to believe they were only on the coastline. So only Indians on the coastline had writing and not inland. Do you think I'm stupid? Yeah. Well, why am I even asking that? Of course they did. I'm a heathen. What the hell do I know? I'm according to their, I don't know, contrary standards. I'm civilized, but not. I had writing, but they're saying I'm not. I was still uncivilized. So what the fuck do I know, right? I'm here saying with every fiber in my body that it was Algonquins that were here in all of the Eastern Woodlands, not Iroquois, not Cherokee, not Choctaw, not Chickasaw, not Seminole, not Creek. I'm saying all of those folks was originally Algonquin. That's what I'm saying. But to become civilized, they had to give all that up. Because your colonizer is erasing your oldest legacy. That's the ironic thing. He wants to be you, but in order to do that, he has to take away your legacy. But what he'll do is he'll call it something else. That's what he'll do. I think that's the technique. He'll take it and make that his. That's why he got to take it from you, because then when he reinvents history, he's going to say, well, actually, we came much earlier and we gave them the Ojibwe because they didn't exist. As we told you, Algonquins were not. They were in canon. So we came with Ojibwe, and then that's how the Algonquins. And then we decided, well, we want Cherokee to have their own syllabus. So then we found Sequoia, and she became our spokesmodel. Because we, the colonizers, the ones who really did it, but we're going to say Sequoia did that. Sequoia did that. Just like we blame the white man for every evil that ever happened to a quote unquote Negro, even though it's our nigga ass that's doing all that, because we know how to come for those niggas. But we just blame everything on the white man. That's our whooping boy. He gets the beating for the shit we do. Yeah, that's how it worked. So American Indians, your oldest writing was from Algonquins, unless you're secondarying yourself and you want to say you popped up in colonizer time. Well, you're cutting off your nose to spite your face. You're cutting off your own legs. And you're shorty to colonizer. And that's why he calls you a ward. He got you walking around here like a fucking munchkin and shit. But yet all you want to talk about is what the five civilized tribe did. How do you know they didn't have a writing? How do you know what the fuck they did? They weren't able to communicate until 1825 when they finally adopted the language. I guess they had to learn it first. Maybe that's how long it took. Those 4 years was learning a new language so they don't have to speak Algonquin. But this is what we mean when we say that the 1828 dictionary what's it, the 1828? No, well, yeah, the dictionary is using, they didn't say Cherokee. The word was Algonquin. Somewhere in there they was Algonquin, but then they started using the term Native American because now they're going to act like all these other Native Americans in the Eastern Woodland. There was only Iroquois and the five civilized tribes in the Eastern Woodland. The other ones are not even worth even mentioning because they really did not take part in any of this. The Siouan, the Tuscaroran, well, I think the Tuscaroran were part of the Iroquois, but the Timucuan, the Sioux and Timucuan, they're not really spoken of because they were just random Algonquins with a different dialect. So they're not even spoken about in this language game because but I guess now, see, when you hit Chat GPT like this, now she has to find some other Indians to give writing to that predates Algonquin. So now she'll say, and as I saw her beginning to say that, see, when they had writing before Algonquin. That's what I've seen, ladies and gentlemen. That's why I know that they're changing the narrative, and AI is going to help them do that in one fell swoop. I believe this had to be the same kind of program that Obama used. When they say they're taking a word out of the legal system, like Negro, they're replacing it with something, ladies and gentlemen. You can't just take the word out. You got to replace it with something. What do you think, ladies and gentlemen, in the case of Negro? We're just diverting for a minute, but we want to show you how they can take a word out. And we do believe that they do this with Chat GPT type of technology, because all you do is just punch in all the United States laws and tell Chat GPT, everywhere you see the word Negro, replace it with African American. Everywhere you see the word American Indian, replace it with Native American. Now, see, they can't do that with the Constitution, but they got us blinded by the Constitution because they don't really refer to it anymore. As I said, what they're really using is the doctrine of discovery against our ass. That's what they really use, because that allows them to manipulate the Constitution. They wouldn't write a Constitution if they weren't able to manipulate it. So the Constitution comes after the doctrine of discovery, and that's why moral awakened Indians will realize we can't go by the Constitution. Well, we weren't supposed to if you read Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3. We're not represented. I say this and I keep saying it. We don't have representatives in Congress, according to Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3. So we're not technically supposed to be part of the United States, period. So we're not supposed to have a fucking republic, period. The Moors were acting like they were going to share something with us. That wasn't what they were going to do. They just put it in writing, as if it's possible that we could. It is possible that we could share with you, but we're not. The Constitution leaves a little bit, that it leads you on to think that we'll share with you, but that's not our intention. That's just for you, Negro. So you could give up everything you are and join our little republic, and then beg for us to keep your United States citizenship that you're not supposed to have. But we took something that you weren't even in our system, but we use you to create a citizenship in our system. Make it make sense, ladies and gentlemen. Make it make sense. We're not in their system, but they use our identity to create a citizenship in their system. Make it make sense. They don't know how to separate, but all they do is take from us while they're dogging us. They take. They don't share. They take from us and they share it with immigrants. So I asked a direct question and I wanted a yes or no answer, but this bitch couldn't even answer it without going into some kind. But I mean, what she said is not bad. But she's trying to, in other words, if I qualify what they had as writing, okay, they had that first. That's what we had. That was our writing, you dumbass. Our writing is not supposed to act like your writing or be like your writing or mirror your writing. How dare you try to diminish it? Go home and play boss. You can't play boss here. Our writing is the writing of America, not yours. It don't have to meet your standard of writing. So let's read this again. Yes. Yes to what? Does the Ojibwe Algonquin writing system predate the 5 civilized tribes writing system? I'm talking about all of them, not just the Cherokee. And CHAT GPT had to admit, yes, it does. So who was the Indians that were here first, ladies and gentlemen? There's a message in the writing. There's a message in the writing. Who developed the writing? As a collective of all Algonquin Indians, all of us created the writing, not just one segment. That was all of us, all Algonquin Indians. We created that writing, and then they broke us up into Iroquois, and then they broke us up into Cherokee, and then they started talking about some mysterious civilized tribes that end up being all Mongolian. Everywhere a Moor goes, a Mongolian will pop up and take his place, or a European, or both, in the case of America. Because that Negro is using all he has to hide his Negro face. He's going to say, my face is your face, see? No, Negro, I don't know what I see. I really don't. I think it's a whole demon. Although you look like me, I'm seeing a demon. A fucking succubus. So we're going to keep saying it. Does the Ojibwe writing system predate the civilized tribes writing system? Yes. Does the Algonquin Ojibwe writing system predate the civilized tribes writing system? Yes. Who are the civilized tribes? That'd be Cherokee, who gave the Iroquois writing, so they're included in this, the Iroquois Confederacy. They didn't have writing either. When they appeared in colonizers' world, they didn't have writing until Cherokee blessed them with it. But again, as American Indians, we're going to always keep saying, and we're very repetitive on this channel, Iroquois certainly did have writing. It's just that they were Algonquin when they had that writing. And then when they flipped the script on us, now they had to give up the right. Colonizers need them to be something like an enemy to their mother tongue and their mother language. Algonquin. Okay, so the answer is yes, ladies and gentlemen. Ojibwe Algonquin writing system predates all of the civilized tribes and the Iroquois writing. Next, the timeline. I asked for a timeline. Okay, before we do this again, before 1492, but this is all of the 5 civilized tribes. Although I do think we did that before too. Okay, before 1492, we had Ojibwe, all of us, written on birch bark scroll, tradition in use in 1492. That was what we were doing. The Cherokee and the 5 civilized tribes, no documented native phonetic writing system in 1492. In the 1500s through the 1700s, birch bark scroll tradition continues. In the 1500s to 1700s, the Cherokee and the 5 civilized tribes, no documented native phonetic writings. This is CHAT GPT, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry, she'll change it up for you later on, but for right now, I caught her, and I caught her with her pants down. She had to get done. So 1821, Ojibwe, existing tradition continues. The birch bark scroll tradition. That's in 1821. We had a writing system, ladies and gentlemen. They're just minimizing it and making like it don't count. It fucking do count. What was the Cherokee doing in 1821? They were just finishing writing something. They completed their syllabary by Sequoia, one person. All the rest of them were just a bunch of dummies. Only Sequoia had the magical powers to create writing. They saying it's just Sequoia, okay? 1825, Ojibwe is still used. Existing tradition continues. These are Algonquins, not Iroquois, not the 5 civilized tribes. So what's going on in 1825? Cherokee syllabary is officially adopted. Finally, they adopted a language. They had to learn it before they adopted. I guess is why it took so long for them to get it finally in 1825. They finally started using it. So timeline, another one. This the same one? Timeline, 1820s. Existing tradition continues. The 1800s, 1820s and 1800s. The Ojibwe writing still continued. Cherokee, 5 civilized tribes, other 5 civilized tribes began using written forms developed with adapted. Okay, so they going a little bit left with it. Adapted. They adapted to the alphabet. So this is 1820s. Why? To the 1800s. Does that make sense, ladies and gentlemen? Do they mean the 1800s to the 1820s? I don't know. What does that mean? 1820s to the 1800s. What does that mean? Existing tradition continues. So what was the last one? 1825? Oh, so we going back a little bit? I don't understand why you're doing that, though. The existing tradition continues. And in the 1820s, throughout the 1800s, other 5 civilized tribes began using written forms developed with adapted alphabets. Answer, yes. The Ojibwe, that's Algonquin, ladies and gentlemen. Why do I bat for Algonquin so much? For all Indians? It's because that's what puts you in first place. That's what gives you your birthright authority. You already had a language. You didn't need one from colonizer. He just did that so he could minimize your first position, compromise your first position, make you secondary, while he takes the role of Algonquin. But again, how that works is, say we had an Algonquin house. Colonizer moves in. He can't identify as Algonquin because we all know who Algonquins are. So he calls himself white, but he's still living in an Algonquin's house. So the people that are here that's now facing this beast, he's basically denying them their long ass history. So he's going to give them some new identities. I'm taking the Algonquin role. That means I'm going to be the oldest thing here, or I'm going to act like I'm the oldest thing here in terms of me giving you your identities. So now you're going to be Iroquois now. You don't have a writing system anymore. I'm you, but I'm saying you didn't have a writing system. That's how I'm redoing you so I could be the big boss. In order to erase your first birthright position, I have to take away your writing. So I will give you a new writing that pops up while I was here so I can say that I civilized you because you were so uncivilized. Okay, 5 civilized tribes, that work for you? Yes, Daddy. Okay, run along now. Go play in the backyard. But don't touch that fruit. Don't touch none of them vegetables. I have to do something with them. Don't you dare eat them. And don't you start planting nothing. You play back there, but you don't, That is not yours anymore. You understand? Yes, Daddy. Okay, now. Y'all have a good time now. I want your ass in here by a certain time, so don't get too carried away. All right? And don't start writing each other notes in no damn Ojibwe. If I find it, I'm gonna tan that ass for you, okay? Okay, Daddy. Stop that crying now. You know I don't like that shit. Okay. So, answer, yes, Ojibwe, Algonquin, birch bark scroll tradition predates the Cherokee syllabary, which was 1821 to 1825. And the later written system used by other nations included among the 5 civilized tribes. So they're saying Ojibwe predates Cherokee syllabary and the later written system used by other nations, included among the 5 civilized tribes. Then they have to say, well, all of that is a big fat maybe because you know what? CHAT GPT is AI and can make mistakes. That shit is going to bite them in the back, y'all. Did we get to the end of this document? We sure did, ladies and gentlemen. We sure did finally. Okay. But that was our final answer. And, you know, I know this is a long video, so I think I might end here. And, like, once again, let's go back to the top. We finally made it. I didn't see an end in sight with my mouth. Ojibwe versus Cherokee writing, but then we had to call in the 5 civilized tribes later on. So we've taken care of the Iroquois, right? The Iroquois don't have writing until Cherokee bring it to them. Why? Because the Iroquois was still writing in Ojibwe. So the civilized tribes had to give up their writing, apparently. Because again, how do we communicate with each other? We had to share the same writing, ladies and gentlemen. You're not going to tell me that in the Eastern Woodlands we were not sharing the same language. You're not going to tell me that because I just refuse to believe it. It's just a trick of colonizer. That's all. He's trying to divide us, but in the process, he's really making the 5 civilized tribes look again like a dumb as a bag of bricks, a bag of dumbness. But they had a writing. They were not dumb. Same with the 5 civilized tribes. We had a writing system. But they trying to say that, well, that what you call it writing. Yes, we do. Thank you, sir. Can you take your ass home where your writing is and where you belong with it, along with your gods and all your other bullshit you brought here? So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we will. Yeah, yeah. Because our writing goes back to 1492. So again, we're predating Iroquois. You know, we are. Our writing, what we mean is Iroquois were Algonquins. That's what we have to keep saying that because we know that Indians are sensitive, right? We're not saying you didn't exist for real, for real. We're just saying you existed as an Algonquin before you were quote unquote civilized. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to end this video because it's already pretty darn long. So thank you for watching. We did have other things to look at, but I think we're going to end this for today because we did go long. And I thank you again for your time. It's a long video, so I appreciate your time. And I hope this helps in clearing up who we need to be first. Who do we have to be? I think it goes without saying. Algonquin. Till next time, be and stay. First contact. Algonquin speaking. It's late, ladies and gentlemen. Algonquin writing. American Indians. Thank you.